You've got over 1,500 ships just stuck in the Gulf of Oman waiting for the Strait of Hormuz to reopen. But then the moment that they start moving again, you could be looking at a major super spreader event, but maybe not in the way that you're thinking. Still though, you've got researchers calling this an almost cliched worst case scenario, because you've had these ships just sitting motionless since February 28th when the war started. But usually they're only stationary for 2 to 3 days. So they've now just basically become part of the Gulf's ecosystem. Everything from algae and barnacles to microbes native to the region, they're latching onto these ships. And so when you have these ships, they finally start moving again, they're traveling all over the world, that means they're going to be carrying all of those species that could then become invasive and disrupt foreign ecosystems. Which if you're like, okay, it sounds maybe kind of bad, I cannot understate this. We are in fact staring down the barrel of what could be an ecological catastrophe, but not just for marine life, but for us. But on a much smaller scale, invasive marine species, they've already become known to push some species to extinction and clog things like power plant cooling systems. So if ship crews or countries, they do not implement some sort of extremely rigorous cleaning standard for leaving the Gulf, you might end up seeing billions upon billions of dollars being funneled into infrastructure repair across the globe, not to mention effectively entirely new oceans.
And man, that's a lot. And all right, guys, we are live. Yo, this is Set with S.E.T Media, guys, and I'm back with another one. All right, we're about to go ahead and jump right into it because I had to already shut it off again one time. So let's go ahead and get through it. All right, guys, don't forget to double tap that screen and like the video.
The Patriot system, think of it, 5 missiles going 8,600 miles an hour, big ones, coming right at us, and all 5 were shot down. How about that, right? Pretty good. Only nobody else could do that but us, yeah.
How was your meeting with President Volodymyr Zelensky yesterday?
It was good.
Do you see a time scale?
Yeah, it was good. Look, he's out doing his thing. I'd like him to end the war. So it's very simple. Get along with both.
Yeah, instead of trying to end it, though, he's expanding it because he had no business striking an Iranian ship in the Caspian Sea just because it was an ally of Russia. It's like, yo, yeah, you're trying to expand the war. And then you're over here trying to sucker up to Bibi and Trump. Like, we know what you're trying to do, Zelensky. We know.
I get along with President Putin. I get along with President Zelensky. And like I told him, I want to end the war, get the war ended. Thousands of people, 25,000 people died last month. That's standard. And it's not acceptable. So I said, just end the war.
President, on the war, do you want the House to come back before August 31st to act on the Russia and Iran sanctions bill after it goes
Well, if it's necessary. I mean, it shouldn't be necessary, to be honest. But if it's necessary, I'd like to, are you talking about the Lindsey Graham?
Yeah.
So I'd like them to add Iran as tariffs, not just as sanctions. I think it's important. That's what Lindsey wanted, because I heard that they have tariffs on Russia, but not on those 5 countries with having to do with Iran. I'd like to see tariffs on Iran. It would make it much stronger. So perhaps you're very good at this. You can maybe tell them. I think they should put in for Russia, but I think they should put in for Iran. And that's really what Lindsey wanted. Yep.
And on Iran, one more, sir, sorry.
Yeah, now before Lindsey Graham died, he did try to put in for, well, yes, more sanctions on Russia, but not really Iran. He was really pushing for more sanctions on Russia. And the problem is, though, that have pretty much hurt, well, I'll be honest, the sanctions on Russia is already hurting the energy market, and more sanctions on Russia would exacerbate the problem. So it's not really a smart idea. The whole sanction regime idea is actually shooting us in the foot, and it's causing a lot of distrust in our dollar.
Up at the dinner the other night.
Thank you.
Did a great job.
Thank you. I appreciate that. President Xi told you that China would not give or sell Iran any weapons. And there's a new report that Iran's about to get 400 rocket launchers from China going through Pakistan to Iran.
Well, that would be surprising. I mean, things like that happen, but that would be surprising. He told me very.
You know, it's so crazy that I said that's how they're going to get through the Caspian Sea. Like, that's why the blockade didn't work, because Iran can go straight through Pakistan, which is right next to Iran, and go right into China, which is right next to Pakistan. So how did we cut them off from their biggest buyer? Yeah, because we weren't able to cut off the land route because, well, we'd have to pretty much cut them off in Pakistan. Pakistan ain't having that. And then also they have the Caspian Sea to get over to Russia. Like, yeah, this is why the blockade was low-key a waste of time.
Normally he wouldn't partake, and he knows I'd be quite disappointed. Yeah, please. And he's coming here, I think, on September 24th.
2 questions. First, we're coming up on the 25th anniversary of 9/11, and a good number of 9/11 families have called on New York Mayor Zohran Mamdani to not attend a number of these memorial services. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think they're having a hard time with Mamdani. the people having to do with anybody having to do with 9/11 right now, on the victim side, and there are a lot of them, they're very unhappy with what's going on in New York. And
I mean, but what did Mondani got to do with 9/11? Like, he ain't orchestrate 9/11. Osama bin Laden did. And if you really want to get down to it, why did Osama bin Laden orchestrate 9/11? I mean, one, our military bases in Saudi Arabia, basically in the Holy Land. Two, our consistent support for Israel and their oppression of the Palestinians. I'm just like, so you want to sit there and pretend like that had nothing to do with it? It was just, oh, they're because they're Muslims, that's why they did it. Is that the logic we're going with? I hope not.
they're very unhappy with the mayor. I understand that. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Republicans are underway negotiating the budget. Would you sign a CR without the Save America Act attached? Is that something you want to see?
I'll have to look at it, but they should get to Save America. How simple can it be? Voter identification, proof of citizenship. I mean, now you have to understand the Democrats, not one Democrat will sign because they want to cheat. There's no way they can get elected if they don't, if that happens. But we should have unanimous Republican support. And if we don't, people should look at those Republicans. But think of it. Who would not sign voter identification with photo? And who would not sign proof of citizenship? Only people that want to cheat. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Brother.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you, Bev.
But all right, though, let's go ahead and get over to the next video here. You know what? Let's go ahead and start off on Fox News. Let's see what the warmongers got to say first. And then we'll get into, well, Egypt now being dragged into this war. All right, let's get right into it. Nope. Oh, God, don't forget to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. And if you have any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements, go ahead and super chat it in. Or if you just want to support the show, send a gift. All right, let's get back to it.
Well, CENTCOM launching what it calls a heavy wave of strikes against payback for attempted surprise missile attacks on U.S. forces. All Iranian missiles intercepted. CENTCOM says it struck military targets, including command centers, missile and drone facilities, and surveillance sites. Let's bring in Fox News senior strategic analyst, retired four-star General Jack Keane, former vice chair of staff of the Army, now chairman of the Institute for the Study of War. General, it's always a pleasure to have you on. I want to read this Wall Street Journal quote, and then I can give you the floor. I think this is interesting. It says, quoting here, if the U.S. wants military action to be effective, CENTCOM Commander Brad Cooper has maintained the U.S. must step up its air attacks, significantly blunting Iran's missile threat to try to break the stalemate. This go big approach, which is among a series of options he has developed, would reduce the need for U.S. to use defensive munitions because Iran would have less capability to attack.
Okay, so the logic is the best offense is your best defense, aka just hit them and can continuously hit them to the point where they can't hit us. So yeah, the logic of, yeah, I guess your offense is your best defense according to these guys over here. But here's the problem, though. That's the problem. These strikes or these continuous strikes aren't going to hit those underground bases. It's not going to hit those underground missile launchers. It's not. So doing all these continuous strikes is not going to stop Iran from being able to strike. That's just the sad reality of it. And if we keep doing these continuous strikes and hanging around their airspace for too long, something's bound to happen.
Is that your assessment as well, General?
Yeah, well, that's actually an incomplete assessment from Admiral Cooper, but I understand. Here's what I think we are, Trace. Look, we went to a ceasefire on April the 7th, began negotiations on April the 8th because the Iranians were making overtures to us that they were willing to negotiate over the Straits of Hormuz. We had conducted 38 days of epic fury and roaring lion, a combined operation with the two most proven militaries in the world today, focusing on Iran. And we stopped after those 38 days with, most people think, about 14 days to complete all of the assigned military objectives. So we went into this negotiation phase, and we're in it now. We've been in it for almost 4 months. And we don't have the Straits of Hormuz open, although we thought we had an agreement, right? Just a few weeks.
I mean, and here's the thing. The Strait of Hormuz is a new problem. It's like pretty We walked in trying to solve their nuclear problem and try to get a regime change, even though they're trying to walk that back since it didn't work. But let's be real though, since we started this war and we spent billions of dollars and taken substantial damage across the board on our bases, I mean, we have no regime change. Their missiles and drones are still capable. They're still got them. They're still able to fire them. And of course, bro, of course, the Strait of Hormuz is still in their control. Oh, yeah. And now all of their proxies are also getting engaged too, like the Houthis closing the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, basically cutting off Saudi Arabia off out of the Red Sea or getting out of the Red Sea. So now they got to take the Suez Canal for a more expensive route, but they might not even have that because somebody done effed around and struck Egypt. And it wasn't Iran for some reason, or it was Iran, but Egypt wants to deny that it's Iran, so they don't want to, because they don't want to get dragged into this, which is understandable.
Weeks ago, our president signed it, their president signed it, and within days of that, Iran violated it. And they've continued to violate a tentative ceasefire agreement as well, and we've been retaliating. And each time they do it, we strike back a little harder on that. The second thing we really want to achieve through this diplomatic phase is certainly some kind of agreement over their nuclear enterprise. And when you look back on it, you think we're close to getting a deal on the Straits of Hormuz, number one. Are we getting close to a deal on a nuclear enterprise? I don't think so. I think the evidence is pretty clear. So what it remains here, and I think the Trump administration, and likely the president, is already reassessing the diplomatic strategy we're on. And do we still have a realistic option to accomplish our assigned objectives? If we can't do it through diplomacy, I think we absolutely do. And what that is returning to major combat operations, combined operation, certainly with CENTCOM and with the Israelis. They're both ready and prepared to do that. And what would that look like? Well, it would be actually bigger and more comprehensive than what Epic Fury has, because we have more targets through intelligence to take care of, and we also are at full magazine depth to deal with those targets. So it would be an all-out attack on their...
Yes, it would be an all-out attack on Iran as Iran carries out an all-out attack on our Gulf allies. Like, yes, like pretty much the energy infrastructure will be destroyed. Water desalination plants will be destroyed. I mean, they're destroying some of the data centers out there in the region. I mean, do we really want to go through that? But apparently this guy, General Keane, he's okay with it. And I mean, look, that's the problem, though. You got to be okay with the damage that you're going to take if you want to commit to this. So if we actually do that, I hope he doesn't come on here talking about, well, oh, I'm so surprised that Iran just went out there and started attacking everybody's infrastructure. It's like, bro, that's what they've been doing every time we attack their infrastructure. What do you think they're going to do? And like I said, I mean, what was it? That article that the Admiral wrote, or quoting the Admiral, apparently they're trying to hit them so hard to where their offense is their best defense, because they're recognizing that they're running low on their Patriot interceptor missiles. So now they're just saying, I mean, F it. I guess we just got to attack them so much that we don't got to use them, which is kind of wild. It's like saying, I'm going to throw so many punches, I don't even really got to put up my hands to defend myself, which is a bit crazy, but maybe it could work.
Weapon systems, drones, missiles, whatever's left of their nuclear enterprise, IRGC, their units, and also their leaders. We would go after very heavily.
Hey, shout out AJ for sending the press F for 10 joules. Appreciate the support, sis.
Their energy and economic targets, oil and gas infrastructure, as an example. Isolate the country, roads and rails leading to border countries, seaports and airports as well. And it's sort of military.
Nah, that is crazy. I mean, at least he's honest. He said, no, isolate the country. I mean, bro, isolate. Whoa. Everything good? Hold on. Everything good on my side? Because it looked like, did my camera go out or something? All right, good. All right, my bad, guys. There's something, I guess the connection went out for a little bit there. I'm going to go back a little bit, though, so we hear the bullshit he just said.
IRGC, their units, and also their leaders. we would go after very heavily their energy and economic targets, oil and gas infrastructure, as an example. Isolate the country, roads and rails leading to border countries, seaports and airports as well.
Damn, bro, that is a wild ass statement just to say out loud, bro. He just said, F it, just start committing war crime, just isolate the entire effing country and the people. I'm like, hold on. Why we gotta isolate the people inside the country? Like, what are you trying to do here? This seems a little, I don't know, a little Holocausty. I ain't gonna lie to you. Like, you're trying to trap the citizens inside of Iran while we're about to carry out a full-on like bombardment. That's a little fucked up. I mean, and you're also saying so we should bomb the bridges, all the railroads leading out and inside of Iran, thus affecting the people as well. But don't worry, they'll be okay. They'll be dead soon because we're going to completely bombard the country, right? Yeah, I don't know about that. I trust me. I get the strategy. Like, of course, knock out their routes in and outside the country so they can't get no delivery from Russia and China. And trust me, yeah, I get the military strategy, but the people.
And it's sort of militarily quarantine the country, and then we would open the Straits of Hormuz and make certain it stays open, and finally conduct covert operations. After this operation, I think, what I'm describing to you, there's only a piece of it. Can't get into all the details here, but it would be so comprehensive that it would likely put the regime on a path to its eventual collapse.
So we're going to bomb every bridge and every railroad going out the country. Okay. I mean, they can still go through air, but it is what it is. Okay, so when we do that, we choke off the country. How does that stop them from still firing off their missiles and drones, even though we didn't so-called choked off the country? And I mean, if we choke off the country, don't you think they're going to really escalate things to start really taking out, critical things in the region, water salination centers, energy plants, oil refineries? Don't you think they're just going to start destroying all of that in our attempt to do that? Like, come on. I think they're just going to, and that's the thing though. They say this as if Iran is just going to take this laying down. It's kind of insane. It's like, y'all speaking of this plan as if Iran's not, it's just going to sit there and take it. And I wish that would be the reality, but like, come on now. Y'all thought Iran was going to sit there and take it while we bombed them. You thought they weren't going to close the strait, but look where we are. So now you're going to sit there and think that we can bomb Iran into isolation and they're just going to sit there and take it. Okay. I mean, good luck with that.
But one of the things we should also do after the operation is over and when straits are open is continue to press covert operations in there to undermine the regime and assist the people. I think that remains a realistic option to accomplish this.
By bombing the bridges and railroads that they would need to leave Iran, that's how you're helping them? I mean, he said it, not me. He's like, he said it in the same breath too. In the same segment, he said, you know what? I want to bomb all the bridges and railroads to isolate them in to help the Iranian people to stand up against the regime. And it's just like, so you're going to lock them in with the killer regime? I mean, that's wild. And then also, what if they want to leave while you're, bombarding and trying to make their country completely unlivable? I mean, they can't leave. So what, they're just going to sit there and suffer and die? Like, did you really think about this, like, in a humanitarian sense? I know in a military sense, he thought about it for sure. But what about in a humanitarian sense? Like, we're not barbarians here.
Signed goals the president had at the very beginning. Remember? Strategic goals, no nuclear weapon, take Iran off the board as a predator in the region that it has been for 47 years. I don't think we're going to get there diplomatically. It's not because I favor the military operation. I'm just looking at the facts. It's almost 4 months. The straits aren't open, and we're not any closer to a nuclear deal. Let's get this over with. And we're going to have a spike in prices for sure. It'll be temporary. It'll eventually go down. And I think that would be somewhat beneficial for those who are concerned about the...
Yeah, I'm about to be like, all right, bro. So once again, you're hitting us with the short-term pain for long-term gain. And I mean, that ain't been working out lately. So you're now going to try to hit us with the same logic again. Or I guess the same phrase. All right, I would have to really push them on that. I mean, so how long do you expect this to last? Because you're telling Americans that, all right, yeah, you're going to have to deal with skyrocketing energy prices, gas prices, food prices, because the fertilizer also gets through there as well. Yeah, you're going to have to deal with all that. I'm like, okay, great. For how long though? Because if this keeps dragging on, you just be like, don't worry, Americans, hold out a little longer. I know wages ain't go up not too much, but them prices sure did. But don't worry, hold on. We're making sure that Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon. That, you know, we have no proof that it was ever going towards or a weapons program or anything. But trust me, bro, we got you on this.
Political concerns, and they're realistic. I understand that, dealing with midterm elections and some of the economic strain, but that would be temporary.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, just to clarify, General Keane, are you talking, when you say covert operations and you bring back Israel into the mix, how would that benefit the United States? Are you talking about Mossad? Are you talking about using Israel for covert operations along with the kinetic stuff?
Yeah, certainly. Well, I'm making the assumption, Trace, that the CIA and the Mossad work together right now to put as much pressure on the regime covertly, and also working with leadership groups of Iranians inside the country, and certainly get considerably more aggressive with a lot more leverage when you're putting maximum pressure on the regime.
I'm gonna tell you what they really do. They really get like the outcasts of the country, like, you know, the refugees that don't get no benefits from the state. Yeah, they're kind of just left out there in the outskirts of Iran to survive for themselves. And these are very vulnerable people to, well, the Mossad and the CIA, because all you gotta do is walk up to them, offer a little bit of money, and then also, you know, talk them up a little bit. It's like, hey, yo, man, they did you dirty. It's like, yo, country got destroyed. You coming over here, they don't even want to give you no benefits, no real work opportunity. You out here just trying to survive out in the desert. But look, man, I'm here from the Mossad, and I got about a good 20K in American cash for you. And all you gotta do is take this gun and go ahead and try to overthrow the government that's low-key doing you dirty. I mean, it's a pretty good pitch. I'm not gonna lie.
Comprehensive is what I just described. Every single day, 24/7, not just the 2-hour attack that we saw last night, but this is daylight attacks, night attacks, and they're going on for a couple of weeks. A lot more pressure covertly can be applied to help break this regime apart. Can't get into the details of all of that, but just use our imagination. You can think through what our capabilities are, and we have done this in other places ourselves in other countries, and certainly the Mossad has had huge impact inside the regime through the years.
Yeah, General,
that's true.
Great to have you on. Great insight as always. We appreciate
that protest that Iran killed like 3,000 to 7,000 protesters in. That was set off by the Mossad and the CIA. Yep, like I said, we came in there, we gave the agitators guns, and they start firing off at the police. So, and yeah, that's pretty much how that popped off. I know it wasn't this whole, oh no, they was all mad about the government. No, we just put guns in the right people's hands and they caused the problem.
Appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Be sure to like and
all right, guys, let's go ahead and get over to the next video here. I think let's go ahead and get into Egypt. Iran war widens as Egypt and Saudi Arabia get pulled in, because Saudi Arabia did join us in a joint strike against an Iran-backed Iraqi militia group, and when we hit them, we took out about 20 of them, guys. And here's a problem: they're not just going to take that sitting down, so now they might just be all in. So congrats, guys. Now Iraq has joined the fight. I mean, bro, it is a regional war. I mean, guys, Israel's going at it with Lebanon. I mean, and then you got Iran in the USA. I mean, you got Russia and China helping out Iran. Then you got Iran pretty much giving orders to Yemen. And then they're going to start giving orders to Iraq to engage their attacks now. Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and getting into it too. It's like, God damn, damn near the entire Middle East is involved. But all right, let's get to the next video. Oh, yeah, and any question, comments, jokes, or disagreements, guys, please super chat it in, or go ahead and send a gift to support the show, guys. All right, let's get right into it here.
The last 24 hours have seen the war widen, this time to Egypt, where a drone hit the port of Damietta, setting 2 ships there on fire. It's the first time that country has been targeted in the war. No one has claimed responsibility, and today Iran's foreign ministry urged vigilance against what it called false flag operations designed to undermine regional peace. The foreign minister also warned Cyprus and Bulgaria against allowing the U.S. to use their bases to launch attacks on Iran. In another sign of expanding hostilities, Saudi Arabia...
It's actually crazy, though, because Iran, they said they were about to attack, Ukraine, but Ukraine pretty much rushed an apology, which was kind of pathetic, because it's just like, so hold on. You pretty much attack an Iranian vessel in the Caspian Sea and somebody dies, And now you're just gonna what? You're just gonna run with your tail between your legs and be like, "Oh, LeBron, I'm sorry. Please don't attack me. Oh, please." It's like, what was the point of you even committing to this? I thought you was all in, Zelensky, with your dumb ass. You shouldn't have did it in the first place, but at least if you were gonna do it, you should have followed through. But like I said, he really did it to just look good for Bibi and Trump.
For the first time in this war, joined the U.S. in a strike against Iranian-backed militias inside Iraq.
How big is this getting?
Bigger and bigger, and it's moving almost inexorably toward the west. Think a Western front. We talked about that in World War II. Here it is, the Red Sea, the Suez Canal, owned and operated by Egypt, strikes on Jordan. And the Iranians are also threatening NATO partners, saying, whatever you do, NATO partners, don't allow your bases to be used for strikes against us.
Yeah.
So we're seeing a kind of inexorable movement to
now. What they're pretty much saying is like, yeah, if you guys use any of these U.S. bases to attack us, you're greenlit, and we will attack you. If you got the airships launching from your base, you're greenlit. And guess what? It's gotten to the point where there are countries pretty much threatening the U.S. like, look, if you keep this up, we just won't let you use our air bases or your military bases in our land no more. And that's just going to have to be that, because that's the only way we're going to be able to save our country from completely being decimated by Iran. Because sadly, they cannot stop Iran's missiles and drones from hitting their infrastructure. I mean, like I said, bro, we can't protect their infrastructure and our bases at the same time. It's really going to drain us out. And I think we can all understand that.
the west here, Brianna, and it's very worrisome. Here's the play. The Iranians are pulling in as many of the Arab states as they can, hoping that they, the Arab states, will turn around, put pressure on the U.S. to pull out. I think it's going to backfire on them. And I'll close with this. I am seeing pretty credible reporting that the Saudis are trying to put together a coalition of Arab states in order to push back on this Red Sea challenge they're facing. So I don't think this is going to work for Iran, but that's the game they're playing.
And you also are looking at Iran reiterating the Strait of Hormuz is going to remain closed. You have 14 mostly regional countries backing that maritime defense alliance that's supposed to protect the shipping routes, the global trade. What is the future of global shipping through all of these?
No, it's so funny though. I did hear about that, and I was hearing a lot of people read out the list, and I'm just like, bro, there's really nobody of any real importance in this whole naval alliance to open back up the the Bab Mandeb Strait. There is like, I'm not really sure how they're gonna get it done, guys, but I mean, maybe they can do it. Hopefully, Iran don't start sending them those kamikaze speedboats and those little drone submarines. It's like, I mean, that's the last thing we need out there in the Bab Mandeb Strait or in the Red Sea. But let's see how this works out for them.
Regional waterways look like, in your view?
You've put your finger on why all this matters beyond the...
Hey, man, shout out to my man Galactic. He said 1.5 per year set. He's like, that's what the Pentagon wants now. Imagine how much that money could be spent solving problems in America. Oh, bro, trust me, it hurts my heart every single time. Like, a lot of people don't understand that the military spending that we do is atrocious, and all the stuff we could have got done with it for less. Oh, I'm telling you, bro, we could have had like high-speed railways at this point. Like, I could have got from Ohio to California in 4 fucking hours if we just wasn't overspending on military. Maybe, hopefully that'd be one of the projects we start. And then here's the also sad reality of it as well. They want more money for a war they can show us no results in. And that's just killing me, because it's like, guys, we invested in this military. You went out there and did some bullshit in Iran. You didn't complete none of the goals in Iran. And now you're coming back asking us for more money that for a war that you have set. Well, honestly, you have not satisfied any goals in, but you want more money from us. It's like, yeah, maybe you guys should kind of draw this back a little bit. I'm like, look, you spent about $120 billion on Tomahawk missiles, and it's not doing you no good. So, I mean, what can we honestly do for you? Like, give you more money to waste in this war that doesn't look like we're going to win? I don't know, guys. That's a lot of trust, man, to put in the military that ain't giving us too much results right now. And trust me, I love our soldiers, but I'm not really trusting the leadership right now.
Pretty obvious day-to-day impact on the global economy of shutting down a major strait. Why it really matters is, broadly speaking, are we going to preserve freedom of the high seas? Are we?
Oh yeah, shout out to my man Galactic. Let me go ahead and give you your celebration.
Razor blade in your mouth, green stuff in your stuff, Philly blunts in your purse, but that ain't enough. Turning liquor bottles up with your main as we give. Turn right, turn left, each corner take a sip. Say what's up to the big pussy clicking Hyde Park, Lerner and the Nora and those who got hard.
Yeah, but shout out to my man Galactic, because I ain't gonna lie, you definitely cooked with that one. And it's a very irritating fact that, a lot of Americans kind of just play off, but let's be real, that is a crazy problem here. We do overspend on military when we could be spending it on, I don't know, education, infrastructure, I don't know, new tech to better our energy infrastructure. I'm just saying there's better things we could be doing besides crashing out on Iran. I mean, just think about it. Just think about it.
Going to preserve transit rights through straits around the world? Are we going to protect our Suez Canal, Panama Canal, and other areas of the oceans that are so crucial to trade? So I think, again, you're going to see Iran's efforts here backfire. It'll lead to the coalition that you and I just talked about of Arab states. But what I'm hoping for, Brianna, is the Europeans who, after the United States and perhaps China.
Bro, if you're really about to tell me there's about to be a regional naval war in the Red Sea, that is crazy. But I mean, I can see it. I can see it. Those countries do need it open. And if the Saudis do, and not the Saudis, but if the Houthis were to do a complete blockade, then we're really going to have a problem. Because right now they're just making sure the Saudi ships don't go through. But let's be real, that also affects the other countries as well. I don't even know why Egypt. And here's the thing, Egypt, I think somebody tried to false flag them into this because they make money off all these boats using the Suez Canal. So I could see Egypt going like, I don't care, man. Tell the Houthis to keep it up. We making money this way. But one of their ships got struck. So, things are a bit sus right now. People were trying to blame Iran, but even Egypt came out and said, no, it wasn't Iran, and you're not going to drag us into it. But we're not going to tell you who it is. So they're being pretty hush-hush about it right now.
China had the third most powerful combination of warships. Will the Europeans come into this alongside the U.S. to reopen this strait? I'm hoping that is what happens. And that would be, in that case, a real strategic mistake by the Iranians to broaden this conflict.
And speaking of Europe, Iran's foreign minister actually warned two European countries, Cyprus and Bulgaria, against allowing the U.S. military to use their bases. How much ability does Iran have to back up those kind of warnings?
Bruh.
Limited, but not completely benign, meaning if you look at the ranges of their maximalist ballistic missiles, in theory, they could reach all the way to Eastern Europe, Bulgaria, or into the Eastern Mediterranean, where the nation of Cyprus, not a NATO member, by the way, but a European Union member, sits. So again, Iran is pushing at the Arab world to the west. Now we're seeing them push toward the European world even further. Ultimately, I think this will backfire on the mullahs in Tehran. I hope it does.
Today, China's foreign minister dismissed reports from Reuters that Beijing is sending 300 to 400 shoulder-fired air defense missile launchers to Iran. That's according to the country's state-run news agency. U.S. intel had indicated that China was preparing to deliver new air defense systems to Iran. So I think that there was this.
It's kind of crazy that nobody expected that. Well, honestly, it's crazy that the administration, because I feel like everybody in the chat expected China and Russia to low-key get involved and low-key use Iran as a proxy against the U.S. Why? Because, I mean, we're kind of doing the same thing with Ukraine to Russia, and China, we're kind of keeping them away from, unification with Taiwan that they've been pushing for oh so long. So why wouldn't they push this war that's constantly weakening us and embarrassing us on the world stage? Why wouldn't they do so? And why wouldn't they sit there, take notes of all of the bombs that we're dropping, of how our aircrafts are moving, and then go ahead and upgrade their technology and send it to Iran and see how that works out? Why wouldn't they do that as our biggest adversary? I mean, come on now.
Expectation of that. That's what CNN's reporting
I mean,
has been.
guys,
What kind
that's
of
what kills me the most too. Is like we literally left ourselves vulnerable to our biggest like adversaries in the world, which is China and Russia, like the closest superpowers to us, or the closest country to us in power. I mean, we literally put ourselves at risk for a war with Iran that's gaining us nothing, and it was really offers really interest so we can destabilize Iran, so Israel can pretty much take over the region, create greater Israel. And I'm not going to go into the whole damn prophecy or the eschatology of it for now, but you kind of see my point here is that this is not within our interest, and it's only taken away from our greater interest or taken away from our adversaries that we should be focusing on a little bit more. And here's the thing, we don't got to get into a war to actually focus on our adversaries, because China's kind of trying to kick our ass technological wise and economically. If we just focus on the right things, we can handle that without a war. Russia, I mean, to be honest with you, I mean, we should probably just stop that war between them and Ukraine and get the energy market running back up again. Like, to be quite honest with you, none of these conflicts benefit us, not even supporting Ukraine with Russia, and definitely not us being here with Iran.
concerns does this raise for you? What does this look like?
It's not just the package of potential shoulder-fired missiles, whether that's a good piece of intel or less assured. But what it ought to worry all of us is if China is going to line up alongside Iran to the degree of providing military-grade hardware or even, Brianna, components that go into it, that's extremely worrisome because it gives Tehran a lifeline. It's the phone a friend concept. Tehran worked closely with Russia. If Beijing starts to step in alongside Russia, supporting Tehran, we'll have a bigger problem that could, final thought, bleed over into the Pacific as well.
What the president could do is what he might be uncomfortable doing, and that's asking for help. If you have those Asian allies that need the strait to be open, you have Europe partially dependent on Middle East oil. You have all the Gulf states.
Bro, they're all telling us to stop, though. It's like, so this whole, oh no, like we must call the alliance or whatever, like, or we must all assemble. And it's like, no, bro, that's not going to happen when they want us to stop the war. Bro, most of these countries believe that we're in an illegal war. Why would they want to join us in a war that they feel is illegal? So really think about that before you say it, my friend, because none of these countries are really going to be like tagging up to join us besides Israel. That's it. And Saudi Arabia, and really maybe the Gulf countries, because their assets are at stake. But these Asian countries and these European countries are looking at us going like, bro, we're not about to get involved in a war you popped off and risk our military assets and our servicemen as well. I mean, you got it. You started it. You got to crash out and finish it. And I can respect that position. I'm be real with you.
It's at play here, as well as Israel, a major coalition to do two things: to pressure the Iranians diplomatically with one full-throated voice, but also to exact economic sanctions on the Iranians, because we know their pressure point, maybe not so much as their military, it's their economy. That has to happen. But Jim, I think ultimately, this, as General Gibson says, this is going to be a war of attrition. We're going to have to grind down their military, but they're not going to give in anytime soon.
Well, but Ambassador, there's another credibility question, too, because deals with this president, I think one could reasonably say, don't always hold up. Ask the Saudis about the nuclear deal. The president seems to be raising questions about his promise to allow Ukraine to build interceptors under license. Ask any U.S. trading partner about trade deals negotiated in the last months and several years. Why would Iran calculate rationally that if it negotiates with this president, that any deal will hold?
Well, I think General Gibson is right. The Iranians are going to wait us out. They think they're tougher and more resilient than we are, and they don't have midterm elections and public opinion to contend with. Nope. So I think that's a factor here. That's why I think, Jim, your question is
no, they got elections, but here's the thing, though. Their president isn't the supreme power in the land. It's the Ayatollah. The Ayatollah and the Ayatollah, yeah, you're right. They don't like the Ayatollah, but guess what? The Ayatollah and the religious clerks pick all of the presidential candidates that the Iranian people actually vote for in the millions.
Good one. I don't think the Iranians are going to trust commitments made by Steve Witkoff or Jared Kushner or President Trump himself. It's why you need to internationalize this conflict a bit to get other countries that the Iranians do care about to come in with economic sanctions. The Saudis have this idea just floated today of a coalition to try to secure shipping channels in the Red Sea. The British and French have been talking for well more than a year about a coalition of countries that would come in to the Hormuz eventually, if there is a permanent ceasefire or a durable one, to escort ships through the straits. So the U.S. simply cannot succeed on its own. It needs help from the allies.
Yeah, but I'm gonna be real with you. Our allies are looking at us like, bro, you guys are the strongest military in the world, strongest Navy, all that good stuff, Air Force, all that good stuff. If you can't do it, no one can. Okay, that's how they're looking at us right now. You know what? I somewhat agree. I mean, we are the strongest military, so I mean, if we can't do it, then what makes you think that they can do it? Well, if they tag in with us, I don't think so. I don't think so. Besides, what else targets can they hit? I mean, they would literally have to join us on a boots on the ground operation to take out these underground military bases and underground missile silos and all that good stuff. So, I mean, what's the plan here? Because they can join us in strikes, but like I said, a lot of this stuff is underground, and that's what they're using to pretty much fire off these rockets still. So what are we going to do about that? Because trust me, if we can't reach them, they can't either. They don't got bunker busters. We do. And our bunker busters can barely reach these underground facilities. So what made you think that them coming along is going to do anything? They're just going to be sitting there wasting their munitions that they buy from us. I know. Imagine that.
President Trump is sending a message to Iran and their back proxies by teaming up with Saudi Arabia to strike militia groups over in Iraq after a string of attacks on American forces. But who are these groups? Let me give you an overview. First off, obviously, this is where the money comes from. This is the area in which they're located. You got about 10 Shiite groups that really came into prominence after we invaded, yes, but mostly after we pulled out during the Obama administration and left the void. In come these Iranian militias to actually to put down the push of ISIS, and they stayed. So about 10 groups, 50,000. Who are the biggest groups? Well, here's one of them, the Kataib Hezbollah. Yes, affiliated with Hezbollah. They got the most rockets. They seem to, if they were...
Well, guys, make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate the support, by the way. And if you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, make sure to super chat it in, or you can go ahead and send a Venmo as well, guys. Appreciate the support. And like I said, do not forget to smash that like button. But all right, though, let's get right back into it.
If anybody was to hit Jordan, you would think this group is the group to actually do it because they're the most armed up. Then you have this group with Al-Haq, named after one of these guys. He was also arrested. He was jailed. He was let out. He forms a group. And this Al-Khazali is trying to become part of the political process and soften his image, but being part of a militia is not helpful. We do now have an Iraqi leader that wants to be affiliated with us and keep these guys under control. They're going to have the armaments and the army to do exactly that because Iran backs them. Another reason why you want to diminish Iran's power, that's when these guys stop being funded. And then,
but I mean, here's the thing, though. This is going to pop off a civil war, though, because I mean, if we're saying that we're about to go against these guys because they got a leader now, a president that visited the White House. If we're saying that, yeah, we got a president on our side and they don't like that, then yeah, we're going to pop off a civil war in Iraq. But I mean, hey, at least we're not involved this time. But that's not a good thing, though. And be real with you. I mean, us not being involved is a good thing, but popping off a civil war in Iraq, I mean, that's kind of fucked up. And here's the thing: we're only doing it to try to weaken the proxies out there. You know, I mean, hey, look, I feel the strategy. I mean, I get the objective. I feel the objective: weaken their proxy. But the method we're using is a bit wild right now. It's like, okay, I get it. Like, why not just strike? Like, why not just us and Saudi just strike these guys? They can't really hit us back. They have no air force. They just got guns and drones. So, like, we don't really got to worry about these guys that much. I mean, we could just sit there and air campaign them. But doing this and pretty much saying that, oh, no, their government should disown them and all that good stuff. Yeah, bro, we're about to get that president assassinated, possibly. God forbid, though.
Of course, Hezbollah stops being funded and Hamas gets diminished. They become weaker and hopefully less effective. And the Badr organization, named after an Ayatollah, was killed during Saddam's reign. This group was once affiliated with al-Sadr. They are somebody that's somewhat formidable. So having said all that, and knowing that they had everything to do with Jordan and our base being rocketed in Jordan, where do we go from here? Let's bring in former CENTCOM Director of Intelligence, Lieutenant General Karen Gibson joins us now. Lieutenant General, we hit last night. We hit a series of targets, but there's no word yet on how effective these hits have been or how effective those 14 days of hits were.
That's right. When I look at what an adversary might do, the options that are available, I look at two things. One, what is their desire, their intent, their stated will, what they seek to accomplish, and then what is their capability to do that. And when you think back to Iran's current stated will and intent, which is to continue to control the Strait of Hormuz, to enable some kind of mechanism where they sustain that control, and they are doing that through these drone and missile strikes against commercial shipping. Our many strikes have not eliminated that capacity. And frankly, although we've degraded it significantly, it's been tactically significant, truly eliminating it totally is darn near impossible. It's an incredibly high bar. I think that's what Admiral Cooper was saying. And then the second side, what is their desired will and intent? These strikes that CENTCOM has conducted very proficiently, there's no evidence that they've done anything to move the needle on the IRGC and the Iranian Islamic Republic's desire to control the strait. So,
I mean, yeah, because here's the thing. Our CIA already came in and said, like, look, Trump, most likely this bombing campaign is not going to make the Iranians surrender. So what are we going to do? Because apparently you can blow up their power plants and bridge, and apparently they're still going to be like, no, we're not surrendering. We're still going to fire off whatever missiles and drones we can. And all you got to do is be able to just fire off 1 or 2 missiles into the strait to control it. It's very easy to lock down, very hard to open up. I mean, that's what we're realizing now.
So both capability and intent still not entirely changed.
And let's take a look at the map, the Strait of Hormuz and the Bab el-Mandab Strait, which is basically the Red Sea. The Houthis are creating havoc there, which has forced us to use the Suez Canal, which I understand is not really able to take the huge tankers. And then the Strait of Hormuz, people are making pipelines rapidly to go around it. But I hear the frustration in your voice. But evidently, Admiral Cooper does have a plan to do maximum damage on the people closing these straits, and that's the IRGC. With the IDF, are you convinced that we can make the impression to truly cut their legs out substantially if we could factor in the IDF and who knows what Gulf states be willing to take action too, without going with ground troops?
Well,
so the goal is to pretty much dogpile on Iran, pretty much. I mean, okay. Like I said, we're putting the entire Middle East at risk with this one. I mean, they better not be able to fire back, or because let's be real, we know where they're going to fire back at. Key infrastructure throughout the Gulf. So if we're going to do this, we better make sure Iran cannot fire back whatsoever. They can't get no drones off or anything. Or we are going to get, or I'm going to be real with you, the Middle East is going to be cooked if we're hitting power plants and bridges.
Yeah, no, not necessarily. I mean, I think certainly this is probably what we will try, and we will, again, degrade the IRGC. But earlier in the program, you talked about the split between the political entity, more moderates who might be willing to reach some kind of accommodation, and the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps who are not. Let's be clear. It's the security state that is actually running Iran right now. Without the IRGC, the political arm would be nothing. Let's remember some 85, 90% of Iranians want a change to the government.
Actually, that's not true. Actually, the IRGC is controlled by the Ayatollah, and the Ayatollah only has a call in there. Well, in who gets to pretty much run for president. Him and the religious clerics pick that. So to pretty much sit there and say that, oh no, the Iranian people don't get no say, no nothing, or the IRGC is controlling everything. Well, be real with you. Now they are, since this war popped off, it's under military control, as all countries fall under when they're being struck or they're engaged. Well, when they're being struck. But here with the IRGC, no, their government is actually separate from the people. The IRGC doesn't really engage in the affairs of the government. It only engages in like social affairs with the people and carry out the will of the Ayatollah. And I mean, believe it or not, even the Ayatollah only gets one vote in these presidential elections. But I mean, hey, he had a hand in picking out all of the candidates. So it's somewhat of a democracy, but not really. Not really. I mean, hey, they got an election.
Without the security state to prop them up, the political entity would not exist. And anyone who doubts the commitment.
No, like I said, if you took out the IRGC, yeah, it's separate from the government. They would still have their president, their parliament, all that good stuff would still be there. Unless, we were going to go ahead and take out those politicians or those religious clerics as well.
Of the IRGC to the survival of the state as it is need only look back to January when they willingly gunned down tens of thousands of their own citizens on, camera for the world to see. That's how committed they are. So it will take a lot to convince or change the minds of the men leading Iran who see this as an existential fight for the survival of their state.
Right.
At least you didn't say, oh, the 40, 50,000. No, hundreds of thousands. No, that's true, though. I just hate when people try to sit there and like over exaggerate the numbers. Like, guys, it's about 3,000 to 7,000 people that died in that protest, or that protest that tried to turn into a revolution. About 3,000 to 7,000. Those are the only verified numbers we got. Anybody who's saying that 30, 40, 50, 60,000, yeah, you're running off propaganda, my friend.
I just don't think it's worth talking to anybody but the IRGC. There's no sense of talking to the foreign minister, the prime minister, the president. They have no power. And I don't care. I don't believe there are any good guys we should be talking to. We just got to talk to the guys with the guns, who, by the way, keep hanging those protesters. They hung 2 more yesterday.
That is true.
Thanks so much, Lieutenant General. We'll look forward to seeing.
No, that is true. They locked up a lot of people for ties to the Mossad because, let's be real. The Mossad is who popped this off. The Mossad is who pretty much gave these people their weapons and knives as well. Because, guys, there were videos of police officers literally being like chopped up in pieces. It was absolutely insane. And they executed the young man that did that as well. Fox News showed him as an innocent wrestler, but no, they actually had this kid on camera chopping up a policeman. So I'm just like, yeah, that's going to get you.
What Admiral Cooper comes up with, and hopefully he gets in the room to pitch the president directly and doesn't have to go through somebody else, because that's been the problem in the past. Appreciate it. Be sure to like.
All right, now let's get into some international media and let's see what they're saying, because we'll see here. We got Kuwait says Iranian attacks hit Chinese company building. Chinese company building, killing 1 worker.
Ministry of Defense, meanwhile, says an Iranian strike there has hit a building in the country's north. In a statement, the ministry spokesperson said Iranian aggression targeted a building belonging to a Chinese company in the north of the country, resulting in the death of 1 worker and causing significant material damage to the building. Let's go to Victoria Gatenby live here in Doha. So what are we hearing about this latest attack from the Kuwaiti authorities?
Well, we've had a statement from the official spokesman for the Kuwait's Ministry of Defense, in which they say a building was targeted by Iran. That building was Chinese owned. It doesn't say in the statement whether it was targeted by a missile or a drone, but what it does say is that at least 1 worker has been killed and there has been significant material damage to that building. The authorities now trying to secure that area and deal with the aftermath. Now, Kuwait has been one of those countries alongside Bahrain and Jordan that really has been relentlessly targeted by the Iranians over the past 2 weeks. Iran saying it is targeting U.S. military assets.
Yeah, and here's the thing, though. Iran is ready to make these countries pretty much like unlivable. Because if you take out the water desalination center, with some of these countries, they rely on it. Either 40% of their water or 99% of their water comes from these water desalination plants. And if they don't have them, plus if they don't got no energy either, because their energy plants will probably be destroyed, then it's just a desert wasteland. And it's 120 to 140 degrees damn near on the daily. So it's just like, it's unlivable now. And that's what Iran could do to the Middle East.
In those countries, but certainly.
Oh, yes, of course, there would be, a huge famine as well. That's going to cause like civil wars and all that good stuff. But hey, and it's going to be causing a huge refugee spike as well. And they're going to be coming to your country. Yep. So all of you guys that, hate immigration, you hate the Muslims and all this good stuff. Well, guess what? If we do destabilize the Middle East, these Muslims will be coming to a country near you. Actually, they'll be coming to your country, especially if you're in Europe or America.
Kuwait has pushed back on that and has accused Iran of targeting civilians and civilian infrastructure. Now, this attack on Kuwait comes just hours after Jordan's army said that it had intercepted and destroyed 5 missiles in its airspace that had been launched from Iran. It's still confirming no casualties, but it says its armed forces remain on high alert and are ready to defend the country's sovereignty and the safety of its citizens. Now, in this region, there is concern that there is the potential for this conflict to broaden and to drag other countries into it, particularly because on Wednesday, Saudi Arabia's eastern province was attacked. That's where a lot of its oil facilities are based. And in retaliation for that attack, Saudi Arabia and the US launched coordinated strikes on what it said were Iran-backed groups inside Iraq. So certainly GCC countries want to avoid any escalation and are working hard, we're told, behind the scenes to try and de-escalate and try and bring these two sides back together to talk and try and find some kind of peaceful solution forward.
And all right, now let's get over to Fox News and let's see what they're saying about this. Shocking report, Iran could be getting Chinese missile launchers. And I'm like, yeah, of course. Why wouldn't China take this opportunity to, dwindle our resources by pretty much carrying on this war? Helping Iran carrying on this war. And I mean, look what Russia's doing. They're giving them satellite images. They're giving them components for their missiles. And so is China, actually. They're kind of both put it in on this war. They're pretty much using Iran as a proxy to take us on and to weaken us. I mean, and through our low munitions, they're kind of succeeded. Because now, we can't even give interceptor missiles to Ukraine anymore. And if we actually needed to help protect Taiwan, we can't. And we've already cut off weapon shipments to Taiwan because of this war.
And a concerning story here, Iran could be getting a major package from China, with the regime reportedly set to receive Chinese shoulder-launched missile systems. Chief National Security Correspondent Jennifer Griffin reports live in D.C. for us this afternoon. Jennifer, what are we hearing?
I think they already got them, guys. It's too late. They already had them. That's how they got the F-35 pretty much scraped. Not shot down, but scraped to where it pretty much had to make an emergency landing.
Bring on this.
Well, Bill, President Trump says he'd be surprised if reporting that Iran is set to receive 400 Chinese-made shoulder-fired air defense missile launchers is true. The reported $60 to $70 million purchase, exclusively reported by Reuters, would mark the first direct evidence that Iran was receiving help to rebuild its short-range air defenses after the U.S. and Israel took out its air defenses as part of Epic Fury. China's foreign ministry is denying the report, and President Trump questioned whether it is true based on past conversations he has had with China's President Xi, who is slated to visit the White House on September 24th.
Well, that would be surprising. Things like that happen, but that would be surprising. He told me very strongly he wouldn't partake, and he knows I'd be quite disappointed.
The relevant reports are inconsistent with the facts. And
wait, you believe them? Like, why wouldn't our biggest adversary try to ruin us economically? Why wouldn't they want to, speed up our decline by getting us into a war that's making us spend billions of dollars, use up our munition that, we won't be able to use against them if they try to take Taiwan? Why wouldn't they do this? Why wasn't this already in y'all thinking?
Completely groundless.
China buys roughly 90% of Iran's exported crude oil. The majority of those exports go to small, privately owned refineries located along China's east coast. The U.S. Treasury calls them teapot refineries due to their size. They are more willing than the large state-owned oil companies to risk evading sanctions. Iran uses the revenue from Chinese oil exports to finance its military and build weapons.
Iran is directly in China's sphere of influence. They get a lot of their oil from there at a discounted price that they can't get on the open market. That illustrates how important Iran is to China.
Unlike China's giant state-owned refiners, these two teapot refineries operate on much thinner profit margins, have fewer international financial ties, and are more willing to take sanctions risks. China has an interest in keeping Iran's...
I mean, yeah, not only do they have an economic interest, but I mean, there's also we can just watch America use all of their like military tech, and we can just sit there, take notes, and better our weaponry. Like, there's also that as well. Like, they have a lot of I would say, they have a lot of pros to honestly keep this war going. Like, here's the thing: China ain't suffering from the strait being closed. They getting their oil through. They're able to go through the blockade from an agreement that we worked out with them. And I mean, they cool with us and they cool with Iran. So China ain't suffering. And Russia, I mean, they got their own little oil. They got their own strategic stockpile that they're running low on, but they still got it. So we're talking about two countries that honestly don't really need the strait, and they're Iran's biggest buyers.
Oil flowing. Right now, the U.S. military is blocking any ships trying to reach an Iranian port, including Chinese oil tankers. Bill?
Jennifer Griffin live in Washington for us this afternoon. Jen, thank you.
All right, let's bring in retired Air Force Brigadier General John Teichert. Thank you very much, General, for joining us here today. Going back to Steve's reporting there, 5 days of calm now appears to be long gone. Where are things going here?
Sandra, I appreciate that we had to strike back because Iran tried to kill Americans in Jordan a couple of nights ago. But I don't think more strikes on the same types of targets are going to change the strategic calculus of the regime. All it's going to do is deplete weapon stockpiles and not achieve our strategic objectives. I think the president and his advisors need to take a step back and use fewer weapons against more significant targets like regime targets or economic targets to actually start moving the needle and helping us achieve our strategic objectives.
All right. Well, the Wall Street Journal on the 2-week plan for Iran says this: the U.S. commander with a 2-week plan to escalate strikes in Iran, he could greenlight Cooper's, and that's a reference to Admiral Cooper, head of U.S. Central Command. He could greenlight Cooper's option of 10 to 14 days of intensive airstrikes intended to cripple Iran's missile capability, despite warnings that the U.S. is running low on air defensive munitions. Or he could opt for a more limited military strike in the hopes diplomacy could be pursued. It seems we've been here before in this conflict. And when you have somebody suggesting an option that includes more diplomacy and hope for it, should we have hope that that could actually happen, or does this need to be a more specific and amped up military strike?
Well, of course, he's going to say we need to amp it up. We need to hit them so hard that they can't throw a punch back. I mean, that just seems to be their strategy every time, just to recycle bad ideas. Like, we hit him hard last time with Epic Fury. I mean, what, was that not enough? Are you saying that all that damage that we did was just over exaggerated? Because that's exactly what it was. Yes, they pretty much lied to you about the results of Epic Fury. They said that they dwindled down their missile capability. That was a lie. They said they pretty much destroyed their Navy. That was a lie. But they did manage to destroy a bunch of old aircrafts. Yeah, a bunch of old jets from the 60s and 70s. But yeah, that's the only real thing they actually destroyed, like, conclusively. Like, we know for sure that they ain't using those. But hey, they still using those rockets. Or the missiles, they're still using the drones, they still got the regime, and they still got the strait. So yeah, the results of Epic Fury were pretty much over exaggerated.
Sandra, we've now seen several cycles of Iran indicating bad faith words and bad faith actions. I don't think that we can trust them to follow through on any deal because they didn't follow through on the previous deals. But I also think Admiral Cooper gets it wrong a little bit, which is that we don't need to strike more military targets because you're never going to drive the threat to zero. You need to strike at the heart of the regime, the things that keep them in power, their sources of strength, the things.
All right. The sources of strength. Now, I wonder where he's going to go with this, because if you talk about, we need to kill the top officials again, so they could be replaced with more hardline top officials. Like, didn't we try that already and it failed? But hopefully he's not talking about that.
they value most. And I keep going back to Karg Island because you strangle the regime's resources if you strike at Karg Island. And I don't think more military targets are the answer. I don't think diplomacy is the answer. I think changing the strategic calculus by striking out at the things the regime values most is the thing we can do to best achieve our strategic objectives.
Getting the temperature of the American people, U.S. adults asked between July 23rd and July 27th in recent days on negotiating a permanent ceasefire with Iran. When asked if it's important for the U.S. to do so, 70% of respondents said it's extremely important. Just 21% said somewhat, or 7% said not at all. So that is where we are seeing things according to the latest Associated Press. Here's Tom Cotton on President Trump's.
I mean, it's extremely important because our gas price relies on it. Our fertilizer price relies on it, which translates over to what we pay in the grocery store. So, yeah, it's important to a lot of people. That's why a lot of people want the war to stop and not continue. But sadly, you got Fox News out here preaching for it to continue, but just more extensively. Or I guess more extensively.
Striking Iran earlier today on Fox. Listen.
The president was right to strike back against Iran. I think we need to continue to hit them hard. We need to keep the embargo in place, which is devastating their economy. We need to keep the Strait open to keep costs down for Arkansans and all Americans. But I'm always been very skeptical that we'll find anyone in Iran that wants a deal and has the power to make a deal.
So tie that together with that recent polling, and are we getting this right?
Sandra, I appreciate that Senator Cotton reinforced the importance of that blockade that cuts off about $6 billion a month that would otherwise flow into the pockets of the regime so they could reconstitute militarily. And I do appreciate that Americans would love a deal, but Iran is not inclined to give a deal, especially not in the types of.
No, let's be real. We just don't want to keep a deal with Iran that allows them to control the Strait, nor do we want to keep a deal with Iran that makes us have to tell Israel to back up off Lebanon. That's the main reason why we won't let this deal go through. Or my bad, we won't let the memorandum of understanding go through or even prosper in any type of way. Why? Because we don't want them to regulate or AKA control the Strait, and we don't want to tell Israel to back the F out of Lebanon. And Lord knows Israel don't want to do it anyway, which would be nice because that would have helped us. But Israel don't want to stop this war, so they're not going to get out of Lebanon. And for some reason, Trump didn't want to make them.
Targeting that they've understood in the last several months, which is why I think we've got to take a step back. And I hope the president and the prime minister of Israel did this in their discussions a couple of days ago and reassessed what are our objectives? How are we going to achieve those objectives? And I agree with Senator Cotton that I think it's going to be more and more strategic targeting than just hoping that the Iranian regime is going to make a deal.
General.
All right, guys, and make sure you guys double tap that screen and like the video, guys, or smash that like button depending on how you're watching. And make sure to support the stream by super chatting in any question, comments, jokes, or disagreements you may have, or you can go ahead and send a gift as well, guys. Appreciate the support. All right, let's get into some foreign media. This should be an interesting video. Iran versus U.S., the truth behind the 3 F-35 fighter jet claims. So let's go ahead and get into it.
Hello and good morning. I am Risheen Garland and you're watching First Post Live at 10, your straightforward look at the day's top global stories with no clutter and no spin. The headlines first. The United States imposes fresh sanctions on 6 entities and individuals in India, China and Russia over alleged links to Iran's Mahan Air. Washington says the network helped the sanctioned airlines support the IRGC's operations. Saudi Arabia announces a multinational maritime defense alliance to protect shipping and energy routes in the Red Sea. The coalition aims to secure the Bab al-Mandeb Strait and Gulf of Aden amid rise.
I'm sorry, but like, how is that gonna pop off? Because, bro, they about to get a whole lot of people killed. Like, what if the Houthis just don't back down? They start sending drones and missiles at these boats, and people start dying. Like, I don't know if this is a good idea, but I mean, all right, let's keep it going.
Houthi threats. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney condemns a shooting at a...
Really, though, this is not a good idea now that I'm thinking about it. Like, guys, if you look at a map, like, do you even know where Yemen's at, guys? Yemen is literally right there on the strait. So us even trying to go at or trying to take the Bab el-Mandeb Strait off Yemen is low-key going to be a bit hard because it is part of the territorial waters. It's like right there. And if you don't know, let me go ahead and show you a map. This over here is Yemen, as you can see. This is where the Houthis on this side of Yemen is where they reside. And over here is the Bab el-Mandeb Strait that, well, all these other countries need to make it through to bring down their shipping costs and to get, well, you know, the oil and other goods out of the Red Sea. And what we're saying is that we're going to have, what the Gulf countries are saying, they're going to have a military alliance or a naval alliance come out here and try to release this right here from the Houthis, who have all the missiles and drones along the coast here to just start firing off. It is going to be a dogfight. It's not going to be anything easy. I hope they know that.
Mosque as an appalling act of Islamophobia. Gunmen fire at the Islamic Center and damage the building, but no injuries are reported. Two senior White House officials reiterate Donald Trump's hardline immigration stance using video from Spain's Ceuta enclave. They cite scenes of hundreds of migrants crossing from Morocco to defend their administration's immigration policies.
No damn. All right,
From the rhythm of the West Asia war. In the latest, Iran claims it destroyed American fighter jets. Washington says that never happened. Iran's Revolutionary Guard says it targeted the U.S. Al Azraq Air Base in Jordan with ballistic missiles. The IRGC claims 3 U.S. F-35 fighter jets were destroyed, while 3 others were heavily damaged. It also claimed several officers along with technical and maintenance staff were killed in the strike. According to Iran's state broadcaster, the attack was carried out in response to U.S. strikes on Iran's Qasem Island. The IRGC said its missiles hit the deployment ramp and maintenance hangar where the F-35 aircraft was stationed. Iran maintains the strike caused significant damage to the base. The battle of missiles quickly turned into a battle of narratives, as Iran's claims were met with a sharp rebuttal from Washington.
No U.S. aircraft were destroyed or damaged in recent attempted Iranian attacks. All missiles and drones were intercepted or failed to reach targeted areas.
Why does the loss of an F-35 matter? Each aircraft costs well over $100 million. That's one reason. But there's another. The F-35 is one of the world's most advanced stealth fighter jets. It is designed to evade enemy radar while carrying out a wide range of combat missions. This gives its pilots capabilities that few adversaries can match. If Iran's claim holds up that the US faces not just a military setback, but a financial and strategic one. This escalation followed attacks on neighboring countries alongside Jordan as well. In Kuwait, Iran's Revolutionary Guards claimed they destroyed 2 drone hangars and a fuel storage facility at the U.S. Ali Al Salem Air Base. But these attacks did not happen in isolation. They followed a fresh wave of U.S. strikes inside Iran. According to Iranian media, U.S. missiles struck multiple locations in southern Iran, including a house on Qasem Island, as well as areas near the southwestern city of Abadan. The rhetoric from Tehran was just as sharp. Iran's parliament speaker Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf warned that United States would pay the price for the killings on Qasem Island. He also linked the incident to earlier U.S. strikes. According to Iranian authorities, those strikes killed at least 170 people at a primary school in Manab and at least 24 others at a sports hall in La Marth. The Iran war has been costly for the U.S. A Congressional Research Service report documented that the U.S. had lost or damaged at least 42 aircraft since the war began in February. Those losses include 4 F-15E Strike Eagles, 1 F-35 fighter, and a 10 ground attack aircraft, and numerous others. The war has cost the U.S. around $37.5 billion. Despite these losses, the U.S. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth.
It's really more like $100 billion, but they're willing to admit to $37 billion. But really they spent $100 billion. And here's the crazy part, though. They got to low-key bring down the numbers and not make it seem like it's much. And I'm looking at Hexef like, all right, well, we only spent $35 billion. You got a $1.5 trillion budget. I mean, what's the problem? You should have all the money you need. Like, you only spent $35 billion. I mean, you should be good. Why you need more money from us? With a budget that big, I mean, you should have all the money in the world to carry out whatever you want to do, whatever military operation you want to do. How do you need more money?
Defended the military campaign.
I can get you a ticket out to CENTCOM and talk to what those Americans are doing, how committed they are to this effort, and how they want to ensure that Iran never threatens their families with a nuclear weapon. That's the kind of intensity that our warfighters have about making sure that Iran isn't capable of doing that.
Clearly, both sides are standing by their own version of events. Iran claims it has hit high-value U.S. military targets, while the United States says its defenses held firm. As the conflict widens across the region, the battle over the narrative is now moving as fast as the fighting itself.
That's true.
Now let's turn to Israel. Questions are being raised over
Hey, shout out AJ for sending a W for 10 joules. Appreciate the support, sis. Oh, guys, like I said, if you have any question, comment, joke, disagreements, you can go ahead and super chat it in. Or if you just want to go ahead and send a gift to support the show, hey, appreciate that too.
discipline within the Israeli Defense Forces as fresh momentum builds around efforts to end the war in Gaza. A mass walkout by troops at a key army base has exposed growing tensions within the ranks. Around 100 infantry soldiers abandoned the IDF's Timan base in southern Israel, leaving their weapons behind after a dispute with their battalion commander. The row reportedly began after the commander removed decorative signs the soldiers had put up inside the base. Israeli military issued a response.
The mass walkout by troops from the Javadi Brigade's Zabur battalion is being investigated and handled by the commanders. This is an incident that is inconsistent with the values of the IDF and with what is expected of its soldiers.
Video shared online showed the several troops marching out together, chanting insults at their officers.
Damn, I mean, what's going on? What? Too many people dying in Lebanon, and then you want to drag them out to Gaza to also die as well? Like, yeah, I'd be pretty sick and tired too. The IDF gets no breaks out here in these streets. It's like as soon as you get them done in Gaza, then you drag them into strikes in Iran, and then as soon as we handle Iran for them, Bibi wants to now going into Lebanon. Yeah, they're overworked and they're stressed, and now some of them are even, unaliving themselves, sadly.
Other images from inside the base showed piles of unattended rifles and the wreckage of the toned-down signs. One of the signs carried the words Kingdom of Devils alongside a hell-themed design. The soldiers argued that the displays were part of their company's tradition, but the army said the signs contained material that mocked and humiliated new recruits. The incident has once again drawn attention to long-standing concerns within some infantry units over hazing. Now, hazing refers to the practice of older or senior soldiers humiliating, intimidating, or mistreating new recruits as part of an unofficial
I'm weak. So the most moral army in the world is acting like a frat, like acting like a fraternity, honestly. Like, really, y'all hazing people in the IDF? I mean, aren't y'all already doing enough wild stuff out there to the Palestinians and the Lebanese people? But I mean, hey, I guess the sickness runs that deep.
Or tradition. The Javati Brigade commander ordered the troops to return by 4 p.m. or face disciplinary action. By the evening, most of the troops returned. Only one platoon remained away from the base. Those who led the walkout will likely face punishment. The remaining soldiers were expected to be declared absent without official leave before being dealt with the military police.
At exactly 4 p.m., there will be a check in the company to see who has remained and returned. Anyone who has not returned will be immediately classified as AWOL. The names of soldiers who failed to show up would be forwarded to the military police for further handling.
Yeah, that's what happens when you make every Israeli citizen sign up for the military. It's like when you force them to do it, instead of trying to, use propaganda to convince them to do it, it's a little different. Or, a tragic event happened or somebody has a military family. Yeah, those motivations will have you out there, really going at it, really trying to better yourself and be disciplined. But if somebody forces you into it and they say, well, you got to do it because you're just a member of this country, we don't care how you feel, your heart might not be all the way in it. Let's just keep it real on that.
The military also stood firmly behind a brigade commander who removed the signs. In a message to his troops, he praised their courage and sacrifices during the war. But he made it clear that no amount of service could justify breaking military discipline.
In the IDF, there is no place for damage to discipline, the authority of commanders, or the fundamental norms upon which our fighting force relies. The incident will be handled with utmost seriousness by the commanders. It will be dealt with out of responsibility and care for the soldiers, but also out of a commitment to set a clear, uncompromising standard.
The incident comes as Israel is also dealing with a major diplomatic push over the war in Gaza. President Donald Trump announced that his Board of Peace had reached an agreement for the complete disarmament of Hamas and other armed groups. He described it as a major step towards ending the war.
That a lot of people have in doubt right now. And the reason why a lot of people doubt the disarmament of Hamas is because Hamas is still fighting an Israeli-backed militia group. Well, that's pretty much a bunch of Palestinians that just hate Hamas, which is rightfully so. I get it. But yeah, it's going to be kind of wild to tell Hamas to stop fighting while you're funding a militia group to go after them while still bombing Gaza, by the way. Still bombing Gaza. So far since the ceasefire, over 1,000 Palestinians have died. Since the ceasefire, due to Israeli bombing.
And paving the way for a new Palestinian administration in Gaza.
The Board of Peace reached a historic agreement for the complete disarmament of Hamas and all other armed groups in Gaza. This is a monumental step toward lasting peace and security. Disarmament would take place in phases.
Trump elaborated the execution based in phases. Israeli forces would gradually withdraw as Hamas gives up its weapons. An international stabilization force working alongside a new Palestinian police force would then oversee security in Gaza. Following the announcement, senior Hamas officials said an agreement had been reached with Israel on key issues, including weapons and the withdrawal of Israeli forces. Disarmament has long been one of the biggest obstacles to lasting ceasefire. Hamas has also said it expects mediators and the Board of Peace to ensure Israel honors its commitments under the deal. After nearly 3 years of war, the conflict now appears to be at a critical turning point. For the first time in months, diplomacy is showing signs of overtaking the battlefield. So attention is naturally now turning to Cairo. The United States, Egypt, Qatar, and Turkey are expected to meet there to discuss the next phase of the ceasefire plan and how it could be put into effect. Whether these talks finally move the conflict towards peace remains to be seen. But for now, Israel faces pressure on two fronts, maintaining discipline within its own ranks while testing whether diplomacy can succeed where years of war could not. And to our final report, the Trump administration is considering a plan to charge international students $100,000.
I'm weak. Y'all kind of weak on it. Y'all kind of late on that one. Like, Trump been doing that. But I mean, here's the thing, though. These foreign countries are a bit shocked because they're like, well, damn, $100,000 to somebody get over there? Yeah, we kind of got to save some for our scholars. But here's the thing, guys. It didn't really work because we still hit our cap for H-1B visas, which was $85,000 for the year. And the cap has never been taken down, really. But if Trump really wanted to do something about these H-1B visas, he would just take the cap down to like 85,000 to maybe like, I don't know, 40,000, 45,000. That's fair. Not saying to eliminate it completely, but it don't need to be no 85,000.
To stay and work in the United States after graduation. The US has long been a top destination for international students. But for many now, the American dream may soon come with a much higher price tag. If this proposal is introduced, it would fundamentally change how international students transition from classrooms to the American workforce. And at the center of this debate is a program called Optional Practical Training, better known as OPT or OPT. Allows international students on F1 visas to remain in the US after completing their studies so that they can gain professional work experience related to their degree. For many students,
and then they end up living here and now they're one of us and yada, yada, yada. It's like, do you kind of see the problem, though? It was meant to be temporary and it's turned permanent. And then they take these high-paying jobs that are supposed to be for American scholars. And like, I'm just saying, look, and here's the thing, they get really cocky about it. And I always tell them, I'm like, look, if your country's so good, then look, stay over there, get your education over there, and do that job over there. Why you got to come here and take from ours? I mean, and here's the thing, I don't hate them or anything like that, nor is this a jealousy thing. They're very smart people. But the problem is that they take for our own. If we gotta take for our own to give to others, then I mean, that's not the right direction we're going in here. Let's make sure we got enough for ourselves to give to others, because there's a lot of people out here with degrees, medical, tech, engineering, that's having a very hard time finding a job because of the abuse of H-1B visas. I mean, let's just keep it real on that note.
This is not just an optional benefit. It is the critical bridge between university education and a full-time career. It gives graduates chance to work, earn, repay education loans, build experience, and in many cases, later transition to employment-based visas. According to the Institute of International Education, nearly 300,000 international students were participating in the program as of last fall. That means roughly 1 in every 4 international students in the US were using this pathway to gain work experience. If the administration moves ahead with a $100,000 fee, many students may simply be unable to afford it. Because for families who have already spent tens of thousands of dollars on tuition, living expenses.
No, here's the worst thing about it too, guys. Like, because these H-1B visa guys come over and they pay double the tuition, that's actually what raises tuition cost. Like, you guys got to understand that. Like, because they're paying double that tuition, I mean, that means these colleges can try to charge you more as well. And they don't. You pay substantially less than a foreign student. But I mean, let's be real. If they could charge a foreign student that, trust me, they're looking at you the same way. Well, maybe we could charge you a little less, but maybe bump up the price a little bit more every year. Which they do, by the way.
Expenses and education loans. Such a fee could put a U.S. education beyond the reach of many. Now, the reported proposal is also part of a broader crackdown on student immigration. In recent months, the administration has taken a series of steps aimed at tightening rules for international students. Earlier this month, the Department of Homeland Security announced a major change to U.S. student visa rules. It said it would end a decades-old policy that allowed many international students to remain in the US for as long as their studies continued. But under the new approach, many students would face a 4-year limit on their stay unless they qualify for a special extension.
By implementing clear, finite limits on these visas, the United States is reclaiming its ability to properly screen, vet, and monitor individuals within our borders.
Yeah, and that's coming from Secretary for the Department of Homeland, Mark Wayne Mullen. So yeah, the guy that replaced Kristi Noem. Thank God.
This final rule ensures that foreign students remain focused on their primary purpose, completing their studies and returning home.
Now, the possible $100,000 fee represents another major hurdle. Administration officials have argued that the OPT system has been missed.
But all right, though, let's go ahead and move on from foreign news. Shout out the first post. And make sure to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Appreciate the support, by the way. Now, let's go ahead and get right into Fox News here. And then we're going to get into this. Well, let me see here. Do we have that lined up? Actually, then we're going to get into a bit of Russian and Ukraine updates on that one. Yeah, updates on the war front over there. And then we're going to get into this Piers Morgan debate. But all right, though. Make sure to double tap that screen, like the video, and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already.
All right, President Trump making good on his threats to Iran, unleashing a new wave of heavy strikes in response to attacks on American forces in the region, and even stronger strikes could be on the way.
So Peter Ducey is live in front of the White House with the latest. Peter.
And the president was chewing out his war planners with a string of expletives, according to a new report in NBC News, who describes him as very frustrated. The Iranians just won't fold. And so now the president has been presented an option by the head of CENTCOM.
Hold on, brother. Why would they fold? It's like they're literally fighting for their existence. Like, bro, this is a war of choice for us. This is a war of high importance. Like, literally, this is a war of survival for them. If they lose this, their entire country's done, or at least everybody in the IRGC and the government's cooked. They're literally fighting for their life. And I mean, the Iranians, your everyday people is also feeling the same way, since we're starting to strike civilian infrastructure and trying to frame it as if it's okay. So if you think that just bombing these guys like to hell is going to make them submit, no, it's not. We are going to have to put boots on the ground, and that's what they want.
To go big and escalate strikes, according to the Wall Street Journal, the idea behind Admiral Brad Cooper's high-end option is to go beyond the smaller retaliatory airstrikes.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. If you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, make sure to super chat it in. Or if you just want to support the show, send a gift, guys. Appreciate the support. All right, let's get back into it. Appreciate you. God, sorry. Bit tired, guys. Bit tired. Long day at work. But yeah, appreciate all of you guys who are viewing right now, though.
That have done little to deter Tehran from threatening ships in the Strait of Hormuz and lobbing missiles at American forces in the region by sharply escalating the war, according to people familiar with his thinking. CENTCOM says last night, forces successfully completed a heavy wave of strikes against Iran in response to yesterday's attempted missile attacks on U.S. forces. The strikes aimed to further diminish threats posed by Iran and its proxies to American forces, commercial shipping, and neighboring Gulf countries. And this all really could turn into a much broader world war if this Reuters report is true about China getting ready to sell Iran tens of millions of dollars worth of shoulder-fire missile launchers built to take out helicopters and fighter jets.
President Xi told you that China would not give or sell Iran any weapons. And there's a new report that Iran's about to get 400 rocket launchers from China going through Pakistan to Iran.
Well, that would be surprising. I mean, things like that happen, but that would be surprising. He told me very strongly he wouldn't partake. And he knows I'd be quite disappointed.
And when we asked the president about this last week, he said that it is his opinion Xi and Putin are not helping the Iranians in this war against the U.S. right now, based on chats that he has had.
I'm sorry, there's just too much interest. There's too much self-interest for them not to do so. It's like, I'm sorry, but they can look at all our weaponry. I mean, they can go ahead and upgrade theirs, send it out to Iran, see how it does, watch us waste billions of dollars and economically destroy ourselves. Why don't they just sit back and watch and wait to be the dominant power in the world? It's like we're low-key falling right into their hands.
With them, but we also know it is the opinion of some others in the administration in very high levels that China and Russia are at the very least enabling Iran right now. Back to you.
Yeah, not hurting. They got rebuilt somehow in between that long pause, and a lot of people believe there was China doing that. Thanks so much, Peter. Appreciate it. And in terms of location logistics, I mean, they were hitting certain rooms in certain facilities in Kuwait where the CIA was, and they thought, there's no way that.
Yeah, I mean, that was also led to the accusation of pretty much China and Russia helping Iran out. Is because they were able to hit CIA installations or CIA bases in Iraq and Saudi Arabia, and it's just like in Kuwait, and it's just like, yo, bro, the military don't even know about that base. Like, bro, your average civilian, your average military guy don't know about these CIA bases, Iran. How the hell did you? And the only people who would know that would be Russia or China.
Iran would know where the CIA was located, that satellite images had to be given by Russia. But it looks like there's a 2-week plan that Admiral Cooper has submitted, 10 to 14 days, intended to degrade Iran's missile and drone capabilities rather than continuing just to do retaliatory strikes. So that might, this plan, one of the plans, it definitely involves the IDF. And if no one has better intelligence about Iran than Mossad and the IDF, and you would think there would be the targeting part of any type of operation would be led by them.
And you would think that obviously President Trump would have spoken with Prime Minister Netanyahu about that. I do think it's interesting because Peter mentioned this NBC report that President Trump is exasperated over his war planners not being on the same page. But you have to take that a little bit with a grain of salt, because this is what advisors do for any commander in chief, which is to present the options. I think maybe what they miss perhaps in the story is the frustration the president has with trying to stop Iran and the IRGC from lobbing the missiles.
No, imagine getting dragged into this war on the premise that don't worry, you'll knock them out in 4 days or 2 weeks, and it's been dragged out to 5 to 6 months. Like, yeah, you're gonna get pretty damn frustrated, especially if you were dragged into this on the premise that, oh, if we just bomb them hard enough, they'll kill over, they'll surrender. That has not been the case, and it doesn't look like it'll ever be the case.
At our bases, hitting things like you were just talking about, Brian, while you've got these negotiations going on with the spokesperson or the parliament speaker and the foreign minister of Iran, which is going nowhere.
I love this. Look at the bottom of your screen. Admiral Cooper presents Trump with a plan to demolish Iran's missiles in 14 days. I know that many of the leaders in our military are presenting him with different plans, and Admiral Cooper's head of CENTCOM. We asked Trey Yingst about what Jackie Heinrich was asking the president about China receiving or China giving them 400 Chinese-made shoulder-fired air defense missile launchers to the tune of $60 to $70 million. It's a big purchase if Iran is buying these. And Trey Yingst was telling us that these are used to shoot down planes and choppers, and it just takes one person to man one of these launchers. So that would be a big deal if China were providing these to us.
And we're talking about a 1 million man army that they got. So, I mean, if they got, 10,000-20,000 of these shoulder pad missile launchers, all they got to do is have 10 to 20,000 crazy guys out there to just run out there and just start firing them off willy-nilly. And, despite the risk to their life. And I mean, they got plenty of those guys.
Iran, and you heard the president say he would be very disappointed. Also, military might require some of the troops in the Middle East to surrender their
Paul, long time no see, bro. I haven't seen you in a minute.
Cell phones, because top U.S. commanders for the Middle East have warned the troops that their cell phone videos that they're sharing online.
Hey, and shout out to AJ for sending the press set for 10 jewels. Appreciate the support, sis. You definitely been hitting me up with the gifts, and I appreciate that. So you get a celebration.
Razor blade in your mouth, green stuff in your stuff, Philly blunts in your purse, but that ain't enough. Turning liquor bottles up with your main as we dip. Turn right, turn left, each corner take a sip. Say what's up to the big pussy clicking Hyde Park, Lerner and Lenora and those who got hard.
And once again, appreciate the support, sis, and all those who have also sent in support, and also those of you guys who like the video and subscribed as well. God bless. But all right, though, let's get it right back into it.
Can help Iran target American bases.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I just looked up that company that might be selling the man pads. It doesn't look they have a military background, but they're import-export business, and we're very involved in the Belt and Road program. That's when you come in. China basically says, I'll build your airports, I'll build your canals. In turn, we just want your raw material, or we want your bases, or things to that nature. But it's a building company that raises great capital. Could they deliver those man pads? It looks like they can, but they don't necessarily have a big military background. It looks like they would deliver and finance just about everything. And they are fundamentally supported by the Chinese government, even though located in Hong Kong.
Not a good development considering that type of manpad, as Trey was saying, took down.
Yes, it's not really I'm gonna be real, it's a bit unsettling sending, these one out, like you can just shoot these missiles into the air. All it takes is just one guy, and you're giving that to a country that got a 1 million man army. Well, that's gonna be a problem. And they can hide in mountains. Yeah, that's gonna be a problem. Yep. I mean, they're shooting missiles out of mountains. What makes them think they're going to shoot these little shoulder pad missiles out of them too? But all right, though, let's get into the next video. NATO just scrambled amid Russia attacks on Ukraine. Once again, Russia is completely decimating Ukraine as everybody sits there and over-exaggerate Ukraine being able to strike Moscow with drones. Yes, well, Russia is striking Kiev with, drones and rockets. And here's the crazy thing. I think they sent like 280 drones and 70 missiles. So 70 missiles and 280 drones was sent at Kiev and pretty much effed them up. But let's look at it, though.
From President Zelensky as NATO scrambled its warplanes overnight after a missile crossed the border into Poland while Russia carried out a ballistic missile and drone barrage across Ukraine. NATO said the missile entered Polish airspace and then landed in a rural area. It caused no injuries or damage. Unfortunately, there were casualties reported in Ukraine proper. That's what you're seeing video and photos of right now.
Jeez.
Going to Mark Rutte, he's the Secretary General of NATO. He
well, damn. I mean, Okay. And here's the thing, though. Like I said, we're over here bragging about Ukraine being able to get a drone strike inside Moscow, which is impressive, but it ain't really blowing up like blowing up whole facilities. Like they're small little drones. They cause extensive damage, but not blowing up whole facilities like these missiles that, well, Russia's sending over. And you know what the crazy part is? Where do, Ukraine get their interceptor missiles? Well, from NATO. And where do NATO get their interceptor missiles from? From us. So if we're running low, that means we don't have enough to be able to sell to NATO for them to give to Ukraine. So they're pretty much riding this out defenseless, but they got their drones though, right?
Now, going to Mark Rutte, he's the Secretary General of NATO. He posted this saying he discussed with the head of Poland the violation of Poland's airspace by a Russian missile. Poland and NATO activated their air and ground defenses. We stand in solidarity with Poland and will continue to strengthen our readiness to defend against any threat, including missile attacks. This incident is yet another reckless act by Russia and a dangerous consequence of its war against Ukraine. I condemn last night's deadly strikes across Ukraine. NATO continues to provide essential support so Ukraine can defend itself. Our commitment is unwavering.
That's the problem. They can't defend themselves. All they can do is just send drones over. And I mean, Putin can send missiles and drones over. All Ukraine got is drones, no missiles. They got interceptor missiles, but those aren't missiles that they can send into Russia. And I don't even think they want to escalate it that far.
Said. Back to Ukraine, the Russian attack in Ukraine overnight killed at least 10 civilians, continuing Russia's almost daily bombardment of Ukrainian cities, including the capital of Kyiv, where the Associated Press says that tens of thousands of people spent the night sheltering in subway stations. Retired Marine Intelligence Officer, National Security Analyst, and the host of the Strap podcast, Hal Kempfer, is here with me. Hal, how much damage did the Russians do in Ukraine last night? We'll get to Poland in a moment here. You and I talked about this attack as it was breaking news last night. Now that we've had about a day to learn about it, how much damage did they do?
Quite a bit of damage, actually. They hit quite a few places. I mean, relative to everything else, it's not a showstopper by any means. But of course, you just mentioned the deadly attack that happened there. They also, interestingly, there's a U.S. Company that's building drones in Kyiv, or in around Kyiv, I should say. And that company actually has a factory that was hit by Russian missile. This is the first time that we've seen them deliberately attack a U.S. Weapons manufacturing facility in Ukraine. So that was kind of interesting as well. But it was a big attack, not as big as some of the attacks in the past. It wasn't as big as some of those huge attacks where you'd see 650 cruise missiles and 100 plus. Well, in terms of ballistic missiles, actually was as big or bigger than it had been in the past. But the drones were actually much less. The drones were actually, I think it was less than 300, as I recall. So that was a little bit smaller, but a lot of those things get through. And of course, the big problem is they don't have enough Patriot missiles. They just don't have enough missile interceptors. And so when they fire these missiles, too many of them are getting through, and it doesn't take a lot to cause a lot of damage.
So is Russia trying to exploit that with attacks like this?
Absolutely. In fact, President Zelensky, interesting ask he had of President Trump, he said, hey, can you ask Elon Musk if we can use the Starlink system for terminal guidance, basically in Russia, going after missile launchers? Now, that's a real interesting proposition. It brings some questions as to would Russia then respond by attacking Starlink satellites in space or something? A lot of questions come up with that whole thing, but it just shows the desperation of the Ukrainians in that regard, that they would even ask for something like that.
What happens when NATO jets are scrambled, Hal? This isn't the first time something like this has happened. When the jets get scrambled and they're airborne, what are they actually doing when they get up there?
Well,
but all right, guys, let's go ahead and get to a little bit more of Iran updates. And let's see here. Trump escalation crippled by U.S. munitions running out.
To those inventories, because this is a significant part of the near-term story, especially I keep going back to that NBC News report that we are already already rationing interceptors, having to pick and choose. Okay, we see an Iranian ballistic missile coming in. Is this a really important target? Are service member lives at risk? Are we going to bother to actually try to take down these missiles, or are we going to just accept the damage here? We're already in this place. So let's go ahead and put A6 up on the screen here. This has some of the numbers. And Sagar, why don't you go ahead and explain what we're seeing here with the Patriot and the THAAD interceptors?
Right. And so CSI, first of all, can I just debunk some Ben Shapiro level lunacy? So the latest cope by the neocons is, well, missile stockpiles are classified. Again, CSIS, the irony is that CSIS here is basically an arm of the Pentagon. They're like the most pro-defense think tank in all of Washington. So when they're publishing these assessments, if they were completely BS, the Pentagon, many other people would say, oh, this is wrong. If you read, they have an entire page on their methodology. I recommend that you go read it. The TLDR is, if you're skeptical especially, the TLDR is basically that because Congress, all of these weapons have to be paid for. The Congress is the person who funds, are the people who fund the Pentagon. So the Pentagon have to make annual reports to Congress about what it's buying and what the general inventory levels.
And this was pretty much all I was trying to explain to people, like, well, earlier, this does come from the Center for Strategic and International Studies. And you can pretty much see this as the Pentagon sales team. They go out there, they run the estimates on our munitions, and then they pretty much give the report to the Pentagon and be like, look, this is how much we need. This is how much you need to buy from Raytheon, Boeing, and all these other guys. And they pretty much write a report on it. And the report that they was writing out was pretty much saying that, yo, due to the amount of missiles that we're using in these, well, I'll be real with you, within the first week of the war, we're risk running low on munitions if we continue this war. And we're also risking this war. We're also risking war with China or Russia for war with Iran. That AKA, if we keep this up with China, we won't be, I'm sorry. If we keep this up with Iran, we won't be able to take care of China if they ever go towards Taiwan, or take care of Russia, or help Ukraine defend themselves from Russia if we're over here defending ourselves from Iranian missiles and drones with our own interceptor missiles. That's the problem here. So this ain't just coming from anybody. This is not like fake news. It's literally coming from a wing, basically the sales team of the Pentagon, pretty much there to pitch the Pentagon to buy more munitions.
This can give you an extraordinary amount of confidence about where the stockpiles were. So pre-war, and by the way, when we say pre-war, we're saying February 27th. It's actually very important to say those pre-war numbers were already catastrophically low because of what was going on in Ukraine and because of what happened both under Biden and Trump when we were shooting down a bunch of Iranian missiles that were going after Israel. So all of that being said, before the war, February 27th, the number of Patriots in the U.S. arsenal was 2,330. They can say this with absolute confidence. Now, the current number as of July 27th is between 759 and 827. Just think about what a dramatic drop that is in the overall stockpile. And just to give you an idea of what it means now for choices by the United States, President Zelensky, while he was in the Oval Office, said that just to get Ukraine through the summer, they need 300 Patriots to be given to them, which would be almost. And
we need these Patriots to defend our bases and our allies across the region, AKA we don't got enough to give Zelensky. He need 300. I'm like, duh, bro, we need 300. Actually, we need more than 300. We need to start making more. So we can't afford to give Zelensky anything else. And this is why he's getting effed up by Russia right now. And there's nothing really he can do against the 70 missiles and over 200 drones that Russia sent at them.
Half of the stockpile that currently exists just in the U.S. inventory alone. Also, for those who are complaining about these numbers include the replenishment that have come since the beginning of the war. Just again, to show you all how disastrous this has been. But that number is actually worse. So 452 THAADs in the U.S. arsenal before the war on February 27th. That was already 25% lower than where it was back in last June, I believe, under Operation Midnight Hammer, when the United States in the 12-day war fired 25% of all THAADs that we had in the U.S. stockpile just to protect Israel, not to protect America, to protect Israel. The current number is now between 234 and 278. Now, remember that the number of new THAADs that are coming online into the system, 12, according to the Pentagon. They take
12?
forever to build, and they have massive contracts now. But
no, that's a problem. We probably build like 600 a year, but we blow through about 900 in 3 days. And guys, check this video out. This is better going to explain it for you.
America has the strongest military in the world, but this war just exposed its biggest weakness. And it's not what you think. It's not the soldiers, it's not the technology, it's math. On the very first day of this war, America killed Iran's supreme leader. That was supposed to be checkmate. The regime was supposed to crack, but it didn't. Iran closed the Strait of Hormuz, the narrow strip of water that carries 1/5 of the world's oil. And suddenly the strongest military on earth had a problem it couldn't bomb its way out of. Then Iran went on the attack. American bases hit in Bahrain. Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE, Iraq and Jordan were hit. Even British bases in Cyprus and also in the Indian Ocean. Iran's cheap drones flew so low they slipped right past billion-dollar defense systems. America's own defense secretary and top general privately admitted to Congress that these drones were a problem they couldn't fully stop. In just the first 4 days of this war, American Patriot batteries fired 943 interceptor missiles. Sounds fine, right? Because America has plenty. Except that the factories that build these missiles produce about 620 per year. So in 4 days, America used up 18 months of production. 4 days, 18 months. And it didn't stop there. Halfway through this war, America had burned through roughly half of its Patriot missiles. Half of its THAAD interceptors too, the most advanced defense system it has. Each THAAD missile costs almost $13 million. The factory makes about 100 a year. Experts say refilling that stockpile could take up to 8 years. 8 years to recover from a few months of fighting a country with an economy smaller than the state of Florida. Now stop and think about what that really means. For years, America has talked about being ready to take on Russia, ready to defend Taiwan against China. 2 wars at once if needed, that was the claim. But Iran isn't Russia. Iran isn't China. Iran is a country crushed by sanctions, with an air force from the 1970s. And this fight still drained half of America's best missiles. Now China builds weapons faster than any country on earth. Its factories outproduce American factories many times over. Russia has been in full war mode for years. So here is the question nobody in Washington wants to answer out loud. If a few months against Iran emptied the shelves this badly, what happens when America is up against a real superpower?
Yeah, and that's the problem, guys. We use so much, but it takes so long for us to make. It's like, bro, we use about what do you say, like 600 to 900 within the first round of the war. But that's like 2 weeks. In 2 weeks. And it's gonna take us almost a year and 6 months, a year and a half to get that back. And it won't even be all of it. It'll only be like 600 because that's where we're at when it comes to Tomahawk missiles, which is crazy because we should have spent more time building our manufacturing base like Trump promised, but it is what it is.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Thursday. I have an amazing show for everybody today. What do we have, Crystal?
Indeed, we do. Heavy U.S. retaliation against Iran overnight as Iran claims that they destroyed 3 of our F-35 fighter jets. We will break down where we are in the war today. Fauci, name we haven't discussed for a while, grilled yesterday, pleads the fifth amid new revelations. We will see what there is to learn about that. The chip sell-off continues with South Korea hit the hardest, really a big hit taken to that economy. A lot of retail investors who are getting screwed. What does it say more broadly about the AI bet that our own economy has placed? Speaking of AI, we've learned more about that AI that was able to escape its environment, hack into, now we know, multiple.
Guys, like I said, man, the worst thing about AI and why I have a fear that the bubble will pop is, well, because the infrastructure is too expensive. Like I said, if it costs, $5 billion to, run the infrastructure of AI, well, sadly, it only profit, $1 billion off of $5 billion of infrastructure. So if they run themselves into the negative and into the negatives, and the only thing that's keeping them up is, venture capital. Pretty much guys dumping in millions of billions of dollars just to keep these guys going because they believe that, they'll be able to help us with production, replace our workers. So we're going to go all in on AI. And if this AI bubble pop, then, it's going to look bad. And the reason why it would pop is because, like I said, the infrastructure is just too expensive to maintain and AI does not profit enough.
companies. This comes as employees in the industry, over 1,000 of them, are sounding a dire warning and asking for more regulation. Israel, meanwhile, is paying millions of dollars to Trump's former campaign chief to try to rig chatbot results. We have some extraordinary examples for you. And the reporter from DropSite who revealed this whole scheme and program is going to join us as well.
Yes, that's right. Really excited for that one. And that was one of those, everybody knew that they were doing a pro-Israel campaign on social media, but the AI chatbot one, especially in an age where so many people are outsourcing their thinking and answers, is an extraordinarily important story, especially with the receipts that he brings. Thank you to everybody who is subscribing to the show, breakingpoints.com, to support all of our work here. You got the coveted Crystal and Emily AMA. A very,
that is a rarity.
It's a rarity, but in my opinion, like the finest of wines that is out there. Mostly because then I don't have to do it. I'm joking. Okay, so breakingpoints.com. You can sign up. We also have our newsletter, which is going on right now, which you can, of course, subscribe to. If you're watching this on YouTube, please hit subscribe.
Oh, yeah. And shout out to my man for sending the uncle alert for the 440 jewels. I appreciate the support, my friend.
Razor blade in your mouth, green stuff in your stuff, Philly blunts in your purse, but that ain't enough. Turning liquor bottles up with your main as we dip. Turn right, turn left, each corner take a sip. Say what's up to the big pussy clicking Hyde Park. Learn up and the Nora and those who got hard.
Appreciate the support, bro. God bless. And oh yeah, like I said, guys, if you just want to see Dancing G again, I guess you could just go ahead and send in a nice little gift. And if you have any question, comments, joke, disagreements, you can go ahead and super chat it in, guys, or Venmo. Appreciate the support. Let's keep it going.
To our YouTube channel, and please listen. If you're listening to the podcast, please share an episode with a friend. But let's go ahead and start with Iran.
Indeed. So let me bring you up to speed. You will recall yesterday when last we spoke, Trump had threatened to beat the effing shit out of Iran. We now have seen a very heavy retaliation from the U.S. against what they described as a sneak attack from Iran on Jordan. I'm kind of confused by this term sneak attack. I don't think you typically broadcast your military tactics, and we are at war. There is no ceasefire agreement in place as we speak. But in any case, Iran had attempted to, and they claim were successful in striking U.S. forces in Jordan. Trump made this threat and then overnight delivered.
I mean, didn't we strike them after negotiation twice? Like, kind of backdoored them. It's kind of the pot calling the kettle black on this one.
On some of that rhetoric. Let's go ahead and put this map up on the screen. We can see some of the strikes that we're aware of, this being tracked by an OSINT account across Iran, southern Iran. In particular, you can see near Qasem Island, of course, that is very significant. Meanwhile, Iran, for their part, they are claiming that they were able to take down or destroy 3 F-35 fighter jets. One account saying for the first time since the start of the war, Iran's IRGC announces the complete destruction of 3 F-35 fighter jets, significant damage.
It must have been parked at the bases. One of the bases they hit where they were pretty much parked at. Yeah, must have blew that whole thing up. Jesus, man, that's like $300 billion. Oh, my bad, not billion, $300 million out the window.
3 others at an airbase in Jordan through multiple ballistic missiles targeting the deployment ramp and maintenance hangar this morning. This is per Iranian media, Tasnim. Iran had not previously announced the destruction of an F-35. The IRGC adds several U.S. officers and maintenance personnel were also killed. Again, we have no confirmation of any of this. This is all coming from the Iranian side. The strike comes in response to a U.S. strike on 2 residential homes on Qasem Island earlier this morning, killing a father, mother, and their 2-year-old child and injuring 2 other children, again, according to Iranian media reports. So we are back at full-scale war, more or less, with this time being the first time, Siren, I want to get your reaction just to this piece, that Iran took the initiative. Typically, Iran's approach has been what they describe as an eye for an eye. Mm-hmm. The U.S. hits them, they respond. And they've been sort of this horizontal escalation. That has been their tactic. This is the first time that they have been the first ones to act and set the pace of escalation here. Now, their view is that the U.S. reinstitution of the blockade was itself an act of war for them to respond to. Nevertheless, this seems to be a pretty extraordinary development as we watch this war unfold.
Right. So reading a little bit and looking at some of the background, I do think it's important to note, the U.S. is describing it as a surprise. It's not a surprise. And it's because it actually comes on the heels, not just of the blockade, but at that exact time when Iran struck the U.S. base, there was a specific attempt to try and to force ships through that Oman corridor outside of Iranian control. And so that's what the response was directed to. But grand strategically, let's zoom out and let's put that attack and then this one, A2, please, up on the screen. Iran and a drone hit a U.S.-owned gas storage tank at Egypt's Mediterranean port, according to their maritime security, and 2 gas tankers caught fire. This is about an explosion of the war and targeting oil assets, energy assets, both in terms of their allies in the Houthis, whenever it comes to the Red Sea, the Bab al-Mandeb Strait. Now you have going after Egypt and, basically a warning for the Mediterranean port saying, hey, you want to go through Suez, you want to go through this pipeline, the Sumed pipeline will also be able to strike you there. And of course, we'll be able to strike tankers in the Strait of Hormuz, which also happened last night. It wasn't just these strikes that happened on Jordan. So this strategy is basically to say we have a complete dedication to choking off all Western attempts to circumvent and to bring oil out of the Middle East, period. If we cannot export, then nobody will export. Remember, this is what Ghalibaf had said previously. But even bigger above that, what does all of this represent? And Trita Parsi laid a lot of this out yesterday. He has a new op-ed out over at Sateo. Here's what he says. Beyond the prevailing assessment that Iran was probing Trump's resolve, a deeper and riskier calculation Tehran is now making. It has everything to do with Iran believing that the path to peace is not directly through a deal, but rather first through convincing Trump he has no realistic military option. Only then will he commit himself fully to diplomacy. Needless to say, it is an extraordinarily risky strategy. It seeks to compel diplomacy by increasing the perceived costs of military escalation, yet it simultaneously raises the probability of the very conflict it is ostensibly designed to prevent. This is the escalation trap in a nutshell, which is both sides believe, and I've said this as well, neither side has bled enough. And, Iran has bled plenty. So many of their people have been killed, but the IRGC remains intact. The Ayatollah, supposedly it wants a nuclear weapon, even though his father didn't want a nuclear weapon. They have the ability to have deterrence. They are locked in a place where they have the United States in a diplomatic or in a strategic quagmire. For the United States, we are a grand and a great empire. So while, yes, it is extremely dangerous, we're going to talk about our munition stockpile. It's not at zero. Only 18 of our American service members have been killed. So, I'm not using that language. That's Trump's language. He's like, not that bad. Look at Vietnam. Not that many Americans have died relatively in the conflict. Several hundred have been wounded, but they've mostly been able to cover that up. And gas is what? The national price right now, $4.09 a gallon. It hurts, but it's not absolutely catastrophic. Like it's not gas lines in the 1970s. So Iran is like, that's the only way that we can bring them to their knees. There's only real one way to get to that point. So we're months away, potentially from their.
That's really what they're going for. Maximum economic pain to make Trump back off. And if they can't get that, then, we're just going to keep on going. They're really trying to make this as hard as on the American people as hard as we're making on the Iranian people, which is damn near impossible because, they can't kill our citizens, here on our land, but we can kill theirs. So trust me, there is a difference. But economically, though, yeah, I'm not going to lie, though. The entire global economy kind of hinges on honestly the security of the Middle East. I don't know why we put it up like that, but we did, and it is what it is. So we kind of do gotta, secure the Middle East, or at least get the Strait open or managed in some type of way, or we will be facing some type of economic collapse. Just gonna keep it real with you guys.
Perspective. And Trump, is completely torn. There's a report from NBC News yesterday that he was exasperated and he shouted at his advisors just 2 days ago in the Situation Room. He doesn't know what to do. He actually does want a deal, but he wants it on his terms. Iran, though, has concluded we cannot make a deal with this man, both because of the way that the Memorandum of Understanding fell apart. But, more importantly, this is fascinating. They're looking at Venezuela. So even though that Venezuela Venezuela is currently an American colony run by the U.S. Secretary of State. It turns out, and I did not even know this, is that they track the relief of sanctions via FinCEN, which is a department in the U.S. Treasury responsible for removal of sanctions. Despite a lot of the rhetoric, it hasn't happened, or it took a very, very long time. Iran had the memorandum of understanding. They saw that there.
I swear, bro, every time somebody mentions Trump and Venezuela and how we pretty much just made that honestly the 51st state, because we do control it. We control their leaders. But how long do we have that control? Who knows? Because the last time we tried to set something up like this, well, it was in Iran. We pretty much took out a leader and we put in our own leader, or we pretty much uprose Delcy Rodriguez, and she does everything we say, and she pretty much sells out her country's resources to us. I mean, how well did that work in Iran? I'm just saying, like, and I'm just gonna call it out right now, guys. I think in Venezuela they're gonna have a revolution further on down the line, because how long could people take the extortion of their resources and the obvious control of their government?
Money never actually made it to their bank accounts. They're looking at Venezuela and saying, look, Venezuela and Delcy, they surrendered, and they're still not even getting all of their money. They're basically.
I did forget to play the clip that this reminds me of. Shout out to some guy on YouTube. Appreciate that. Let me see right here.
Stole that shit. That's what I do, nigga. Fuck, nigga, I stole that shit. And I stole it. Like, bro, but niggas don't understand. I talk facts. Vlad, I talk facts.
Oh, you're right.
I
don't even deny it. That's cool.
I talk facts. What deny? What, nigga? Give me that, nigga. You don't know what to do with that.
Okay.
You know when a nigga got a girl, her shit fat, bro. You don't know what to do with that. Give me that.
Man, you don't know what to do with your country, man. Go ahead and give me that. And we took it.
Being pillaged by the United States. They also look at Saudi Arabia. So they have 3 data points. They have the memorandum of understanding, they have Venezuela, and they have Saudi Arabia. Trump announces a nuclear deal and immediately reneges. And then they also look at some of the Democrats and the Republicans in Washington to their criticism initially of the memorandum. And they go, even if we were to do a deal with Trump, how do we have any guarantee, as Obama tried with the JCPOA, they would actually get through Congress? Now, obviously his did, but what they're looking at now, they don't even trust enough of the Democrats.
But all right, though, let's go ahead and get into this Pierce Morgan debate. This should be a good one.
I'm sitting opposite Joseph Goebbels right now. Will you at least admit that Iran murdered in cold blood as many as 50,000 innocent protesters?
We are in 1942. You are the Nazi regime. Epstein's lawyer, Trump's lawyer, is afraid of me, a layman, talking. I'm not afraid of you. You can kill Epstein. You can kill whoever you like, but we're not afraid. You can bomb my house. I'm prepared to die for the Palestinian people.
I would even represent you if anybody tried to prevent you.
I don't need you. You're not a good lawyer.
Vice President J.D. Vance spent 21 hours negotiating with the Iranians in the first failed attempt at ending the Iran war. The MOU, which he eventually got signed, was successful only because it was vague enough for both sides to think that they got everything by agreeing to nothing. Well, both sides have bright red lines. The US wants a guarantee that Iran will never have a nuclear weapon, plus all of its enriched uranium. It also wants the Hormuz Strait to be permanently open. Iran wants all sanctions lifted, proxy militias taken off the table, reparations for war damage, and for its control of Hormuz to be ratified. Oh, it wants to keep the enriched uranium too.
Yeah.
In a moment, we'll be holding our own uncensored negotiation with representatives.
Bro, can you imagine if we just walked away and gave Iran all that? Yeah, I'm sorry, but that would definitely be an L, and Trump would definitely have to hold his L for the rest of his presidency. Oh, yeah, and he's definitely going to lose the midterms.
From both sides. It will not last 21 hours, but we begin with the newly appointed international spokesman for the embattled Israeli Prime Minister. Doron Spillman is familiar to many of our uncensored viewers. He now has the task of speaking for a man who is widely blamed for an unpopular...
guys, and if you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, make sure to super chat it in or send in a Venmo, or hey, just send in a GIF. You just want to show your support, guys. Appreciate it. Let's keep it going.
A war which has cost billions and killed thousands while depleting US munitions, inflating gas prices, shattering alliances, and emboldening the regime it sought to remove. Well, Doron Spillman, first of all, congratulations on your new position.
Thank you for the kind introduction, Pierce.
Well, it was a blunt introduction, and it's based on a cold, hard reality, really. I mean, I never thought I'd wake up to see a poll that shows that nearly 50% of Americans want the Israeli prime minister arrested and charged with war crimes. It's pretty extraordinary that things have come to that. What is your reaction to that?
Yeah, I can't comment on the poll. I haven't seen the poll. We know that polls can say anything. Depends who you're polling and what people think. But I can tell you about the prime minister is that this is a man who, together with
what's so funny about polls, everybody disregard polls. I mean, until it agrees with them. Ain't that funny? It's like everybody will disregard a poll until it agrees with them. Like, let's say that poll says, you know, most people actually support Israel. He's like, yeah, that's a correct poll. The American people know what they want. But as soon as they say, well, let's say the poll says that, you know, Israel should, you know, stop doing what they're doing in Gaza. I mean, I don't know where the poll that comes from. That sounds like you polled a bunch of anti-Semites. Like, wait, what? But yeah, that's how people are acting when it comes to these polls.
President Trump yesterday left the White House, two of the most important leaders in the entire world, coordinated. This is the 8th trip that the prime minister and the president, the 8th meeting that they've made together since President Trump was reelected. He has not met with any other leader in the entire world as much as he's met with Prime Minister Netanyahu and our team. They left the meeting, and I asked the prime minister, I said, how was it? He said, this was one of the best meetings I've ever had with Donald Trump in the 40 years, with President Trump in the 40 years since I've known him. And that just shows you, we're looking at two governments, Pierce, who are so fully coordinated in battling evil. I mean, let's take a step back right now. There's an evil in the world that's called Iran. I think it's objectively evil. They just hung 2 of their protesters in the streets. They've killed over 50,000. They've shot ballistic missiles, and they're firing all over the Middle East. And you have 2 leaders who are standing up alone with nobody else's.
All because of our action. I mean, let's be real. The only reason this protest popped off is because, well, one, we destroyed their currency. So that started the protest in the first place, because a whole bunch of Iranians went broke out of nowhere because we put Scott Bessent on their currency and they destroyed it. Well, Scott Bessent destroyed it. You don't think the Iranians know that? So we pretty much took advantage of that. And by we, I mean the CIA and Mossad took advantage of this protest, decided to give some agitators some guns, and boom. Pretty much there were police being fired at and protests being fired at the same time. And here's the worst part about it. While the agitators who have guns and were out there burning, you know, civilian infrastructure, civilian property, yeah, while they're out there pretty much just doing their atrocities and shooting, you know, into the air and shooting at Iranian police, the Iranian police is shooting at them. And guess who's in the middle of these people? The regular Iranian protesters. Yeah. And if you actually look at the video, which is pretty damn gruesome, but you can actually see how protesters were shot from behind, and yes, how some were shot from up front. Some were shot from behind, right in the back of the head, where you could literally see their brain on the floor. And then some of them were shot from up front from the police fire and also from the protesters who also had weapons as well. So, yeah, do you see the problem here? We kind of tried to pop off a civil war, and it ended up, well, not civil war, but a revolution, and it popped off in the worst way.
Saying we're not going to allow this evil to metastasize. Israel and Prime Minister Netanyahu and the United States led by President Trump, and this will go down in history, as I've said to you before, Pierce, and I believe this, as the equivalent of having Churchill and Roosevelt fought against Hitler, not in 1942 or 41, but in 1938, before he took the Nazi regime and took over the Middle East. It took over Europe. It will go down in history as 2 men of incredible bravery and courage. And that's how we're going to see it then. And I think for many people, they can see that today. If you just look at the facts, they're standing alone against evil, and they are going to win by ensuring that Iran never has a nuclear weapon.
Right, but the problem is you're not winning. We were told this would take 2 to 3 weeks. Then it would take 5 to 6 weeks. We're now nearly.
And your main concern is Iran not having a nuclear weapon. Well, guess what? Iran still got that 60% enriched uranium that they might be enriching to a bomb at this point, because, I mean, that seems to be their only way to ensure deterrence. So here's the thing. Due to our aggressive tactics, we might have pushed Iran closer to a nuke more than ever. And at this point, why wouldn't they make one? Because it's going to assure that they don't get attacked unless somebody's suicidal.
5 months into this, all of the war aims and predictions that Prime Minister Netanyahu made to Donald Trump in the White House Situation Room several weeks before this war started, have turned out not to materialize. So the IRGC remain in control. The people haven't risen up. The Ayatollah has been replaced by his son, who's even more hardline. The Strait of Hormuz has become as powerful to the Iranian regime as a nuclear weapon. They're firing off missiles, as you said, to their neighboring Gulf states, but they're doing it in retaliation for being attacked themselves. And the upshot of all this is that it's very easy to argue that this evil Iranian regime, and I don't contest your categorization of it, that they are more emboldened now than they were before the war started. How the hell is that any kind of victory? And how does this end?
Pierce, if I was to tell you that a nuclear attack was prevented, would that be considered a success? Because had Israel and the United States not stepped up to the plate in June, and you and I spoke during that war and right after
No, they didn't have a nuke. What nuke were they going to use? They weren't going to nuke nobody. I'm sorry, but if y'all really about to sit here and spread that propaganda, like, well, if we didn't strike Mount Fordow, it was going to have a nuke within 2 weeks. You guys have been saying the same bullshit for over 20 years. I mean, please tell me, why would it be true today?
that war, had we not,
especially with the IAEA confirming that Iran was not going towards a nuclear weapon, nor do they have a nuclear program, and our own CIA, really actually the entire intelligence community.
and it was similar arguments. Why is it taking so long? What's happening? Had we not stepped up to the plate in June 2025, then in December, January, February 2026, that Iran would have been armed with a nuclear weapon. We wouldn't be talking about the Straits of Hormuz, where Iran is threatening the world with a ballistic missile. Iran would be threatening today with a nuclear weapon. The price of gas isn't going to be $88 a barrel or $120 a barrel. It'll be thousands of dollars a barrel. Not to mention that they could shoot and say they will destroy Israel. They're planning on destroying the United States. They're burning pictures of President Trump in the street.
Iran doesn't want to destroy Israel in that way, because honestly, they're kind of right when they say Iran wants to destroy Israel, but they don't literally want to like nuke it or bomb it into the ground. What they want is they want to pretty much like, in a way, destroy the Jewish state while keeping Israel intact. And you guys know what I mean by that. They want a one-state solution, aka, they want to take away that Jewish state away from Israel. Because I'll be real, the more reasonable action would be a two-state solution where they get to keep their Jewish state and the Palestinians get their own. But what the Iranians want literally is a one-state solution, which would pretty much destroy the Jewish state without destroying Israel.
It's calling for his death. They're sending people into America. Threats are being taken care of, that they are trying to kill the president of the United States. They would have moved forward and dropped an atomic weapon somewhere in the world to have prevented that. Is that I can't think of a greater military success, Pierce, possibly in the 21st century. And we will look back and we'll understand.
There's one problem.
And you know what? To take care of the Iranian regime, just if I just may, just to take care of this regime.
There's one problem. Doran, let me just hang on. Let me just rewind you.
Go ahead.
Let me rewind you, because you made a statement there. But here's the confusion for the rest of us watching on. After the 12-day war a year ago, which was deemed a spectacular military success, the President of the United States declared as a fact that Iran's nuclear program and aspirations had been put back decades. Decades. And yet you now want me to believe that within 8 months, the threat of them developing a nuclear weapon and using it imminently was right back again. So who's lying here? Who's telling the truth? Was Trump?
I mean, that's what I'm saying, is like, you guys can't have it both ways. You can't sit there and say that, oh yeah, Operation Midnight Hammer was a success, while also saying, yeah, but the same reason why we conduct Operation Midnight Hammer is the reason why we're engaging in this war with Iran. It's like, you can't have it both ways.
I'm lying when you said that you put back the Israelis and Americans, the Iranian nuclear aspiration by decades last June. Were you lying then, or are you lying now?
I'm not a spokesman for the president, but I will say this. I think that President Trump has very good instincts. The Prime Minister Netanyahu, and President Trump have agreed on the outcome, which is the fact that Iran will not have a nuclear weapon whatsoever, or the ability to manufacture a nuclear weapon. And therefore,
hey, shout out to my man, some guy on YouTube sent 250 joules and sent an MVP for 250 joules. Appreciate the support, my friend.
Razor blade in your mouth, green stuff in your stuff, Philip blunts in your purse, but that
And all right, let's go ahead and get right back to it, guys. And oh yeah, guys, if you have any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements, go ahead and super chat it in. Or if you just want to support the show and see my man Dancing Kim, yep, go ahead and send in a gift. Shout out to my man, some guy on YouTube.
They're united on the goal. How the president decides to move forward to getting that done is up to him. But in answer to your question, President Trump and the state of Israel, led by Israel in June with Operation Midnight Hammer, which is the United States' name. It was Israel for 11 days, the U.S. coming in on the 12th day, causing irreparable damage, stopping Iran from having a nuclear weapon today, set back that regime massively. However, what did Iran do as soon as the fighting stopped?
All right, so pretty much you're not lying about stopping Iran, you know, I guess for the time being, but you lied about stopping Iran for decades. So you, instead of decades, you meant months.
Know what they did.
Okay.
They didn't all of a sudden turn to the international community and say, you know what, we're going to turn over a new leaf. We're going to open businesses. We're going to take Trump's economic plan. Immediately, they eliminated protesters. 50,000 people were killed. And they went right back to developing their nuclear program. And I think at that point, President Trump sat back and said, wait a second, we just hammered them, Midnight Hammer. Israel hammered them. And the first thing they do is they go back to trying to produce a nuclear weapon. If that's what their intention is, then we have to try to finish the job. And then he said very clearly, we could do it the easy way with negotiation. I think he's been incredibly patient, or we could do it the hard way. And our perspective is, however the president decides to do it, and the prime minister has been very clear about this, go ahead and do it. As long as we both agree and we do, they will not have a nuclear weapon, because if they have it, the United States isn't going to be able to just disconnect from Iran and say, we'll be safe over here. No, they're building ballistic missiles to reach the East Coast. They already have ballistic missiles that can reach England, not to mention Israel. We cannot allow an arsonist and give him a torch and say, you know what, here's a torch. Try not to light anything on fire. You wouldn't do that with your own family. We can't do it with the world.
The problem is that nothing that you've been trying has worked. And that's self-evident, because we're now 5 months into this war. The regime's intact. The IRGC's in control. The people aren't rising up. They're using the Strait of Hormuz in any way they see fit. They're attacking their Gulf state neighbors with impunity. They've got plenty of ballistic missiles, clear, because they keep firing them. And yet I keep waking up and hearing, oh, their Navy's gone, their Air Force is gone, their missiles have gone, and they're completely depleted. We're killing them. Are you? I mean, really? It doesn't look like it to me.
Looks like the same claims y'all make with Hamas. Oh, Hamas has been decimated. Okay, well, why is y'all still fighting Hamas? Been here for like 3 years. Y'all still bombing, so-called bombing Hamas. But it seems that you've been bombing more Palestinians or more Palestinian citizens than Hamas. And I mean, now it's a little bit different when it comes to Iran. But I mean, you guys are bragging about the bombing campaign in Iran, but Iran still controls the strait. They still got their enriched uranium, and they still got the regime, the radical regime that's in power. What goals have been completed?
Iranians are actually getting the upper hand here, because they know that controlling the Strait of Hormuz holds the global energy market over a barrel. And even they may not have understood just how big a deal that would be in reality. It is a massive deal. And it's put economic imperatives into play, and political ones, with the midterm elections coming in the United States in November. You've got elections, obviously, in Israel. And the Iranians know that if they just string things out until then, political imperatives will come into play. I just don't see where the victory comes. You know, I'm seeing no sign of the revolution that you aspire to have happen. The regime appears completely in control and in power. The enriched uranium remained buried away. You've no idea where it is. I just don't see where the victory is coming here, unless you can say to me, well, here's how we're going to win, and here's the time scale. Can you do that?
Nope.
You know, Pierce, I could respond to each and every single one of these points. We've done it before, and explain why the regime has been set back. I could talk about the ballistic missiles. I could talk about their command and control structure, which is already in the 4th tier. I could take this piece by.
Bro, you can't sit there and say you decimated their missiles when they're throwing missiles that are, well, at our allies and our bases in the region. And they're overwhelming our missile defense systems as well. So that's not really a good point to make. Like, nobody's going to sit there and believe and be like, oh, yeah, we decimated their missiles, as they're throwing more missiles at our allies and assets in the region. Like, come on now.
piece. But you know what the biggest, and I want to respond. You know what this war brought out and what Iran's biggest tactical mistake was, in addition to not accepting the peace deal and killing so many of their people, they played their hand. They played their hand now. They now realize, like you said, they control the Straits of Hormuz and they can bring the world to its knees because of the financial crisis. And they played this hand before they have a nuclear weapon. Can we imagine, Pierce, if a nuclear weapon, which was...
I'm sorry, but if they had a nuclear weapon, we wouldn't have attacked them in the first place. That's just the reality, like right there. We wouldn't attack them in the first place if they had a nuclear weapon, aka the Strait would have never been closed and we would never be going through this potential financial collapse if this war escalates, of course. So you can't really make that argument either.
3 weeks away from Iran in June and could be rebuilt again if this regime, if that enriched material is not removed, if they had a nuclear weapon. If they were smart, they never would have gone to the Straits of Hormuz. They would have said, we're going to accept everything, and they would have slowly built up their plan. Israel would have tried to take them out. And then if they got a weapon, they would have held the entire world hostage. But by playing their hand, we understand who they are. And you know what, Pierce, we can say back and forth all day long, we haven't done everything. No, we have to work towards defeating this regime. The president, with great wisdom, has said, you know what, I really want to negotiate. And by the way, Israel, I spoke with the prime minister about this directly. It's how he feels it in his heart. He said, if the president can get this done without us having to send our boys and girls, our airplanes, or whatever else in that region, we prefer it. If not, then we'll have to turn up the heat and we'll have to use whatever military options are necessary. But we want to stretch this as long as we can to hope. And I don't know if it's possible. I'm skeptical, but to hope that maybe someone in Iran will for once think about the Iranian people and we can look towards a ray of sunlight. But if not, we're going to have to use other options. And the president clearly has shown, as is Israel, that we have those options on the table.
Bruh. Escalate no matter what.
I've interviewed Prime Minister Netanyahu 3 times in my career, but we've tried every week since October the 7th to get him back on uncensored, and he so far resisted all our approaches. You now are his official spokesman. Could we get an interview with him?
I'm willing to bring it up. I'm only 1 week in my position.
I mean, I keep being told how fearless he is, so I don't know what would stop him. But maybe you could pass on the message that we have an open schedule for whenever he would make.
I'm weak, Pierce. You know you're gonna ask some hardball questions, and he's not ready for that. That's why he only goes on the podcasts or on Fox News. The only place where he's gonna get a softball interview, and they're just gonna let him spew whatever Hezbollah that he wants, or whatever propaganda that he wants. Like, he wants to only go on places where he's going to be unopposed. When you interviewed him last time, he was unopposed, and you let him say whatever he wants. You're not going to do that this time, Pierce, so he's not going to come on.
Time for us. We'd appreciate it.
I will let him know, Pierce.
Doran Spielman, I appreciate you coming on. Thank you very much. Well, let's bring in our 2 national representatives for the uncensored attempt and brokering the terms of peace. Professor at Tehran University, Mohammad Marandi, and lawyer, scholar, and author Alan Dershowitz. Well, welcome to both of you. We've not had you 2 debating on uncensored. I hope we can conduct it in a civilized manner. Mohammad Marandi, let me start with you. You know, I've been having a lot of debates in the last few days about the state of this war, and it seems to me that whatever people think of the Iranian regime, it is holding out against the might of the American and Israeli military pretty capably so far. We're nearly 5 months into this war. What is your overall assessment of where the war is?
Well, contrary to what I heard in your little love fest with the spokesman of the genocidal regime, the regime in Washington and the regime in Tel Aviv have both failed utterly in their war of aggression on Iran, both last year and this year. And of course, it was always based on a lie. And we know that they were lying. The International Atomic Energy Agency has never indicated that Iran at any point was seeking a nuclear weapon. U.S. intelligence since 2003, at least since then, admits that Iran was never seeking a nuclear weapon. Tulsi Gabbard just last year, under oath, said Iran was not seeking a nuclear weapon. And Joe Kent, in his resignation letter at the beginning of the war, an appointee by Trump, head of anti-terrorism, he said that Iran was not seeking a nuclear weapon.
And that's pretty much a really strong point because, yeah, we have no proof at all that Iran's going towards a nuclear weapon, that they have a nuclear weapons program, or that they've enriched to 90% uranium. So, yeah, all this whole, oh, no, they're 2 weeks away, or, oh, no, don't you know that they've always wanted a bomb? I mean, guys, they've had 60% enrichment since 2021. If they wanted to make a bomb, they could have easily done it under Biden while he was distracted with Ukraine. I mean, let's be real. They have all the opportunity in the world to go towards a bomb, but they never did. And of course, I mean, their religious leader pretty much put down a religious law or a fatwa saying that, oh, yeah, it's a sin against God to make a nuke. So now you guys can't do it.
It was not a threat to the United States.
You know what's crazy? A lot of Iranians or in the leadership actually disagreed with him actually putting out that fatwa because it was stating that, yo, this might be the only way to get a deterrence from the United States. And you're saying we can't do it? And he's like, yep, find another way. And they did through missile drones and enriching to 60%. And hopefully they thought that was going to be a deterrent for us. And it wasn't.
It's contrary to what the madman was saying before this discussion. But we know that Joe Kent also said the reason for this war is the Zionist lobby and the Israeli regime. And yes, the United States has failed. They failed in the 40 days of war. They failed in the 12-day war. They failed in the 40 days of battle. They failed in siege warfare against the Iranian people. And they failed in the recent conflict with or aggression with the Iranians. And they will fail in future. And they are the United States under pressure from Zionists. They are pushing the global economy towards a cliff. And if this continues, we will have a global economic depression.
Alan Dershowitz, your response to that?
And the crazy thing is about it is like they know what they're doing and they don't care. They're saying, bro, we'll throw the entire economy down the toilet for our survival. They're willing to crash out the entire economy. That's why there's people who of the mindset who just being like, yeah, we should probably just back off. Because is crashing out the entire global economy honestly worth it? No, of course not.
We are in 1935 Germany. Versailles Treaty, Germany's starting to rearm. It's drafting people. It's violating the treaty. And England and France could have destroyed in a preventive war what eventually resulted in 100 million deaths from Nazi Germany, but they didn't. Why? Because if they had gone in 1935, it would have been messy. It wouldn't have happened in 5 days. It would have taken time. It would have involved casualties. But in the end, 100 million lives would have been saved. And that's where we are today. Look, Iran is trying to develop a nuclear weapon. Forget about what he or anybody else says. Every sane, rational person has to assume that Iran would develop.
I mean, no. Every irrational, demented person would assume that Iran's going after a nuclear weapon with no proof at all. Like, you're saying this with no proof, no CIA intelligence, nothing. You guys don't even got anything from Mossad. Nothing. So yeah, you guys are the irrational ones and the demented ones for sitting there assuming that, or pushing that, oh yeah, Iran is going towards a nuclear weapon to go towards a nuclear weapon with no proof whatsoever. Y'all are the wild ones here.
Develop a nuclear weapon if it could, and as President Trump has said, would probably use it, maybe not from a bomb, but maybe by giving it to terrorist groups. And so what we have is a situation where the United States and Israel.
Oh, guys, make sure to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. And if you like the show, make sure to subscribe to the channel. Oh, yeah. If you have any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements, make sure to super chat it in or send in a Venmo, guys. I appreciate the support. Let's keep it going.
Israel can help prevent a great, great catastrophe. And as your previous guest from Israel said, they've already done that. They've set back the nuclear program. We don't know whether it's months or years, but it's not imminent anymore. And so it has succeeded to that extent, but it's messy and it's very difficult and it's not going to have a clear resolution, but it's better than the alternative, because the alternative would have been Iran developing a nuclear weapon and having the world beholden to it because it has a nuclear weapon. We made a mistake in North Korea. We allowed them to develop nuclear weapons. The other countries that have nuclear weapons aren't going to use them. But Iran has a policy of being able to use every weapon it can to destroy the great Satan, the United States, and the small Satan, Israel. And so I really think that this war, unsuccessful as it has been to produce a final result, will go down in history as probably the most important war since World War II, in the sense of at least setting back and preventing an even greater.
You know what kills me is like, can we really talk about the history of the U.S. and Iran and wonder why they sit there and they say death to America and death to Israel? Because, like, are we going to sit here and pretend like we didn't interfere with their government in the 50s and overthrew a democratically elected leader and pretty much gave them an authoritarian leader, the Shah? You know, that's why they kind of popped off the Iranian Revolution, because they were tired of having a leader who was a puppet to the United States that was selling off their resources to the United States and the UK or Britain. So you don't think that pissed them off? And then think about it. Once they go ahead and knock off this or pop off this revolution, and now you got the Islamic Revolutionary Guard out there, we go ahead and fund Saddam with the help of the Gulf states to go and attack Iran. Our CIA even give them the chemical precursors to use chemical weapons against Iranians. You don't think they know that? This is why they've never liked us, nor the Gulf states, because they know we funded Saddam and pushed them into attacking them. They know this. And then let's talk about current events, like the sanctions, like the reason why their economy's not doing good and their dollar's trash. I mean, I know y'all like to sit there, oh, is the government all they do is spend it on war? No, guys, it's because we sanctioned them to death, pretty much. And we put Scott Bessent on their currency to destroy it. And they know this. They know that we did this. Actually, Scott Bessent said it out loud on X. And there's a lot of Iranians on X, surprisingly. So what do you think? What do you think their attitude is going to be towards us? Like, be honest. And not towards us American people, but our government.
Greater catastrophe from occurring. It's not perfect, and it will have all kinds of problems. And nobody should claim that the nuclear program has been completely obliterated or that it's been a complete success. It's not a complete success. It's just a lot better than the alternative.
But is it a remote success, Alan? Because last time I checked, the Iranian regime still has all its enriched uranium. They've given no indication that they're prepared to surrender any of that.
Nope.
And
why would they?
Their chances.
Why would they? That's literally their only deterrent. That it isn't even a deterrent no more. Like, at this point, they might as well turn that 60% enrichment into a nuke. Like, that would be the only way to, secure their security. That's it. That's all. And I mean, we don't want Iran to have a nuke. Trust me, we don't. But we are pushing Iran towards a nuke.
Therefore, of developing the nuclear weapon in the way that you fear seem to be exactly the same as they were before all this. And again, I'll repeat to what I said to Doran Spillman, which is we were assured at the end of a 12-day war by President Trump that had put back Iran's nuclear aspirations in terms of developing a nuclear weapon by decades. And yet 8 months later, we have to launch a fully fledged war against them because they're about to use nuclear weapons. These things can't all be true.
Yeah.
No, it's true. That's absolutely accurate. But what it has done is it set back the program considerably. For example, yes, they still have enriched uranium. By the way, why do they have it if they're not trying to develop nuclear weapons? But they're buried. And both Israel and the United States have satellite eyes on it. And right now, it's not accessible to them. Right now, the centrifuges are in great difficulty. Small victories when it comes to preventing nuclear war are very, very important. And, I think a lot of people make the mistake of assuming one side is going to win, one side is going to lose. No, we can have a calibrated successes. And what we're seeing here is a calibrated success in setting back the nuclear program, not 20 years, not 6 months, probably a couple of years.
How do we know that if we don't even know that we just fully destroyed their uranium? How do we know? And here's the thing, like, if that wasn't one of our concerns, then why are we trying to negotiate it? Like, why are we trying to negotiate that they give away their 60% uranium if we destroyed it and turned it into nuclear dust? Or I guess we're about to hit it again and turn it into nuclear particles. So, I mean, like, what's the story here? Like, bro, choose a lane here, guys. Like, well, what do y'all want to go with this? Did you destroy it or not? Because it's looking like no. Obviously, no.
Threat is not imminent, and there are many things that can happen. We don't know what the fate of Pickaxe Mountain is going to be. It too may be subject to attack because of its ability.
I'm not gonna lie, bro. Dude got like the meanest smirk, though. The meanest. He said, "Oh yeah, like we eliminated their nuclear capability for 10 years." That's when he smirked and he was like, "Yeah, sure you did. Sure you did."
Ability to produce perhaps nuclear weapons. This is an ongoing battle. It will not end in 5 weeks. It will not end in 5 years. The goal is to make sure that Iran never, ever, ever, under any circumstances, develops nuclear weapons. And my opponent on the other side doesn't seem to have a problem with that. He doesn't think Iran ever wants to develop nuclear weapons. So why don't you come to the table, make a deal that will make it absolutely impossible to do what you say Iran wants to do, and that is not develop a nuclear weapon. We can have peace if you come to the table and present the United States and the world with an airtight, not the old plan, but an airtight plan to do what you say you want to do. That is, prevent Iran from developing nuclear weapons. So here we can be on the same page here, and we can avoid further war. Just come to the table and do that. Just assure the world that your promise, which is hollow, obviously, on behalf of the Iranian regime, that you don't want to develop nuclear weapons, that your promise can actually be made certain on the ground. Then we can have peace.
I mean, that's the problem, though, with their mindset is, though, you can't trust them. Like, their mindset is that you can't trust the Iranians inside or outside of a deal. So what? I guess you just got to kill them all. It's like, bro, what's the point of even saying, well, why don't you just give up your nuke? Why don't you just give up the only thing that's keeping us from really striking you? It's like, no, they're not, actually. Why would they give up the one thing that's honestly about to ensure their security? And here's the thing, we kind of like proved it to them, and we've also vindicated North Korea through with their strategy as well. I mean, why not get a nuke if it assures that no other country is going to F with you because of a nuke? Like I said, the more aggressive we are on Iran, the more they push towards a nuke. Like, the only reason they're at 60% enrichment is because we pulled out the JCPOA, is because we put back on the sanctions, is because we labeled the IRGC a terrorist group. And then we killed General Qasem Soleimani in 2020. By 2021, they're at 60% enrichment. So if you're a fan of, looking for patterns like I am and understanding pattern recognition, you're just like, the pattern seems to be that the more we fuck with them, the closer they get to a nuke. But if we leave their ass alone, they just pause. Maybe we should just leave their ass alone.
Okay, Professor Morandi.
Oh, is it my turn? Because you've been, for the last half an hour, you've been busy with the spokesman for genocide and Epstein's buddy, who used to go to Rape Island with him. For a person who frequented Rape Island, I think anything that he says is nonsense. And I listened to him. But he's a lawyer, yet he cannot tolerate the words of a layman. That's how weak his argument is. Now, of course, someone who supports the genocidal regime of Israel would say this sort of nonsense. And of course, we recall how the South African government in its ICJ complaint showed genocidal intent by the Israeli regime, including the Israeli prime minister, whose spokesman you brought on and had this little love fest before this discussion. And
you know what? You don't have to keep making Professor Morandi. Just to be clear, it wasn't a love fest.
I can spend
my
time saying, no, take it easy on Pierce, though. Like, come on, bro. He actually was giving that guy a hard time. You're acting like he was just nodding along to everything he was saying with no pushback.
Tough statements.
But him and Professor Morandi, I mean, they got beef. Every time that they have an interview, him and Professor Morandi always get into it every single time.
I treated him with the same. I treated him with the same respect
No,
I try
you
and treat
didn't.
you until you
never
inevitably,
interrupted him.
until you inevitably go, till you always
never interrupted him.
invariably go ad hominem on people. Try not to go ad hominem. Stop with the silly digs. Stick to the proper debate we're having, and viewers may learn something. Force yourself.
Let
But you
the
have to talk
viewers
about
judge,
everything.
Pierce. I know where you stand, Pierce. I saw your previous interview with Ehud Barak. I saw it with this spokesman. We know where you stand, so that's not really important. But the point is that
Where do you think I stand? Where do you think I stand?
You stand with the genocide. You stand with the ethno-supremacist regime. I once asked you 3 times in a row, do you consider an ethno-supremacist regime to be legitimate? And you refused to answer. And the tone of your language, the fact that you do not, the fact that I'm not allowed to speak.
Hang on, just to be clear, and I want to get back to the debate in a moment, but just to be clear, I have repeatedly asked you in our numerous interviews, and I platform you regularly, something you always try and diminish in terms of its significance, but I do. And I've always asked you to tell me one critical thing about your own regime, and you always fail, which is very telling. So let's just park that to one side.
regime.
Now let's get back to the debate.
Regime,
And here's the thing, I always do say, like, Pierce, it's really rich that you want him to criticize his regime, but the problem is, though, it's like, dog, this man literally put his life on the line for said regime. I mean, he supports everything this regime is doing. He fought in the Iran-Iraq war. Yes, this guy here literally fought in the Iran-Iraq war. He's literally a war veteran / professor. So, yeah, to get him to what? You want him to go against the regime that he risked his life for? Like, come on now, dog. That's like asking a soldier to denounce the U.S. Like, they're just not going to do it.
The regime is,
no matter how pissed off they are at the country,
infinitely superior to your genocidal regime that helped the Israeli regime in the genocide. My regime, as you like to call it, your guest doesn't want me to speak, obviously. My regime did not pull the plug on little infants in the hospital, in the premature babies in the Al-Nasser hospital, pulled the plug on those premature babies and let them die. My regime didn't do that. The regime that you support did that. But getting back to the topic, the reality is that chemical weapons were used on our country with the support of your government.
True.
I survived 2 chemical attacks. And then your guest has the audacity to say that Iran would use weapons of mass destruction. During the Iran-Iraq war, the state, the leader, refused to produce chemical weapons. Even though the military politicians asked him, he said, no, it's immoral. So we had to suffer your chemical weapons, and your governments prevented our government from even purchasing gas masks. My gas mask was bought on the black market. It was North Korean. So don't talk about weapons of mass destruction to me when my friends have died because of your chemical weapons. Your regime is the regime.
Do you see what I mean? He's saying it out loud. He's like, bro, like, I don't see my friends die for this. I risk my life for this. Is like, one, they're never going to give up because this is the attitude of most Iranians. And 2, this is why he will never condemn his own regime. He'll never condemn the IRGC nor the Ayatollah. Why? Because he put his life on the line for it. I think we can all somewhat respect that, regardless of, us seeing him as the enemy.
Regime that has used nuclear weapons twice. And your ally, your genocidal ally, the apartheid regime, the illegitimate regime, where 44% of young Jews below the age of 35 in the United States, believe that Jews and Palestinians have to live together in one state with equal rights. That is exactly the Iranian policy. So despite your propaganda, despite your nonsense, despite the lies that you promote, people are waking up. Jews in the United States are waking up. Christians, Muslims, people from all walks of life are seeing who's carrying out a Holocaust in Gaza. Ronald Reagan, when this genocidal regime in 1982 invaded Lebanon, He called it.
Like, this is what we're waking up to. We're waking up to the demonization of Muslim countries to push us into war, to get us to think that it's okay to just bomb these guys recklessly and think that we're doing something good for humanity, but we're not. We're just creating more terrorism that we fearmonger on today. Like, we're creating our own problems in the Middle East and at home. So yeah, that's what everybody's catching on to. It's the anti-Islam propaganda, the anti-Muslim propaganda that gets you to make you think it's okay to disturb whatever Muslim country we want. That's the problem. And then also how some of these people are low-key pushing this anti-Muslim propaganda to the point where they're willing to, like, you know, step on the First Amendment, you know, freedom of speech, freedom of religion. Do y'all forget about that? Now we even got congressmen talking out here, talking like, oh, let's ban an entire religion. And let's hit you with the propaganda and say, oh, no, wait, it's an ideology. So, no, yeah, we can ban it. Oh, no, you can't. No, you can't, because we can say the same thing about Christianity. Actually, you can say the same thing about any religion. I mean, you sound like a bunch of communists. Banning religion, hello, does that sound familiar?
The Holocaust. This is far worse than the Holocaust of 1982. But you refuse to acknowledge this genocide. Whereas the population in Gaza has collapsed. It's not 70 or 80,000 people who've died. As a result of this war, hundreds of thousands have died. The population has collapsed. People are dying every day, not just because the kids are being bombed or being sniped, because they're dying of illnesses and a lack of medicine that this filthy regime is imposing on the people, on the kids of Gaza. But you want to look away and antagonize the Iranian people or the Palestinians or Hezbollah or whoever else it is that you'd like to antagonize so that they can get away with this. But you will not be able to do so because people are waking up across the world.
I need to get Alan to respond.
Okay,
Alan, Alan, hang on 1 second before you give a response to what you just heard. I just want to stress again that Israel has never been more unpopular globally, and not least in the United States, where 50% nearly of Americans said they would like to see Netanyahu arrested for war crimes, where 2/3 of Americans have a negative view of Israel. You know, my view of this is that Israel's current government is populated with people like Ben-Gvir and small.
I'll be real with you, because it's low-key a stain on American values that we even allow Netanyahu to do what he's doing to the Palestinians. It's literally a stain on our American values. It's highly un-American to support what Israel is doing in Gaza. So yeah, most Americans are going to be against it. We're against colonialism, we're against genocide, and we're against apartheid states. And we're also against racism and segregation as well. Things that we've done away with a long time ago, but Israel's still doing. But somehow they share our values. They're our greatest ally. Yeah, I don't think so. But all right, though, let's get back to it. And don't forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. We got about 500 y'all in here. And if you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, go ahead and super chat it in. I'll be happy to engage it.
These other guys who are complete psychopaths, and that the activities that they are promoting in, for example, the West Bank at the moment and so on, are making Israel a global pariah. Does that not concern you?
Of course it does. And I'm not at all a supporter of Ben-Gvir. I'm not a supporter of Smotrich. I am a supporter of the nation state of the Jewish people. I am a proud Zionist. Zionism is the national liberation movement of the Jewish people. Israel is the only non-colonialist state in the Middle East. All the other states were established by colonialist regimes after the First World War. Israel fought against colonialism and self-determination. I am not here to support everything Israel does. I wouldn't vote for Ben-Gvir. I wouldn't vote for Smotrich. I have to tell you that if in 1935, Winston Churchill had been the Prime Minister of England, and he had gone into Germany and attacked them, he would be the most unpopular person in the world. It's very unpopular to engage in preventive wars because you don't know what you're preventing. History is blind and deaf to the future. You only know what you're doing now. And so it takes enormous courage of the kind that not only Winston Churchill had, but that Benjamin Netanyahu has had, that Ronald Reagan has had, that George Washington had back in the day. It takes tremendous courage to get involved in a war that is unpopular. The Revolutionary War was unpopular with many, many parts of the United States. It was the right war, the Second World War. Nobody wanted to get into it on the basis from the United States. Lindbergh was against it. The Poles were showing against it. It took enormous courage to take on Adolf Hitler. And, you know, I hate to say this, but I think I'm in 1935, and I'm sitting opposite Joseph Goebbels right now, and he's making the propaganda case for the Nazi regime, just the way this professor is making the propaganda case for the new Nazi regime, which is the regime of Iran. Will you at least admit, sir?
I'm sorry, dog. We can relate a lot of things to the Nazi regime to the way Israel, acts as well. Like, how the Nazi regime taught the hatred of Jews? Well, Israeli schools teach the hatred of Arabs and Palestinians. So how are you any different from them? And here's the thing: you carry out, like, if damn near put them in an open air concentration camp, you do carpet bombing, you snipe children, and then you went into a hospital and killed a bunch of babies. I mean, no, man, y'all sound a little Third Reichish to me.
Will you at least admit that Iran murdered in cold blood as many as 50,000 innocent protesters? And would you admit, if that's true, that that comes closer to genocide than anything that Israel has been accused of doing in self-defense after its people were raped, kidnapped, murdered on October 7th? Would you at least admit that the Iranian regime is
always going to have this stance is that, look, we supported you guys defending yourselves to a certain point. He's like, yes, we understand 1,200 to 1,500 Israelis died. That doesn't greenlight you to take out over 70,000 Palestinians. It didn't greenlight you to take out 50,000 in May. And then that's what it was at May 2025. And most of them were citizens. Like, Israel has an 8-to-1, like, Hamas civilian death ratio. So for every, So for every dead civilian, or for every 8 dead civilians, they get 1 Hamas guy. Like, do you see the problem? There's more dead civilians than pretty much dead members of Hamas.
killed many, many, many thousands of people? Yes or no?
We are not in 1935. We're
Yes or
not
no?
in 1939.
Yes or no?
We are in 1942. You are the Nazi regime that is carrying out a Holocaust in Gaza. You are the Nazi who is doing it as we speak. Yep. You're the evil monster. You say Israel is not a colonial regime? You're from Eastern Europe. You're European. All of those Ashkenazi Jews who are now running the country, they're from Eastern Europe. You came and slaughtered. I'm talking. I didn't interrupt you as you were ranting. You're the people who you support, the people who are running the country.
No, really, though. Shout out to my man, Jed. He said what Israel did in Gaza would have made the SS blush. No, for real. I mean, you teach the hatred of the Palestinians. You pretty much segregate yourselves from them. You keep them out of certain places in Israel. And then, of course, like I said, the open air concentration camp in Gaza, the land that you said you gave to the Palestinians, but yet you control all their infrastructure. I mean, isn't that crazy? Oh, yeah, I'm giving you this land, but I control your lights, your water, and if you move in and out of this land. Yeah, that's some real independence right there, guys. Yeah, that's sure giving somebody some land. Oh, yeah, and shout out AJ for sending a Chile for 6 jewels. Appreciate the support, sis. And let me go ahead and give you guys y'all shout out.
Razor blade in your mouth, green stuff in your stuff, Philly blunts in your purse, but that ain't enough. Turning liquor bottles up with your mane as we dip. Turn right, turn left, each corner take a sip. Say what's up to the big pussy clicking Hyde Park, Lerner and the Nora and those who got hard.
And appreciate the support, guys. Make sure you double tap that screen, like the video, subscribe to the channel if you're watching over 10 minutes at least. And like I said, any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements that you want read out loud, you want me to engage with, please just super chat it in.
They're Polish. They're Ukrainian. They're from Czechoslovakia. They're from Eastern Europe. You're not even Semite. You're the anti-Semite because you've been slaughtered. You won't let me talk. You are afraid. You're afraid because you have no argument. You have no leg to stand on. You slaughtered the Semite Palestinians and you took their land. And you are a proud Zionist who supports a regime that's...
I mean, let's just keep it 100. It is wild what, the Israelis did to the Palestinians. Y'all pulled up there after World War II, after getting kicked out of Germany. And and for some reason, the UN thought it was a wise idea to sell Palestine to the Rothschilds in 1890. I mean, yes, look this up. In 1890, Palestine was sold to the Rothschilds, and this would pretty much set up the whole, Israel. This pretty much sets it up, and it didn't really get it fully put together until 1948. But in between that time of 1890 to 1948, there were multiple arms, a lot of money sent to Israel to the so-called Zionists, because it was the Zionists who pretty much had the idea of stealing the land from the Palestinians, and they felt like they need to do this to orchestrate the Jewish state and to also, fulfill their prophecy as well. But we won't even talk about that. The problem is, though, that they came there on Palestinian land. They bought from with under them. So, I mean, it is what it is on that note. But they came on their land, kicked them out, and this great tragedy is known as the Nakba, where all of them were kicked out of their land and had to migrate to pretty much other places like Jordan. And that's why Jordan is mostly Palestinian, because they were pretty much ethnically cleansed from their land. And like I said, some were killed, and if you didn't leave, you die. And remember, these Zionists, three Zionist gangs, pretty much, terrorist groups. And that's which consists of the IDF. So yeah, there were 3 Israeli Zionist terrorist groups that would pretty much terrorize these Palestinians. And guess who they were funded by? The Jewish mafia, and of course some support from the US, but mainly the Jewish mafia.
Celebrates the rapists in prison. They rape Palestinians in prison, and then they're celebrated on television. This is, if you don't let me talk, you're just exposing yourself. You're exposing yourself.
Actually, I think he might be agreeing with you, because there's Israeli lawyers that are defending Palestinian rights in jail going like, yo, no, they're actually raping these Palestinians. Like, they're low-key raping the Palestinians every time they meet with their lawyer, so they don't want to meet with their lawyer. And they're doing it to women, and they're doing it to children, they're doing it to grown-ass men, and they're doing it with sex toys and dogs. And yeah, there's Israeli lawyers that are pretty much like going like, yeah, no, this is real, and they're defending these Palestinians. I mean, bro, not all Israelis are bad.
You're exposing yourself just as you exposed yourself with Epstein.
I'm Israel.
So in response to your nonsense, the nonsense about 50,000 people, those lies have been responded to by the Iranian people. Stop ranting. I'm speaking. You're a lawyer. You're a lawyer. 3,117 people died thanks to an armed insurgency that your regime and the Israeli regime funded and supported. You're a coward. You are a coward. You won't let me talk. You're afraid. You're afraid of me talking.
Don't tell me I'm afraid.
The lawyer, Epstein's lawyer, Trump's lawyer, is afraid of me, a layman, talking. Why? Because you have no legs to stand on. The Iranian people have spoken. They went to the streets in the tens of millions. They went. You're a coward. You won't let me talk. I let you talk because I'm not afraid of you. People are not afraid of you anymore. You can kill Epstein. You can kill whoever you like, but we're not afraid. You can bomb my house. You can kill me with my family, but I'm not afraid of you. I will support the Palestinian people until your regime bombs my home. So go and tell them that. I'm prepared to die for the Palestinian people. But you who used to frequent Epstein Island, you have no principles and no morality. The Iranian people came to the streets in the tens of millions. We all know it. The footage is there. The international journalists were there, not just in Iran, but in Iraq. The Iranian people have spoken whose side they are. No one is going to be fooled by your propaganda to justify war.
Well, let's get this lawsuit
Okay, Alan
straight.
Dershowitz.
How many times do you think I was at Jeffrey Epstein's island? How many times? Say it again so we could get it on tape.
No, I don't know, but I do know that you definitely received a massage by one of his girls, and you was like, "Oh, wait, Vay, I kept my shorts on. Jeffrey Epstein had this really pretty little girl, but I didn't do anything with her. But I kept my shorts on. Wait, Vay, why are you pressing me, you anti-Semite?"
How many times?
One time is more than enough, but I think you've been there 5, 6 times.
Multiple times. How many times do you think I was there?
I think you were there 5, 6 times.
Say it again. 5, 6 times.
Something like that, yeah.
I was his lawyer, just the way I was the lawyer for Palestinians.
What a naive lawyer.
No, don't
Well, you
interrupt
just
me.
put up
I was the
basically to
lawyer
the
for
island.
Palestinian students who try to
AKA, he was on the island, but he got an alibi. Like, come on, man, I'm his lawyer. Of course I'm going to pull up to the island. I'm like, okay, bro. You got it. Not too many people is really going to buy that, but you got it, bro.
hang the flag when Yasser Arafat died. I was the lawyer for Nazis in Skokie, Illinois.
I was his lawyer. Like, of course I went to the island and I seen the girls, but I'm his lawyer. That's none of my business. Like, oy vey. It's like, come on now. You're being an anti-Semite. And no, he didn't work for Mossad. It's like, what? You just pulled up to the island. You all admit that you got a massage by one of his girls, but you know what, though? That's just all coincidental. You never did anything. Okay, whatever. Ain't no proof. I'll give it to you.
I helped represent them. I would even represent you if anybody tried to prevent
I
you
don't
from.
need you.
I'm a lawyer.
I don't
and
need you.
Lawyer does, and that's what lawyers should be proud of. I mean, I'm going to continue to represent people you don't like, as long as I have the current strength to do it. And you can cite that as an argument against Israel, but it has nothing to do with Israel. It's just an ad hominem attack on me as a lawyer and on the American legal system.
Which is wild. Shout out my man JD said a rub and tug isn't part of being a lawyer, though. It's like, exactly. And here's the crazy part about it. It's like, dog, but you most likely went to that island to get another massage. Like, let's just keep it 100. And I mean, can we check your emails on the time you went to that island, actually? Just in case we didn't get them in the Epstein files. Because, apparently if you're you get a little bit more protection.
You wouldn't understand the American legal system because you don't have
yourself said you regret being his lawyer, so don't talk nonsense.
Say it again.
You yourself admitted that you regret being his lawyer, so don't talk nonsense to me.
I don't regret being his lawyer. I'm proud to have been his
regret.
I'm proud to have been President Clinton's lawyer. I'm proud to have been Ted Kennedy's lawyer. I'm proud to have been the lawyer for hundreds of indigent people who didn't have enough money to have a lawyer. And I would be happy to go to Iran and represent the people who can't get lawyers there, who were executed yesterday because they went to demonstrations. You have to say what you're saying.
The two people who were executed yesterday, and I've tweeted the footage. The two people, I'm glad you said this. You are so naive. You're not a good lawyer. I tweeted this yesterday, and I will retweet it after this debate. The two people who were executed yesterday, they burned 4 police officers alive and stabbed them.
What was it? The wrestler that Fox News was showing? He was on video chopping an officer up. I was like, yo. I mean, yeah, that's gonna get you. I mean, publicly hung. I'm just gonna be real with you. Man, them RGC boys don't play.
Razor blade in your mouth, green stuff in your stuff, Philly blunts in your purse, but that ain't enough. Turning liquor bottles up with your mane as we dip. Turn right, turn left, each corner take a sip. Say what's up to the big pussy clicking Hyde Park, Lerner and the Nora and those who got hard.
And shout out to my man Jet. I had to go low key give you a shout out real quick. Appreciate the support, my friend.
Who were executed?
And AJ as well. Appreciate it.
They were executed because of murdering 4 police officers. So I will retweet that today. But that's and that, by the way, what happened during that armed? Don't be afraid. Let me explain. Don't be afraid of people listening. You are the one from civilized world. You are the proud Zionists, the ethno-supremacists that we should all be listening to. So don't worry about don't worry if people hear what I say. Your own Israeli regime, the regime that you love so much, is self-admitted that they were behind the armed insurgency. Channel 14 of the Israeli regime, which is close to Netanyahu itself.
I mean, that is true. What was it? The head of CIA, or what was it? Yeah, what was it? Ex-CIA, ex-head of CIA, or ex-CIA director, Mike Pompeo pretty much just said it out loud on Twitter and just said that, yes, my heart goes out to all the Mossad and CIA agents standing next to the Iranian people. And he said this during the protests. And then, of course, you had the head of Mossad pretty much saying it in Israeli media and in an interview within, what was it? I think it was the Times of Israel or Haaretz, one of those Israeli publications.
Said, and I tweeted this, and others have too, that the Israeli regime, they helped send in, along with Americans, they helped send in the weapons that killed hundreds of police officers during those 2 days of armed insurgency. Your own regime admits it. Your own regime admits it.
I hope that's true. I would like to see the United States and Israel together topple the Iranian regime and replace it by a democratic regime where all people can vote and all people have free speech. I would be happy to participate in any such attempt.
Yeah, they don't got no free speech, but they do vote, though. They do vote, but no free speech.
To try to topple this Nazi regime. That's what would have happened in 1935 if they had done the right thing. We have a chance now to have peace in the world by toppling the Iranian regime. It won't happen overnight. It won't happen quickly. But ultimately, the good people of Iran, will rise up against their evil leaders who kill them in the street and will give them ultimately, for the first time, real democracy. That's what we want.
So says the genocide supporter. The genocide supporter who's supporting an ongoing genocide where every day Palestinians are dying every single day as we speak. And Western media won't tell anyone about it because it's controlled by the same sort of people who you are aligned to. Those kids who are dying of disease every day. Those parents who are dying every day because of a lack of proper food and medicine. You are responsible. And all those Western journalists who've been trying to distract public opinion away from it. The only guilt of the Iranian people, and Hezbollah and Yemen is that they say no to genocide. That has been.
Let's keep it real though. Like Western media don't really cover. Actually, it's American media that don't cover what's going on in Palestine. Why? Well, because our media is low-key controlled by a certain group, but it is what it is. Now, if you go over to international media, I mean, they're talking about it all the time. And here's the wild part, guys. Every country basically in the world sees what Israel is doing in Gaza as a genocide, except us. Actually, some people don't even know that's going on.
The guilt for 47 years. For decades, your regime has been supporting the apartheid and genocidal regime of Israel and supporting the most brutal regimes across the world in Latin America and Africa, in our region and in Asia. But Israel the only time, but your hostility is towards Iran because Iran says no to ethno-supremacism, just like 46% of young Jews in the United States. Iran says no to genocide, no to ethnic cleansing, no to colonization, and that Palestine must be a land where Jews and Christians and Muslims live as equal human beings. Your regime, your Israeli regime, because you're not loyal to the United States, you're loyal to the Israeli regime, to the genocidal regime. Your regime bombed during this war. Your regime bombed a synagogue. Your regime bombed a synagogue in Tehran. Why? Because that synagogue was.
And a lot of people don't know this about Iran, but in Iran, Christians, Jews, Muslims, they all live in peace in Iran. Like, and people say, oh no, Christianity's banned in Iran. No, actually, no. There's a certain sect of Christianity that's banned in Iran. And yes, you can actually look this up. Zionism is banned in Iran. Christian Zionism is banned in Iran. But you can be an Orthodox Christian, you can be a Catholic, you can be a Protestant, and it's all good. Actually, if you go to the one of their most famous cities, Istanbul, yeah, they have a church, a mosque, and a synagogue all connected together, and all three of the Abrahamic religions sit there and pray in peace in Iran. Isn't that crazy?
It's not a Zionist synagogue. You hate Jews. You hate Jews that are not Zionists. You are an anti-Semite because you kill Palestinians, and you're from Eastern Europe. You have no right to slaughter and rape and murder.
All right, let me bring Alan back in here. All right, let me bring Alan back in. Alan, let's just talk about the politics of this, because you mentioned earlier this could take 5 years, it could take longer. But there's a political relevancy to this, which is if Donald Trump was to lose the House and the Senate in the midterm elections, then he becomes a lame duck president and would then be highly likely to precipitate a loss in the general election for the Republicans. And the moment the Democrats get back into power, they're going to get out of this. So this could all be over regardless of whatever you would like or Donald Trump would like or Netanyahu would like. This could all be over within the next, just 2 and a bit years because of the politics of this in America.
That's right, because we have a democracy and we vote for what we want. Iran, on the other hand, in which only Muslims have rights, in which there's no free speech, there hasn't been an election for almost forever.
Appreciate that correction, bro, because the one I said was in Turkey. Sorry, I don't got the names all the way down. Hey, I don't speak Arabic, guys. Obviously, you can see that I'm black, and by my accent, you can easily tell that I'm American. But I try.
Have those rights. Yes, we can overthrow our government. Yes, the Democrats maybe will take control of the House and the Senate. That's a risk. That's what happened in Great Britain after Churchill won the Second World War with the United States. He got thrown out of power. Voters are fickle, but principled politicians, Churchillian politicians, do the right thing regardless of what the political implications are. And the right thing is to continue to make sure that Iran doesn't pose a nuclear danger to the world. Now, I want to pursue a little bit more of what our distinguished professor here said. He said Jews control the media, Jews control the media, Jews, and he start making other kinds of arguments.
You're a liar. You're a liar. You're a lawyer, but you're a liar.
News control.
You're a lawyer, but you openly lie.
I mean, that's what lawyers do, though, man. Look, man, they gotta lie, especially if they're a defense lawyer. But let me see. Well, actually, here's the thing, though. When they say, "Oh, Jews control the media," well, kind of. Like, if you do look through who, like, the CEOs who own, your major news organizations or your major TV stations and all that good stuff, even major movie production, there's a lot of, Jews in there. I'm just going to keep it real with you. It's not all Jews, but it's mostly Jews. But then again, if you actually look back in history, I mean, Jews did establish Hollywood, so it does make sense. And then they also have a heavy hand in the music industries. I mean, you look at Universal, Epic, I mean, all the big guys, ran by who? Just so happened to be Jews. And I mean, I think that's a flex. I don't think that's nothing to be ashamed about or to sit there and call people anti-Semitic about. I'll sit there and flex about that.
Hi. People are watching. Jews, 44% of young Jews in the United States under the age of 35, they don't believe your nonsense anymore. No one believes you. You bombed the Jewish synagogue in Tehran. You're the enemy of Jews. You are I never said you say that. The audience can judge for themselves. In fact, when you say Iran has no freedom of speech, your host, I've invited him to come to Iran on multiple occasions to see if there is free speech. When I tell him to read the book Going to Tehran, he gets angry because it goes against his narrative. But you speak on behalf of an ethno-supremacist regime, and you—
Oh no, yeah, bro. You go to Iran today, you'd be like blown away. It's like, first off, yes, women, they don't even got to wear the hijab in the main cities where most people live. Like in Tehran, yes, you'll find women who are, veilless. So yeah, they don't got the veil on. And yes, there is liberalism and feminism in Iran. And here's the thing: Iran voted for basically the reformist party, the left wing, basically the liberals in Iran. So Iran is steadily moving towards a more liberal ideology, but we're going to bring them towards that more right wing ideology if we keep on attacking them.
Speak of
hardliners or make them hardliners.
Speech. Your country is run by oligarchs. You think that the people of the United States have free speech when they lose their jobs? When on campus, they can't talk out against the Israeli regime and the brutality of the regime.
I ain't gonna lie. I remember I made this point, and a lot of people got mad at me when I made it, but I was like, I don't really think we got free speech. We have controlled speech, but not free speech. I mean, when the biggest platforms in the world can sit there and tell you, yo, if you say this, I'm taking you off. And then if they go as far, they can get you fired. Then no, we don't got free speech. We have control speech. Remember, our free speech is supposed to be able to, it's supposed to be able to keep us from being prosecuted. Now, I know I know we mean legally, but I mean, let's be real, socially as well. Because at that point, you're able to control speech. If I'm able to ruin your life based off what you say, I control speech. Like, period, point blank. And you don't have free speech. Your free speech is only allowed if I agree with it or if I don't mind it. But as soon as I do, you're cooked. How is that? Like, and that's how the governments run. That's how these social media platforms are ran. So how is that free speech?
Don't talk nonsense. People lose their jobs in your country. Their futures are destroyed when they speak truth to power.
But let me ask you, Professor Morandi, let me ask you, look, I presume there's one thing you would both agree on, which you would like this war to be over sooner rather than later, correct?
We would like justice. We would like what would end all wars in this region is one thing: that the land of Palestine be a land where Jews, Christians, and Muslims live as equal human beings. That's something that your other guests would never support and never accept. And that's why.
Well, let me ask you.
We have the genocide.
Well, let me ask you.
And it's been going on for decades.
Well, let me. You said you wouldn't accept it. Let me ask you, Alan, would you accept that?
Of course, I accept it completely. I accept completely people in every part of the world living as equals without regard to their religion.
You would accept that all Palestinians living in the West Bank and Gaza. Listen, answer my question. All the Palestinians, including those living in the West Bank and Gaza, they would have equal rights to those Israelis who you brought in from Europe and across the world. They would have equal rights.
I'm not sure if he pushed, but guys, watch what he's about to push for, because he's trying to push for a one-state solution. And this is what I mean by Iran doesn't want to destroy Israel doesn't want to really destroy the Israeli state. They want to destroy the Jewish state. And those are two different things, because the Israeli state is the state of Israel. But then you got the Jewish state, which is Israel, which is the only reason we call that because it's predominantly Jewish. If we got to a one-state solution, eventually the Palestinians would outnumber the Jews, and that would ruin the whole idea of the Jewish state. So this is kind of what they mean by, the Iranians are pushing for Israel's destruction, because they're pushing for a one-state solution, aka make Palestinians Israelis, give them equal rights, same passport, all that good stuff. And what would that do? Destroy the Jewish state without destroying Israel.
Except that
Israeli state.
But let me be very clear. The vast majority of Israelis come from Arabic backgrounds, North Africa, Muslim backgrounds, Arab backgrounds.
And I'm not saying that it's right. I'm not saying that it's right. I'm just explaining to you, like, this is low-key what they're going for, actually.
That's not Palestine. That's not Palestine. Morocco is not Palestine. Kurdish Iraq is not Palestine. You're not speaking with a child.
Oriental background. They're Mizrahim, not Ashkenazim. Number one.
You are Ashkenazi. You and those running the country are mostly Ashkenazi. And the Mizrahi Jews are not Palestinian, and they're not Semites.
Of course, I believe in complete equality for everybody. Now, I want to ask you the question: do you think
the West Bank and Gaza in the West? So you say no. Don't run away from the answer. You say that the Palestinian you answer the question. You say that the Israeli regime should dismantle the system that now exists, and that all Palestinians in the land of Gaza and in the West Bank should have the right of vote and should have citizenship to this land, and they cannot be removed from their homes. You say that, right? You accept that,
yes,
right?
Of course. I think that.
I mean, let's be real though. Giving them a two-state solution where they got their own thing going on without interference from Israel in any way, shape, or form, that's the best solution. A one-state solution, bro, the Israelis are going to lose their shit.
They should be citizens of an independent state in Gaza, an independent
No,
state.
no. I didn't say that. I did not say that. Don't change the. No.
The complete right
Do
to.
you accept that the people in Gaza are refugees from Palestine?
I believe in a peaceful Israel.
Answer the question. Answer the question. The people in Gaza are refugees from Palestine. They're not from Gaza. Gaza was a village 50, 60, 70 years ago. The people in the West Bank, many of them are not from the West Bank. Many people in Jordan, they're not from Jordan or Lebanon or in Syria or in Egypt. The Palestinian population that has been expelled from their homes, that have been kicked out of their homes and have been decimated for decades. You believe that within Palestine, what is now today called Israel, plus the West Bank and Gaza, that they should have equal rights and citizenship.
Let's remember how it started. 1947, the UN partition.
No. Just say yes or no.
No.
We know how it started. You can't. The people who run Israel came from Europe. We know where they came from. They came from Eastern Europe for the most part. Many came from Russia. We know that. They're not Semites. I'm asking you a simple question. Just say, should the Palestinians in Gaza and in the West Bank and the Palestinians who've been expelled from their homes, who are from that land, and who are Semites, should they have equal rights and citizenship? This is a simple question. Most of the show is ask you the question, and you try to shift the question.
Well, let him answer. Let him answer.
No, for real.
In 1947, nations divided what was then a place called Palestine, named by the Romans, into two areas. One where there were a majority of Jews, and that could be a Jewish state, and the other, which was much larger, with the arable land, which could be a Palestinian state. Palestinians would have had a completely free state on the West Bank and in the Gaza, and the Palestinian leadership, led by a Nazi named Husseini, turned it down and refused and attacked Israel in a genocidal war against Israel. That's what caused people to leave their homes and abandon their village.
No, you gave them guys a bad deal and you pretty much took their land and then said, well, here, let me give you a deal that gives you small PCO land, but you should be happy though, because, the fighting is stopping. Yeah, I'm be real with you. They pretty much said, yo, you're going to have to beat our ass off this land then, because they know where y'all took our land and now y'all are trying to give us a smaller piece of our own land. Let's be real. All the proposals that Israel's ever gave the Palestinians were just terrible. I mean, and it was like that on purpose.
Ben-Gurion wanted to welcome them all, kept them there, let them have a two-state solution. Israel said yes. The Palestinians said no. That was the origin of the conflict. And we can't go back in time now. Obviously, things have changed.
That's the problem. That two-state solution gave the Palestinians too small of land, like really nothing. And let's be real, this is, remember, in their belief, in their eyes, in reality, actually, is their land. So the fact that they just came there, took it, and now trying to partition off a small section for them is like, yo, are you serious?
I want complete equality for everybody. I want every.
May I just interest one, because as a lawyer, let me just tell you one thing for your own sake. It's only for your own sake. It's not for the sake of argument. What you are saying, the argument that you're making, these fairy tales worked before October the 7th. They worked because the West had the propaganda machine. The West had the centers of knowledge. It worked. And most people did not know the truth. So they worked. But the mistake that you made was that after October the 7th and the South African complaint to the ICJ, after October the 7th, in the complaint that the South African government put to the ICJ, in that complaint, they showed the genocidal intent of your regime, your Israeli regime. And after that, we saw it carry out that. And gradually as time, anyone can read it online. I advise all the viewers to use the search engine to go and look at the South African complaint to the ICJ. After that, okay, people can read it. It's just quotes. It's just quoting your prime minister.
You know what?
It's quoting your president, and then people saw the genocide.
I'm calling a timeout now. I'm calling a timeout
on television for the world.
Just to be clear, I think it's probably pretty clear to viewers now why negotiations took 21 hours and why the war is still raging. But I appreciate you both.
Really? That was a
agreeing
war
to
of
debate with each
aggression.
other.
Iran did not attack the United States. Iran did not pierce. Iran did not attack the United States. And the United States is sacrificing the world for this ethno-supremacist regime.
It has killed so many Americans.
All I can say is good luck. All I can say is good luck to the negotiating teams who are trying to bring.
Yeah, low key though. Good luck to those guys, because I mean, you see how deep the beef is between Israel and Iran, and then of course us and us and Iran as well. But all right, though, we're gonna go ahead and take a bit of a comedic interlude, and then we're gonna go ahead and get into this Andrew Wilson and Dinesh D'Souza debate. It was actually decent, so we're gonna have a debate night. But in the meantime, please enjoy this nice little video.
Your empire is done. You started the war, you thought you would win. Now look at the mess that your country is in. Look at it. Your general's crying, your plan was a bust. The promises made are now turning to dust. Marco Rubio was sweating, he's grilled on the floor. They asked for the billions you wasted on war. You lied from day one, you keep capping a lot. But look at the straight, yeah, we got it on lock. Locked down. You're begging for mercy, you're begging for peace, while telling your media Iran wants to cease. You sure? You're losing the straight, you're losing the state. And now the whole public is drowning in hate. You told, stop talking about Epstein. Now listen to the crowd. Epstein, Epstein, Epstein. Louder! Epstein, Epstein, Epstein. Don't stop talking about Epstein, Epstein. Louder! Epstein, Epstein, Epstein. You lied about Iran, said Navy is gone. You promised regime change from darkness to dawn. You're dreaming, your beautiful B-2s were flying so high, still shaking inside. You're about to cry. You stood on the stage, looking completely detached, saying, I don't care about voters, it's cash. Did he really say that? Yeah, he did. You care about ballrooms, luxury suites, while American families starve on the streets. Inflation is peaking, the economy's dead, but you worry about Israel instead. The corruption is deep, AIPAC's buying the state. Every politician's got a price on their plate. You're all just puppets dancing for funds, while Iran is standing and holding the guns. You're losing the straight, you're losing the state. And now the whole public is drowning in hate. You told, stop talking about Epstein. Now listen to the crowd. Epstein, Epstein, Epstein. Louder! Epstein, Epstein, Epstein. Don't stop talking about Epstein, Epstein.
I am upset about how much this bang goes through.
You called yourself a king, but you're just a BJ queen. The biggest disaster the White House has seen. Your empire is done, 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 done. Done, 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 done. The war is lost. You go fix your ballroom.
Yo. I mean, bro, I know, right, bro? Like another one they hit us with, and it was a banger. I'm not even gonna lie. I was like, dang, that Epstein part is low-key kind of hard. I'm not gonna lie.
Razor blade in your mouth, green stuff in your stuff, Philly blunts in your purse, but that ain't enough. Turning liquor bottles up with your main as we give. Turn right, turn left, each corner take a sip. Say what's up to the big pussy clicking Hyde Park, Lerner and the Nora and those who got hard.
And then shout out to my man Jet, because he hit us with the not another one. And shout out to my man Galactic. He says, too good. I knew you would like that one. I knew you would like it. But I know all my MAGA guys low-key a little bit heated, because they hated it, but they were like, I'm not gonna lie, man, this shit bangs. It's like I'm low-key bumping my head. Like, I love Trump, but that Epstein part low-key kind of hard, man. I'm not gonna lie, Set. You pissing me off, but I'm jamming to it. And I'm glad I can help you with that, man. I'm glad I can give you some type of satisfaction. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get into this debate. Debate night. Let's go ahead and jump right into it. Whoop, let's go.
Jews have magic Jew blood, yes or no? What? Magic Jew blood, so they're preferred by God?
How much should Taiwan pay us for preventing an invasion by China?
They should pay for whatever the naval cost is of doing that.
Right. This is why you're not president, because do you agree that the people who live in Israel are Jews?
Yes. Mystery solved.
Okay. And all right. I'm saying that the secularism in Israel is a result of a rebellion against Judaism, not a manifestation of it.
It's the stupidest thing that I ever heard.
Israel was
Can it be a secular Jewish state, Dinesh?
Israel
Can
was.
it be a secular Jewish state, Dinesh?
Israel.
Can it be a secular Jewish
Yes,
state?
it is.
Thank you.
Okay, but I'll refute it.
I can't wait.
Okay.
This be a good one.
With that, we're going to jump into the main event for the entire conference. Are Christians morally obligated to support the Jews in Israel?
Damn. So, yeah, that's the prompt. Are Christians morally obligated to support the Jews in Israel? Huh.
I am excited for this one. Introducing first, Dinesh D'Souza is a best-selling author, award-winning filmmaker, and veteran conservative intellectual who has shaped American political debate for decades.
All right. Let's get past the glazing. Let's get past the glazing of these two.
So, and then just so it's no surprise, what we're going to do is right after their opening statements, which will be at the podium for 5 minutes each, we are going to move the podium and then bring the tables closer together so that the speakers are closer together for that open dialogue session. With that, we're going to start the debate. Dinesh will be going first. I have the timer set for you, Dinesh, and I will start it on your first word. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much. Well, I feel like I'm going to be in the lion's den today. And there might be a few of you who support Israel, some of you on the fence. Most of you are probably going to be a little hostile. And so my presence here should be taken as well, I'll try to make it as painless as possible, but it's going to be a little bit of an intellectual suppository for you. I want to clarify some terms in the debate to make it clear what we're going to be debating about. And then I want to try to focus the argument in its most kind of primitive or fundamental way so we don't get drawn into sort of side issues. We're talking as Christians, so I'm assuming that the premise of the debate is that we are Christians, we're Catholics, we're Protestants, we're in the mainstream of the Christian tradition. My own work in apologetics has taken the C.S. Lewis kind of mere Christianity approach. I'll be using generally that in this debate. By way of background,
I mean, that's going to be tough because it's only the Christian sect of Zionism, the evangelists that believe in, supporting Israel. I mean, the other Christian faiths, the other Christian denominations are kind of against it, especially the Catholics, especially them, considering the history.
I'm from a very old Catholic family in India. It goes back about 400 years. My grandfather's brother was the Cardinal of Pakistan. So I'm deeply rooted in the Catholic tradition, the Catholic intellectual tradition. I've studied it, I've written a lot about it, and I've debated it against generally leading atheists, people like Christopher Hitchens and others. Now, Israel is not my topic. And by that, I mean in a career spanning 35 years, I haven't written about it. I barely mentioned it. I'm not known as a Zionist. I don't identify with Zionism, which was a secular socialist movement of the 19th century. I have no particular stake in Israel as a country. I'm America first all the way. And so keep those things in mind as we have this debate. If you're looking...
low-key, the original Zionists were honestly, secular terrorists.
Looking for me to sort of channel Ben Shapiro or Mark Levin, that's really not going to be happening here. I'm not a professional Israel advocate in any sense of the term. I discovered Israel really 2 or 3 years ago when I visited for the first time. And I found it interesting in 2 ways. The first one was simply that we live at a time when cities have become really homogenized. These days, there's no point going to Zurich and Copenhagen. It's all kind of one thing. Israel's not like that. In Israel, you're very conscious that you're in the land of the Bible. that is a very important feeling for Christians. You get the sense that this is your spiritual homeland. And by spiritual homeland, what I mean is that our faith is not some kind of abstraction that is delivered in the sky. It could have been. God could have put the 10 Commandments. He could have, put it on the moon. But he didn't do that. Our Bible, our history, our Christianity is historical. It's rooted in real people and real events and real places. It took place somewhere in the world, and that somewhere happens to be Israel. That's worth remembering and worth noting. I also discovered in the course of now 4 visits to Israel, the thing that really interests me, and that is biblical archaeology. And biblical archaeology has the definitive effect of authenticating and corroborating the people and events in the Bible. We can go into it a little bit later. I will give you the most shocking examples of this, but it is a massive refutation of the skepticism and atheism of the 19th century, which basically said that the Bible was written hundreds of years later and most of it was kind of made up. Biblical archaeology shows us that the Bible is talking about real people and true events. You can debate the miracles, you can debate the theology, but that these things are real, these people are real, the events are real, has been authenticated down to the most excruciating detail. That's very important because it also happens to establish the presence of the Jews in their ancestral homeland. Okay. And in a way, to me, the fundamental question that we're discussing today, when I say morally obligated, what I really mean is, what's the right thing to do? Now, saying what the right thing to do doesn't solve the problem of should we give money to Israel or how much money should we give to Israel? No. Supporting Israel here basically means having a certain recognition of a kind of spiritual and historical kinship or line of continuity established, by the way, in the Bible. Okay. And don't think of the Old Testament.
Okay, so the premise pretty much is that we have a religious duty to help establish the Jewish state of Israel that was pretty much taken by violence. I don't know if God wants that. I don't know about that one.
Testament is Jewish. The New Testament is just as Jewish as the Old. Both are describing Jewish.
Nah, bro. Andrew's face though when he said that, the look up.
Testament is just as Jewish as the Old. Both are describing Jewish communities, and Christianity came right out of that. In fact, the first Christians were Jews. They were Jews who followed the Messiah. I think historically we could say with great accuracy they were the very first Judeo-Christians. The apostle.
All right, well, why help establish a state full of, Jews, a religion that don't believe in Jesus? Like, what sense does that make? I mean, it don't really make too much sense to us, especially if you're tackling it from the Christian lens here.
Were Judeo-Christians. Now, to me, the core of this question is whose land is it?
30 seconds.
30 seconds? I was just getting warned. This is my introduction, guys. All right. Let me just put it this way. There are 3 ways to get a country. First, you were there first. That's the ancestral claim. Number 2, you got the country by some kind of negotiation or treaty. Or number 3, you got the land because you captured it. Every single country on the map in the world now has gotten its claim based on one of these 3 ways.
Yeah.
The argument I'm going to make is that Israel succeeds on all 3 ways.
Yeah.
It checks all the boxes. Even America doesn't. The American Indians were here first. We might have.
But to sit there and say that, I want to make a religious claim while also making a one of violence as well. Like, you're pretty much admitting that they just came there, stole their land through violence, and this is supposed to be biblically correct. And y'all wonder why people, people like this low-key do give religion a bad name. Give Christianity a bad name. If you're sitting there saying, oh, no, we support the apartheid state of Israel. No, we support the ethnic cleansing of the Palestinians. It's religiously authorized. I don't know about that.
Conquered them, taken the land from them. So we got it by conquest. They got it by original inhabitancy. And there's a little bit of a argument over here. But I'm going to argue that the Jews were there. It's their land. Number two, they got it by treaty. It was given to them by the United Nations. They accepted it. The Palestinians rejected it. And three, they got it by not just by conquest. They fought 3 defensive wars against massive coalitions of Islamic forces
Y'all took their
that are
land.
into essentially global colonization. The Muslims are
Yo, it's like, yeah, I know we took their land through force for our religious values, but how dare them fight back those cursed Islamist terrorists? It's like, what? But you, what do you think was gonna happen? You took their land.
the real colonizers. And so whichever box you choose, Israel succeeds. And therefore, supporting Israel isn't just sort of the biblical thing to do, it's the right thing to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I've got the timer ready for you, Andrew, on your first word. Oh, that's right. If you're able to.
Got to set the mood. First of all, big round of applause for Dinesh real quick. Great opening. But that's not going to save him. I want for everybody to remember that the topic of this debate is if Christians have a moral obligation to support Jews in Israel. He didn't give us one. It is obvious to me that since the answer is clearly no, that Dinesh likely gave no reason, which means I predicted he wouldn't give us one. I will begin by expressing to you, the audience, that when discussing normative claims, or in this case, moral claims, you need to demonstrate why the moral obligation is there. Dinesh's view comes down to a whole bunch of really stupid propositions that actually make no sense. Note, I'm not calling Dinesh stupid. He's far from it. But even intelligent people can believe stupid propositions and often do. Logical proposition 1, Christians need to support a Jewish state of Israel because their ethics and Christian ethics overlap. This is something which Dinesh has said multiple times. The reason this is a stupid proposition is because the modern state of Israel is a secular state. This state supports abortion, and most of the public supports it. They have pregnancy termination boards, which grant 99% of applications abortions up to 24 weeks and beyond. They support gay marriage, and while not marrying gays themselves, as there is no civil marriage authority, they recognize all out-of-country gay marriages as valid, and all gay cohabitation has identical social and financial rights. Let that sink in. They are extremely pro-transgender, and their public health care system provides generously for trans surgery and voice mod training. Sorry about that. 1 second here. According to their own polling, the Israeli Institute for Gender and LGBTQ Studies has supported 75% or more for homosexual acceptance, advocacy, and gender care, which includes 90% from secular Jews and even over 50% from the...
Now, it's kind of funny, though, because he is making a really good point. It's like, yo, okay, this is supposed to be a state that Christians support, but they're really secular. But then this is where I would backtrack it on Andrew. It's like, yeah, but here's the thing, though. Christians like to sit here and talk about their disagreements of, you know, gays until they're debating a Muslim. And they're talking about, well, we love our gays. We don't throw them off roofs. It's like, all right, what is it? Do you support gays or not?
Religious Orthodox Jews. Now I can keep going. Women in the military, IVF programs, national health care, prostitution, pornography. These are libtards, essentially, who live in Israel that Dinesh wants us to support. A whole nation of them. Christian ethics here in the USA determines that we resist these things in our own nations. Why would we support other nations which codify these things as law any more than we would Sharia law? I don't want millions upon millions or billions of my dollars to be used to support a system which allows for these forms of degeneracy when we are busy combating them in our own backyard. Why would Christians support that? Now, Dinesh can argue the USA is plagued with similar problems, and that's true. And Christians here oppose our own governmental national apparatus and strongly attempt to legislate against these forms of policy. We do the opposite of funding it, except through force of tax. Proposition 2, Dinesh believes that the Christians have a stake in Israel because it's the holiest of holies and the holiest Christian sites are there. I grant this is true, but that doesn't give us much reason to keep the population there Jewish. If Christians in the West truly want access to the holy sites, then why not just demand Israel, who is our protectorate, take a certain amount of Christians per year? I think 100,000 or more should do the trick. The USA has no cap on Jews immigrating here. Why not just demand they allow Christian immigration with no cap there, or we cut off all military funding and support, and that's that. Then we get the holy sites. He argues that Israelis guard these things better than Muslims. I can see that's true, but I'm certain millions of Christian immigrants could protect them just fine. Not sure why there needs to be a Jewish state to do this, or why we have a moral obligation to keep it Jewish at all. Proposition 3, Dinesh often cites the biblical principle of those who bless Israel will be blessed. That's Genesis 12:3. Does a modern state of Israel seem very blessed to you? If you took every Jew in Israel and put them in Germany in the year 2026, they would be safer than they are in Israel. How's that for irony? Is God blessing their abortions or homosexuality and prostitution advocacy, the rejection of the Messiah? Doesn't seem like it to me. If that's what a God-blessed nation looks like, then I would be very wary of the blessings of that God, because he sure seems like he isn't very fond of them at the moment. Proposition 4. Do Christians have an obligation to support religious Jews naming a Messiah, considering that that Messiah figure will certainly be false and antichrist? This is obviously no. Don't know about Dinesh over here, but the proposition of naming a false Messiah and Christians supporting that by funding the religious, more conservative section of Jewish population claiming it's moral seems insane to me. Proposition 5, are secular Jews blessed, or non-religious Jews blessed by the same Genesis passage? In other words, if I bless atheist Jews and all their liberal policies, will I in turn be blessed with magic Jew blood? Do I need to fight and die on their behalf for this blessing? Is it just a mind state, like I just kind of cheer them on? Does it require action on my part? What are my actual obligations here as a Christian? What's the normative framework to receive said blessing for my support of atheist Jews? I say the opposite.
And money.
As a Christian, it's my duty to resist and oppose the radical atheist and secular Jewish agenda of Israel. Until they conform to my ethical model, I would like and would do, in all cases, I would demand this of every nation, pull all financial and military support and deal with them only as a limited capacity as they could be dealt with. I am not in the business of funding abortion, homosexuality, prostitution, female empowerment. Christians must resist these propositions and demand, if Israel wants our aid, they need to conform to the standards and normative ethics of the very Christians they endlessly demand help from.
Fair.
To clarify a few terms, when you're making a normative claim, Dinesh, when you're making a ought claim, you need to tell us why Christians ought to support this nation. So far, you have not done that.
He literally just said it's biblical.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for those openings. So for the open dialogue, I have the timer set. This will be 80 minutes, and we're going to move the speakers just a little closer. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Excellent work. And then, Sean, if you can give us a thumbs up, if you can just squeeze it. You want them straight? For 80 minutes for open dialogue. And of course, as usual, let this be as organic as you guys would like it to be. I'll just jump in if it gets really crazy. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Do you want me to go first, just to get us going?
It's your claim.
Okay. Would you agree that the New Testament not only follows the Old, but incorporates the Old? In other words, to put it differently, that Christianity is the only religion that takes the scriptures of another religion and incorporates it wholesale into its own Bible. True or false?
That's false.
That's false. So you would prefer to see the Old Testament removed from the Bible?
No, it's on I have a different worldview than you do. I see these things as a continuity, whereas you see them as a multitude of covenants. Is that correct?
No, I didn't say that. I started out with the physical Bible. When I look at my Bible, it's about 800 pages long.
Okay.
About 2/3 of it is the Old Testament, and the Old Testament is in the Christian Bible.
That's correct.
Right? The Christians didn't say it's an historical document that we should read in conjunction with our scriptures. It is included in the Christian scriptures. I asked you true or false, and you truly said false, which to me is deeply heretical
Wow.
because it implies that you're saying that the Old Testament does not belong in the Bible.
Yeah, that's not what I'm saying. So
What are you saying?
to clarify, I'm just saying that I would agree that these things are on a continuity, right? And maybe I misunderstood what you were saying, but now that we have that clarified, I think that these are on a continuity rather
Okay.
than covenantal.
All right. So they're in a continuity. Would you agree that the Old Testament is no less inspired than the New? In other words, it is just as sacred. It's sacred scripture, no less than the New, and on the same footing as the New. You agree?
Sure.
Okay. And you agree that the foundations of Christianity are anchored in the Old Testament, by which I mean that Christianity would be inconceivable without Genesis, the account of creation, the Exodus, the Ten Commandments.
Yeah, it would be totally incoherent.
The prophets. You agree?
Yeah, it'd be
all right.
totally-
You
totally
agree
incoherent.
that not only is that Jewish scriptures, but it is no less the Christian scriptures.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And do you agree further that when the Pilgrims and then later the American founders in America saw themselves as building a civilization anchored on Athens and Jerusalem, when they spoke about Jerusalem, they were referring to Christianity, the Old Testament, and the New? True or false?
I would say that that's true.
That is true. And therefore, America itself, our own country, is based on these two foundations, including the foundation of Jerusalem. If somehow the foundation of Jerusalem, historically, morally, ethically, were to be kicked out, we would be essentially cutting off our own feet. True or false?
Well, just can I ask a clarifying question? So when you say if Jerusalem is kicked out from under our feet, what are you referencing?
I'm referring to the continuous tradition, as you described it, that begins with not just Genesis and Noah and Adam, but then continues with Abraham.
Yeah, you
and
need to have the Old
David.
Testament for there to be a continuity, yes.
Right. And so Jerusalem refers to the whole biblical narrative that begins about 2000 BC with Abraham and continues to the Acts of the Apostles, which is about 60 or 70 AD. That whole story is Jerusalem.
Okay.
And I'm saying that that is a core foundation of our civilization. And
so what?
Well, what it means is that that as a country, we recognize that we have moral, philosophical, and historical continuities with certain countries. And I would mention two. Great
So
Britain.
overlapping ethics.
Great Britain, because a lot of the ideas, not only were a lot of the founders coming from Great Britain, but we have had a special relationship with Great Britain that's now extended for many, many years. And it's based on the idea that we've got something in common with these people, even more so than with, say, the Germans or the Norwegians. And therefore, if there's an international crisis, the United States will team up right away with Great Britain as its European sort of, what do you call it, protectorate, and then try to get Great Britain to win over the other European countries. In other words, this special relationship.
So what?
Okay.
Where do we get to the moral obligation here, Dinesh? Great. We've established, hey, we have a the most special relationship ever with England because our ancestors come from England and France.
Right.
I'll just
And
I'll happen to note very quickly, the top white demographic inside the United States is German, not English. Just want to point that out.
Fair enough.
Very, very far removed from what it was initially at our foundation. Where do we ever get to the moral obligation?
Okay, so first of all, let me address your German point, because there is a key difference between immigrants and settlers. The British built the country. The Germans came to a good country that the British built. So a settler is the guy who makes the country, makes the system. The immigrant is the guy who moves because he believes it's a really good club that he wants to join. So it doesn't matter how many immigrants have come later. The building of America was done by the settlers. Now, here's my point. With countries as with people, we have a certain, if you're a conservative, you have a certain respect for your own patrimony. It's yours. It's your lineage.
Blood and
it's
soil?
kind of like saying,
wait, are you making a blood and soil? I thought you rejected blood and soil.
I'm making an historical, immoral, and an
didn't you write a
intellectual
book
argument.
where you rejected the entirety of blood and soil? And that's the argument you're making here. Blood and soil.
I'm simply
Do
saying.
we have a super special relationship with other white people because they're white, Dinesh?
No, because those white people in other parts of the world had nothing to
Then
do with
what?
America.
Then
But
what the hell
British-
are you talking about, dude?
I'm talking about the fact that the British did. I'm talking about that the fact that the Bible is situated in that country and no other. It's not as
So what?
So as Christians, this is something that should be important to us. It's evidently
I'm
not important to
Okay,
you.
look. Let's break a couple things down. Absolutely, it's important.
Okay.
Great. Can we get to the moral op part?
Okay. All right. So now let's turn to the people who live in Israel. Do you agree that the people who live in Israel are Jews?
Yes. Mystery
Okay.
solved.
Okay. And all right. And do you also agree that they are directly in the lineage of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob? In other words, they come in a sort of historical, religious, and ancestral line from the old Jews. In other words, what I'm saying is,
You mean that particular tribe coming off the 12 tribes that can be traced back?
I'm simply saying that there's a line of continuity in the same way that there's a line of continuity.
I agree. Do you agree
Okay.
that that's the case with Palestinians as well? They come
No.
from the same?
No.
No.
Let's take, for example,
Even though
Gaza.
ancestral DNA points this out?
No, it doesn't.
It
Let's
does.
let's look at Gaza, for example, which is the heart of our debate. Gaza.
It's
Gaza-
definitely not the heart of our debate.
Well, I mean the Palestinian debate. The Palestinian debate right now is not about the West Bank, it's about Gaza. That's where
Mhm.
okay.
Yeah.
So the point I'm trying to make is that historically, the people who lived in Gaza are not Palestinians. It is a fakery of the name through history that we call them Palestinians. The people who lived in Gaza were the Philistines. The Philistines were Europeans. They came from Greece. They came from Cyprus. This is archaeologically definitively established.
Are
And
they
so-
close? Are they more closely related than like Ashkenazi Jews are to the historic people of Israel?
The Philistines have vanished off the pages of history.
That's not the question that I asked you.
What is your question?
Mike, the question that I asked you is, would it be the case that the modern Palestinian people would have more ancestry in common with the Jews who currently live in Israel than an Ashkenazi Jew would?
Yeah,
This is a little bit debatable because some of the people who are from that region
It's a
of
little bit
Canaan-
debatable,
No,
huh?
well, here's what I'm saying. If
Okay.
you're making it sound like it is 100% of a genetic argument,
Can you
but
answer the question I asked you without obfuscation? Is it the case or not that Ashkenazi Jews generally have less shared ancestry than Palestinians do with the current Jewish population of Israel?
And
Is it?
Yeah, because they're people of that land, so they're gonna have more genetic ties to the original people that were there. They are Semites.
That in fact the case? No, they don't have as much shared ancestry as the Palestinians do who currently live inside of Gaza with the Jews who currently live in Israel. Isn't it true Ashkenazis don't have as much ancestry?
yeah, but Judaism, hold on. Judaism is a combination. You're acting as if Judaism is purely a function of genetics. Judaism is a function of genetics plus history plus religious devotion.
No,
so
Dinesh,
that's what
you
makes
were making
a Jew-
that argument because you say you were making it an argument based on continuity.
If Jews are
but if you
thrown
say the
out-
continuity gets broken, the second it is that we have Ashkenazi Jews who still have the right of return to Israel, though it is the case that they are now outside of that continuity, Dinesh. Now outside of that people group, Dinesh.
Yeah, and let's look at why they're outside. The Jews are forcibly ejected from their homeland. They scatter all over the world. Unsurprisingly, they settle in London, they settle in Europe, they settle in Africa, they settle in Asia, but they never relinquish their claim to the land. If they had said, all right, we're out of here, you could then say, all right, other people can wander in, can claim it's theirs. The Jews never gave it up. They were thrown out. Of course, when they settled elsewhere,
And what
there
is
was some.
your-
Hold on, there was
Okay.
some
What were your
intermarriage. There was some imports to Judaism by people who converted it.
Loki went against one of his own criterias was that, if you take the land, it's yours, right? If you do it by conquest, it's yours. So by your logic, once they kicked you out, it was no longer your land. So you can't sit there and say, oh, no, it was still our land, even though we got kicked out, when one of your criterias was that, oh, no, Jews can kick people out and it be their land and it's biblically protected. It's like, come on now. Be consistent.
And some people converted out. But the Jewish community
Oh, and shout out to my man, some guy on YouTube. He sent a happy poo for 10 jewels.
as a tribe and as a community remained solidly intact through the centuries. I mean, just read.
Wait, this is, hang on.
We're
making a
talking about.
you're making a continuity argument, then breaking continuity. You're making a blood and soil argument, then breaking the idea of blood and soil. You mentioned in the beginning the right of conquest, which is your third criteria. Then you say the Jews got thrown out of Israel, which means somebody else had conquest. That's how they got the land, right?
That's right.
So that's a legitimate way to get the land, right?
That's right. And it was legitimate to take it back by the Crusades. So using the conquest ethic, I agree. The Ottomans captured the land and ruled it for a long time. The Ottomans lost World War II. And so by the same ethic of conquest, they were displaced and it became part of the British mandate. And then the UN basically proposed a partition for the, now the point is this.
I'm willing to agree to these facts.
Yeah, with any.
I'm not sure how we get to the ought though. When do we get to the ought?
Well, when we say we get to the ought, as Christians, we're trying to do what's right. We're trying to support the people who are on the right side of the issue. And
Well,
you
I
seem
don't
to be
know.
saying,
hang on. When you say Christians, they have to support what's right.
Yeah.
How do Christians know what's right?
Well, okay. Well, in looking at what's right, we look at historical arguments, moral arguments,
Christian ethics.
spiritual continuity, shared moral principles. We also look at the fact that America is a force for good or on the good side in the world, and therefore there are bad guys trying to do us in, and their allies are going to be people that we oppose.
Yeah. Okay. So I agree with you in a secular sense that those can be reasons.
Right, but secular reasons.
But you're a Christian. We're talking about whether or not Christians have a moral ought.
Well, Christians
what is
are
the
also
specific moral ought a Christian has based on Christian ethics, our paradigm, our worldview, not the secular lens, not the secular view, the Christian view. Why do we have to support a Jewish state that could name Antichrist? Why?
Because first of all, you can't make up your mind if it's a Jewish state or a secular state. You alternate both based on convenience.
Jewish,
in fact, you alternate it within the same
Jewish.
sentence.
Hang on, ethnic. Don't equivocate. This is pure equivocation. Do you agree with me that there's ethnic Jews and then there are religious Jews?
I agree with that.
Then don't equivocate and say you can't figure out if it's a Jewish state or a secular state because Dinesh, it can be a secular Jewish state, can't it?
Israel was.
Can it be a secular Jewish state, Dinesh?
Israel
can
was.
It be a secular Jewish state, Dinesh?
Israel.
Can it be a secular Jewish state?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Okay, but
wow to get there.
I've never denied it's a secular
you
Jewish state.
You just got done lecturing me about how I called it a Jewish state, then a secular state.
Right,
like
because
that was a
I think
contradiction.
on the one hand, I think you're trying to appeal to anti-Jewish sentiment. And for that,
anti-Semite.
For that, you need the Jewish label. If Israel was truly a secular state, a lot of your antagonism would be diminished. I noticed, for example, you don't have the same hostility to Great Britain, right? Why not? They're a secular state, but they don't have the Jewish label, so you don't get excited. What I'm getting at here is
hang on. You're saying that
I'm saying that.
Can you explain to me just real quick?
Yeah.
Does England, by chance, is there a possibility that they're going to name Antichrist in my lifetime, Dinesh?
What do you mean by name Antichrist? What are you talking about?
I'm not talking about naming the Antichrist, but if Jews get together inside of Israel and they name a Messiah, is that going to be Jesus Christ?
Israel is not going to get together and name a Messiah.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
What are you, bro? That's what they're literally doing. They're over here. They brought in a bunch of red cows. They're gonna they sacrificed the red cows already. They're gonna sprinkle the ashes over there by the Dome on the Rock where the Alexa Moss is, in preparation to destroy the Alexa Moss or deconstruct it, and then of course build their temple in preparation for their Messiah. Will it work? Who knows? But they're going for it.
First of all, you just said 1 minute ago they're a secular state. Now you go, what if the secular state names a Messiah?
Okay,
does that make any sense
inside of Israel, do you agree with me that you have the Temple Institute and you have many Jewish organizations that are indeed willing and support the naming of a new Messiah?
There are messianic communities, apocalyptic Jewish messianic communities that believe that the rebuilding of the temple is a prelude to the end times. So what?
No, that's not what I asked you.
Yeah,
I asked you if it is the case that if these right-wing elements inside of
at least he admit that they're real.
Israel, this would be more the right that is doing this than the left-wing elements which are there, which are more secular. If they get together and they do name an Antichrist, or I'm sorry, a Messiah, would that Messiah necessarily be Antichrist? Not the Antichrist, but antithetical to Christ because it's a false Messiah.
Absolutely.
Okay, great. Then we have established that right now. By the way, do you know how big this movement is in Israel? Could you point, for instance, to England and say 30% of the population wants to name a new Messiah? No. And by the way, hang on, I just want to point something else out.
I mean, and guys, like, let's go to this CBS segment, right? So CBS Morning did a whole segment on this. Get ready, it's about to sound crazy.
Now entering its 6th month. The Israeli operation to root out Hamas terrorists there has resulted in the deaths of 30,000 Palestinians and 242 Israeli soldiers. The war started after Hamas attacked Israel on October 7th, killing almost 1,200 people and taking nearly 230 hostage, some still in captivity. Despite the deadly outcome across the region, one trigger for the Hamas rampage has been widely overlooked. Chris Livesay has the story from Jerusalem.
The infamous October 7 massacre that sparked a war. But one confounding yet eye-opening motive has escaped the headlines. In a recent speech, a Hamas spokesman blamed the Jews for bringing red cows to the Holy Land. The cows he's talking about at a secure, undisclosed location are these, red heifers, to be precise. Some Jews and Christians believe they're the key to rebuilding the historic Jewish temple in Jerusalem.
Yeah, and they got to pretty much sacrifice a perfect red heifer. Not a single hair must be discolored. It got to be a perfect red heifer. And then the sacrifice got to be done by somebody that they've kept up in some type of tower or skyscraper somewhere. And he must have been kept away from death. So he must have never have seen death in his life. No animal, not his mom, not his dad, nobody, no death at all. He just kept away from it. And they get this person to do the sacrifice of the red heifer.
And to beckoning the Messiah. To understand, you have to go back nearly 2,000 years when the ancient Romans destroyed the last temple in the city. To rebuild it, these believers point to the Bible's book of Numbers. It commands the Israelites to sacrifice a red heifer without defect or blemish, and that has never been under a yoke. Only then can the temple rise again. Caring for them on an Israeli settlement in the West Bank is Yitzhak Mamo.
So we have here.
Yeah, it is real. In Israel.
When you talk about this, you say anti-Semitism. It's the opposite. I'm telling you right now, Jews are safer outside of Israel than inside of Israel. And you know that that's true. Can you explain to me how it's anti-Semitic for me to point out, using logic, what's obvious to everybody?
Okay, now explain what you mean. What do you mean when you say Jews are safer outside of Israel? How are they safer?
Yeah, right now, at least in every Western nation, there's not a single Western nation that I can look at where Jews live and have lived for the last 40 years, where they're not safer.
Oh yeah, thanks for adding that point, Tori. Yeah, these cows came from the U.S. Yes, they're in an undisclosed location in the U.S., aka we're helping these guys bring back the Antichrist. I mean, bro, we're tied in more than just financial and military ways. We're also tied into their eschatology as well.
Inside of those nations than they are right now inside of the state of Israel.
You mean because there's a war going on?
Well, not just because there's a war going on, but because there's been a continuation of attacks of terror. In other words, from my view, and while I think this is irrelevant to the debate, I'll bite on it. From my view, it seems to me that Israel has not fulfilled its promise of safety for the Jewish people. It has not done so. And right now, you have more Jews who live outside of Israel than inside of Israel, and they're a lot safer than the Jews who live inside of Israel. Right. They are not fulfilling the promise of protecting their people group at all. In fact, they're relying on us to do it for them.
Facts.
Well, it's a pretty astounding claim when Jews not only have, but to this day are, moving to Israel from all parts of the world, willing to endure the risks and dangers that they face.
Because the Israeli government is giving them Palestinian land in the West Bank, and they're helping them ethnically cleanse the West Bank, aka kick the Palestinians out. So they're doing it again, and they're inviting Jews from all over the world to be, well, settlers.
in Israel. And here you are from the kind of comfort of Dallas lecturing Israel on whether it's doing an adequate job protecting the Jews who are voluntarily choosing to come there. There are American Jews who have moved to Israel.
What does that have to do with
and
anything?
there is more danger for them. The reason that there's more danger.
Yes, there is more danger for them. Yes.
And the reason for that is that Israel is surrounded by Islamic fanatics.
No shit.
Yes, right. Okay.
So, in this
you're
really dangerous country surrounded by Islamic fanatics, are they less safe or more safe there than in Western nations, Dinesh?
And are you
answer the question I asked like I've been answering yours. Dinesh, is it the case that these people who are in this desert completely surrounded by Islamic lunatics less safe there than they are in Western nations? Yes or no?
Yeah, they are more safe in Western nations with fewer Islamic fanatics.
Why do I have to beat these things out of you when you just agree with me?
Because you are pursuing a tactic of pretending like you're making a point when there is actually no point to be made. If a country based on a common identity in their own ancestral homeland it's like saying, I have a ranch. I'm surrounded by outlaws who want to burn down my ranch, rape my wife, kill my kids, and you.
Yeah, but let's say that the ranch that you live on was you stole it from those people, you forced them out, you killed some of their family members, and now they're ganging up on you to take it back. Don't you think you kind of brought this upon yourself through your own actions?
You go, well, why don't you then give up your homeland, give up your ranch? You're obviously safer if you move somewhere else. And I'm like, no, this actually is my homeland. I have every right to be here. And all I want is the right to fight back against these monsters who also hate you and declare you, America, to be their great Satan. I'm their little Satan. And you're pretending like you're doing us a massive favor.
You're giving me or describing all sorts of positions to me that I haven't given, which is hilarious. For one thing, let's use your ranch example.
I mean, one of the reasons why they hate us is because we support you guys. So, I mean, yeah, thanks for bringing the hatred of the Middle East on us. Appreciate that, Israel.
Okay. You're absolutely 100,000% correct. I have outlaws. They're all around my little ranch, right? It's my ranch. I got the deed. I'm fighting for that shit. Do I have a right to go over to my neighbor and demand that he help?
No.
No, wait, what?
Hold on.
Wait, what?
Well,
did you say no?
I said.
Yo, Daniel, bro, long time no see, man. Hopefully you're staying safe out there, bro.
I said by itself, no. If your ranch
itself, no.
Yeah, if your ranch was encircled and your neighbor's ranch was not imperiled at all, and if your neighbor had nothing to do with it, then you're right. You would be appealing on the basis of like mercy or common heritage. You would be in Churchill's position because the Nazis had not attacked America. America faced no immediate danger from Hitler. And Churchill basically was reduced to begging.
I mean,
but the United States.
Be real with you, there's low-key a good argument that we shouldn't have got involved because, you know, all the people that we lost. But I mean, you know, people do kind of hash that out with well, you know, we did become a world superpower. Yeah, but at the cost of hundreds of thousands of American lives and millions of others. But I mean, okay, if you consider that a good trade-off, that's you.
In on the Allied side, why? Because we have historical, moral.
Hey, shout out to my man Daniel Welch for dropping the 10. He ain't had too much to say. He just wanted to show some support. I appreciate you, big dog.
Razor blade in your mouth, green stuff in your stuff, Philip blunts in your purse, but that ain't enough. Turning liquor bottles up with your mane as we dip. Turn right, turn left, each corner take a sip. Say what's up to the big pussy clicking Hyde Park, learn up and the Nora and those who got hard.
Oh, yeah, guys, you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements you want to add in on the show, make sure to super chat it in. I'd be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. But once again, shout out to my man Daniel, bro. Long time no see. Hey, glad to see you pop up, honestly.
Philosophical, even spiritual continuities with Europe, and we came to the aid of Europe for that reason.
More like
now,
the Japanese attacked us and blew up our entire Pacific fleet and drug us into a massive war.
Yeah,
did we just forget like a whole big part of this?
I think you've got your dates all garbled. The Germans invaded Poland in 1939, right?
Yeah.
The United States, yes, did get into the war in 1947, but the point I'm trying to make.
Wait, what? What?
I'm saying that the American ranch was not threatened.
No. What did you say before that?
Okay, well, let me put it this way.
What did you say before that?
The United States,
hold on. From
the
the audience,
United
I need you to
States
be
could
quiet.
have fought against Japan and left the Nazis alone.
Oh, I thought before I was getting my dates all mixed up.
No,
And I
you
didn't
were.
know that. Then you go like,
No,
well, wait a second.
I'm saying the United States had no reason to fight in the European theater when the attack came
Except
from
that
Japan.
Germany declared war on us.
Germany did declare war on the United States, but
we had no reason to go to war except for philosophical reasons.
Exactly. And so here you have the Iranian parliament burning the American flag. Here you have Hamas and Hezbollah declaring that we are their enemy no less than Israel.
Sure.
We are the infidels from the point of view of Islam. But according to you, our ranch is not threatened. I think it is. I think our ranch and their ranch are both in the sights of the bad guys who have a massive global movement. By the way, they're not content to fight over there.
Hang on. Let me concede a couple of points here. Now we're getting somewhere. That's kind of nice.
Yeah.
So the first thing is that never conflate my ideas here with the idea that I don't think that Islam is one of the worst, most horrific ideologies known to man, because it is. I argue against it often and all the time.
I disagree.
But you see, I'm a true America firster.
Oh no, I disagree. If you're because like people won't say, well, what about the body count? I mean, dog, if you stack up the Christian body count, then you can make the same argument. Oh, Christian needs the worst ideology, but I wouldn't do that because people who follow the faith usually don't represent the faith, the best. Like, let's just be real. Like, did the Crusades represent Christianity? No, it didn't. But it was done though. And I mean, shoot, did the Islamic Caliphate or the slave trade represent Islam? No, it didn't. But people still did it though. I mean, so did Christians. So it is what it is. I kind of separate people from the religion. People usually don't follow their religions all the way through, and they're usually tempted by worldly desires, like wealth and all that good stuff.
Yeah.
Neither of these ideologies needs to overlap Christian ideology at all. When you talk about how this country, this 10 million people are surrounded by enemies, right? Great. I understand. I completely agree. They have the right to defend themselves. Great. I completely agree. Why do we have to go in and defend them though? You say, well, we have a shared common enemy. I can even grant that that's true. Why is it then that we need to leave that state in Jewish hands if we have to defend it? Why? Why do we have an ought to do that? Why can't we demand Christian immigration to Israel? Why is it that we can't demand as their protectorate that we have tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of Christians move into that area so we can protect our own holy sites, Dinesh? Why not?
Well, number one, 3.8 billion doesn't buy you a whole country. Second of all, we make all kinds of alliances with countries where we don't basically tell them what they should.
Hey, yo, and shout out to my man Noah Joyner. He says, good morning, Seth. Keep up the good work. They can't reach our country, so we need to pull out and remove our funding from Israel. And trust me, bro, I agree with you on that.
Razor blade in your mouth, green stuff in your stuff, Philly blunts in your purse, but that ain't enough. Turning liquor bottles up with your mane as we dip. Turn right, turn left, each corner take a sip. Say what's up to the big pussy clicking Hyde Park. Learn up and the Nora and those who got hard.
And what kills me about it is that Americans start to see things like the Israelis do. We don't see things from, oh, well, what did we do to them for them to act like this? No, we kind of just see things from the reaction, and that's where we take it off from. Oh, they're saying death to America. Yeah, but why are they saying death to America? It's because of all the BS that we did to them in the past. And I mean, let's be real. When you start off like that with a country, they're always going to see you as a threat. I mean, and let's be real, if we weren't just a threat to the entire Middle East, then maybe things wouldn't be the way they were, especially when we're backing a country that believes that all of these Muslim countries want to take them out, but they don't. I mean, there's Muslim countries that actually recognize Israel as a state, even though we got to bribe them to do so. But let's keep it real, though. Let's not pretend like Israel didn't start off on some reckless shit. And here's the thing. If you're going to start off how you finish, I mean, you're going to finish how you start. It's an old saying, but it holds out true throughout time. Hey, man, they're going to start on terrorism. They're going to end on terrorism. And that's just the sad reality of Israel. And trust me, if you don't believe me, look what they're going through now. All this terrorism that's coming upon them from the terrorism that they put upon the Palestinians from back in the day. Like I said, man, you're going to finish how you start.
Should do to their LGBTQ people. We have alliances with Korea. with Japan, with India, with Great Britain. Great Britain is just as LGBTQ as Israel. Our alliance with Israel is based upon mutual defense. It's not based upon supporting gay rights or the Pride Parade in Tel Aviv. No one's saying that we should support that as Christians. We oppose it equally. What I am saying is that
So then where does the ought come in? I still don't understand where the moral obligation or ought actually comes in here. I've been listening. I've been waiting for it. You have not yet given me you're a Christian and you're a Jew who lives in Israel. And so therefore you have some obligation morally to support you. What is it?
I'm saying that in the ensemble of countries where good guys are fighting against bad guys, and let's start with your point. You agree that Islam is a truly pernicious and evil force, no less here than over there.
I
correct?
believe that both ideologies, both Judaism.
I think that's a very extreme and misguided view of Islam, but I'll let them have it.
And Islam both lead to massive problems.
Because people do say like, oh no, it preaches violence. No, it don't at all. It doesn't really preach violence whatsoever. But it does tell the history of the first Muslims and, you know, how they had to pretty much have defensive wars and all that good stuff. That people tend to frame as, oh no, they were just spreading their crazy ideology. But if you want to be historically accurate about that, well, so was the Christians at that time, and so the Zoroastrians. Are we calling them radical religions that want to take over? And if that's the case, I mean, what religion don't want to spread? Christians want to spread, Muslims want to spread, except for Jews. Jews really don't want to spread, but we know the first two do.
Because they're both heresies. Both of these heresies,
even heresies are not equal in the sense that, hold on,
that's true.
The Jews aren't trying to make us Jews. Jews are not in the conversion business.
You're right. Jews don't evangelize. I
Islam
agree with that.
is not only trying to dominate us spiritually or religiously, but Islam is a religion of comprehensive law. It covers the whole orbit of life. It tells you how you should sleep and whether you can. Whether you are allowed to fart when you have sex.
Whether you can own a dog.
Islam is a manual of instructions of life. Now, here's the point. And this is, I think, something that's a little hard for us to accept, but it makes a lot of sense. The Israelis know how to fight Islam and radical Islam.
Actually, Islam is about submission to God, you know, submission to the so-called Allah. Then they also believe that, you know, they believe in the same prophets Christians do. They believe that Jesus is the Messiah. Now, they do have their arguments about, you know, Jesus' resurrection and all that good stuff, but they basically believe in the same end times of Jesus coming back and fighting evil. So it is a bit weird how they try to sow this division between Muslims and Christians when you guys align on a lot of things, actually.
In a way that we don't. Our record in fighting radical Islam is abysmal.
So is theirs.
Their record in fighting radical Islam is outstanding.
It is, isn't it?
And in fact, all the things that
so they wouldn't need our help with that then, would they? They wouldn't need the help of this nation that's just terrible at fighting these crazy Islamists. They're so good at it, right? They don't need our help.
Okay, let me put it this way.
And this is what I got to respect about Andrew. He's not letting this whole, this anti-Islam thing, because he's anti-Islam, but he's not letting it like guide his whole like reasoning with, oh, well, should we support Israel just because I'm anti-Islam? And a lot of people actually have that idea. It's like, oh, well, I'm anti-Muslim, so I got to support Israel because, you know, they're fighting all the Muslims. And it's like, well, actually, Israel kind of antagonized all the Muslims and pretty much put them against Israel. But I mean, hey, you can take it however you want, or you can start the story from wherever you want to start it. But if you want to be historically accurate, Israel did start it. I mean, by taking the land or buying the land from the Palestinians from with under them, pretty much taking and pushing out the Palestinians through terrorism. I didn't think that it's not going to happen to them one day. It's kind of insane, but I mean, let's be real, guys. Like I said, man, you're going to finish how you start.
Need our help?
Our debate has nothing.
The great thing is, I don't even want that to happen to the Israelis.
Nothing to do with giving money to Israel or arms to Israel. Let me ask you this.
Well, then what are we supporting?
Well, when
we're just cheering? Yay!
Well, no.
What are we doing?
Okay, so when you say that somebody is morally if I were to say to you, you know what? You've got a kid who lives in a really bad neighborhood. A lot of bad guys out to kill your kid. You're morally obligated to support your kid. It doesn't follow that you have to buy your kid a house, buy him a gun, You might practice tough love on the kid. You might tell the kid, you better cut this shit out. You might have all kinds of instructions that the kid will oppose.
Sure.
You will also accept that your interests and the kid's interests will sometimes diverge. So I'm admitting all of this with regard to Israel. I'm simply saying that the obligation to support is generic. It doesn't specify give him 3.8 billion. Let me ask.
I'm weak. So Israel's our unruly kid. Okay, got it. I can accept that argument.
Look at this.
Well, hang on. I want to use this analogy. I want to use this analogy real quick because
statement.
Let's go back to your analogy. I think it's fine.
Okay.
You say, hey, there's like a mom and her son, or a dad and the son, and they're in a rough.
And you're saying the son is a heretic. He doesn't go to church.
No. You say, hey, there's a moral obligation for you to like get your son out of this neighborhood, and then you give a bunch of qualifiers. Nesh says, that means. Maybe you tell them to stop doing this, or maybe you take this action, or maybe you take that action, or you do, blah, blah, blah. But the whole point of this is to say that there's a moral obligation there with a must, ought, do something in order to prevent this from happening to their son, right?
Here's the thing. He hasn't really brought up a moral obligation. He's bringing up aligned interests, and that's not really a moral obligation. You're just trying to say, well, you hate Muslims, I hate Muslims. Let's all hate Muslims together. Yeah, no, I'm good. Especially if you're about to drag us into war over it.
Right.
Okay, great. What's that with Israel?
So our interests and Israel's interests diverge on many points. Israel would like right now for the United States to go all the way, pulverize Lebanon, have regime change in Iran. Trump is saying no.
Yeah.
This is a recognition where we are saying our interest is the same as yours insofar as pulverizing Iran and breaking its military back. Once we have done that and stopped the nuclear possibilities, we're ready to quit. We're ready to go home. If you want to continue, you can. This
is just gibberish, dude. Where do we get to the moral ought? Where do we? You still haven't given me you have a moral obligation like that mom does to move the kid out of that rough neighborhood with all of those bad guys. Wouldn't I just use that analogy and say, okay, great. Then we have an obligation to move 10 million Jews among the Western nations to get them out of the neighborhood of the bad guys?
And that would be your solution?
No, I'm saying if I'm using your analogy for the obligation, wouldn't you say that the mom should move the kid out of the neighborhood?
The analogy was intended to clarify the meaning of what does it mean to have a moral obligation to support. No analogy travels on all fours. So if I say, okay, I'm going to get my kid out of the bad neighborhood, it may be that I decide, okay, the kid can stay there, but I need to help with providing security. Or I need to make sure that I go visit every week to make sure that the apartment isn't being wrecked.
But where does the moral obligation here come in for the United States, sovereign nation, and the Christians inside of it specifically? That's what we're talking about. The Christians, where does their obligation come in to help?
I'm gonna be so rude with you. Yeah, there is no real moral obligation. He's trying to really put interest and try to equate it to moral obligation. And also, I mean, through his example, why don't we just move you out the neighborhood so you don't got to worry about all these crazy Muslims that want to kill you? You can always do that. I mean, I remember when Monty said, well, no, just give them a little bit of California. Let them go there. And there you go. They should be good. No Muslims, no terrorists. You're in America. Safe and sound.
The Jews in Israel do fucking anything. Where's the obligation for that? Where?
Well,
what?
Do you agree that the Iranian regime and the forces of Islam in the region are evil?
Sure.
Okay.
I believe that their ideology
is evil. And would you agree?
No, I do believe when you go and piss people off and invoke terrorism on them, that's going to piss them off. And if you want to sit there and call them terrorists for sitting there and get mad and defending themselves, well, then all right, whatever. That's you. But I mean, let's be real. If you look at the definition of terrorists, I mean, shoot, who isn't a terrorist?
Let's differentiate a couple of terms.
That Israel, in fighting to change, clean up, remake, transform the Middle East and produce. Hold on.
Hang on. I got to clarify one thing.
Yeah.
Just the terms. When you say evil, for me, evil, the doing of evil would be moving away from participating in the energies of God. in Jesus Christ. That's how I would differentiate what evil is from good. Good would be participating in those energies. So when you say the ideology of Islam, you don't believe Arabs are evil, right?
No.
You believe Islam, the ideology is evil, right?
Right.
Okay, Jews, from my perspective, that ideology is also evil.
Right, but I think we're talking about evil in two completely different senses. There is a
How?
sense in which heresy is evil, right? Because it departs from the theological straight path. In fact, orthodoxy means a straight path. Heresy means a deviation.
Sure.
We're talking about evil in a more natural law sense, by which I mean
I don't
things
believe
like,
in natural law.
You don't believe in natural law?
No.
Okay. Do you believe
I'm
in
not
the
a
Ten
natural law
Commandments?
proponent because I'm not a Catholic. Sure, the Ten Commandments are fine.
Do you believe that do you believe that to take a 5-year-old kid and forcibly transition that kid is evil?
Of course.
Okay. Now, is that the same as the kind of evil that you were describing when you were talking about Christian heresy? I mean, in other words, Judaism is a heresy, and that's one type of evil, I grant. I'm saying there's another type of evil.
I just want to make sure.
Murder is evil.
Yeah. I just want to make sure I got it right. So when you're making the differentiation, you're saying this is evil, and this is evil, and this is a lesser evil than this one.
I'm saying that this is a force for good in combating this evil.
Yeah, but you're still saying both are evil.
Yeah.
Well, if you're saying both are evils, you want us to support the lesser evil.
Well, I certainly do believe that. There are many cases of supporting the lesser
then
evil.
aren't you admitting Jewish ideology is evil?
Well, I'm admitting that Jewish theology.
Yeah, you just said that as heretical, which is pretty much evil. So why should we support you guys? I mean, look, man, I don't think that we should be supporting the Muslims and whatever they do, and I don't think we should be supporting the Jews either. Let them, I guess, chase their own ambitions by themselves without our help.
Is a heresy, or at least,
is evil.
It's evil in its rejection of Christianity. I agree with that theologically, of course. But
so you're just saying support evil to stop evil.
No,
support evil and to stop evil. Perfect.
So the man who insisted that Israel is a secular state makes a
become the devil to defeat the devil, I guess.
Convenient switcheroo, and is now making Israel a theological state which is out of sync with Christianity. Go one way or the other. You're trapped on your own.
Actually, perfect. I love this trap.
Okay.
Is secular ethics evil?
Yes.
Oh, yes. Oh, shit. You got me.
Wow. we have had secular ethics in the world for about 500 years at least.
Right.
And we have secular ethics that dominate this country right now. Would you say that the United States right now is evil?
I would say that the secularists who are in charge of it are fucking evil.
Okay. But
evil fucking bastards.
But notice that when it comes to Israel, you foist the evil on the nation. When it comes to America, you're pro-American, your 4th of July, your 250th anniversary, you're America, rah, 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 but there are these bad secular people in the country. You're against them, but you're not anti-American, are you?
Perfect. Let's use this exact same analogy.
Okay.
We'll use the exact same analogy back the other way. Right here in the United States, there's tons and tons and tons of Christians. They're not evil, right? We don't consider them evil. They're not evil. Trinitarian Christians are not evil. You don't believe it? I don't believe it. Great. That's not an evil ideology. The secularists in charge of the United States are evil bastards with an evil ideology. You agree. Let's move it over to Israel. Same analogy. If you have a Jewish state, the secular Jews, evil ideology. The Jewish theology, which also exists there, evil ideology. So both of these that we're combating are evil ideologies. You want us to support both of those evil ideologies to take out another evil ideology. When right here, we have an evil ideology we're combating in our own nation in order to support the...
Now, that is the crazy logic right there. It's like, so, like, defend liberal secularism in Israel, but fight liberal secularism in America. That is a bit weird, though. It's like, so hold on. So yeah, we understand that. There's a whole bunch of secular liberals here, but here's a problem, though. You can't sit here and say, yeah, we must fight it on our homeland, but we must defend them in Israel. That's kind of crazy.
The ideology, which isn't evil, Christianity.
Now, it is a fact of the world, and it is a fact of the Bible, that many figures, nations, evil in themselves, are nevertheless A, on the side of good, or B, the chosen instruments of God. God will frequently use not only flawed, but downright evil people. God talks in the Bible about the fact that the Assyrians, monsters, pagans, are, quote, the rod of my justice.
Yes,
God is
uses
using
evil
the
to do good.
Assyrians.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
So why isn't he going to use the
and
Muslims
this is
to do
also
good
true
then?
of individuals. All the things that you talk about that are bad in Israel today were going on in the Old Testament. The
Yeah, but-
worshiping of the golden calf, all kinds of
Yeah, but
sexual
do you understand
immorality.
why this is illogical?
Here's why. Because you're drawing the fallacious conclusion that somehow if the Jews are secular, if they have LGBTQ rallies, somehow they have ceased to be the people of God. They are no longer sort of real Jews. They are now secularists. They are outside our area of moral concern. And I'm simply suggesting that the God of the Bible takes the opposite view. Never once does God say, you know what, you Jews, because you worship the golden calf, I'm taking back all my promises to Abraham. Give me the land back because I never gave it to you unconditionally. I gave it to you conditionally, handed back over.
He just
Does
punishes
God ever
the hell
say
out
that in
of
the
them.
Bible?
He just punishes them. No, I'm not making that claim.
And Israel has
You're
been
just-
punished.
You're just putting words in my mouth. Again, back to the ethical claim. None of this even matters. It's completely irrelevant to what you're even talking about.
Why is it irrelevant?
I'll tell you why. This is hilarious.
You think the character of God is irrelevant to our discussion of good and evil?
You made the claim that God will use evil for good. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, great. You agree with that. Then why do we assume that he's going to use the evil ideology of the Jew for good, but not the Muslim?
Well, God may well.
Hang on.
Yeah.
I want to repeat that question because I want you to answer it.
I'm answering it.
Why should we assume that it's only Jewish people who we both agree hold an evil ideology instead of Muslims who we agree hold an evil ideology that God won't use them for good? Why do we just instantly assume it's only going to use Jewish people for good?
Well, number one, we are fallible people in the world. So we have to look and make judgments. It is possible to argue, for example, someone might say, due to the fact that America has become like Sodom and Gomorrah, God used 9/11 as a form of divine punishment on America, right? You could make that argument.
Yeah.
It's a very speculative type of argument.
I agree.
Yeah. And so I
So
wouldn't,
is the
wouldn't
argument
make
that
it, but
God's
in
going to use
theory,
Jews to do good.
In theory, it's not
That's
impossible.
speculative. That's a speculative argument to say God's going to use this evil ideology to do good. That's your argument.
So my argument was not, quote, God is using the Jews who are evil to do good. My
No, with an
argument
evil
was
ideology.
a refutation. Hold on. Let's be really clear.
Okay.
You basically were saying these are bad people and they are outside of God's purposes. And I said many times God uses people, even people who are have completely rejected him, as his instruments for his divine purposes.
Like Muslims.
He's done it repeatedly. Now,
Like Muslims?
Now, I don't deny that in principle, God could use the Indians, the Muslims, the Chinese. Yes, God can use those
That's
people.
the whole point, man.
What's
You
the point
just
of
are
what?
defaulting for some reason to say only this specific people group who I think holds an evil ideology, which you did say, if that people group
Well-
God's going to use for good, these other people groups. So
Well,
you're asking
first
us
of
to
all-
pick. You're asking us to pick an interest between two evil ideologies. Pick and choose which ideology we prefer because you think that God's going to prefer that we prefer one of those evil ideologies.
Well,
Dinesh.
first of all,
that's the reduction of your logic.
First of all, you're arguing as if there is no connection between God the Father. I mean, if you look at the Christian Bible, you could almost say that
Magic Jew blood?
Hold on. You could almost say that the Old Testament is the biography of God the Father, the Gospels are the biography of God the Son, and the Acts are the biography of God the Holy Spirit. This is the Trinity right there. And this is the historical unfolding of the Trinity in the Christian story. And now you're pretending like there is no relationship between Yahweh, the God of the Old Testament, God the Father, and the Jews?
Are you
Is that what you're
pretending
saying?
that there's no relationship between God the Father and Christians?
Yes. No, I'm saying
that's
that
really what's hilarious here.
No,
and
I'm saying-
we can
I'm
break it down.
saying-
Hang on, we'll break it down. I'll break it down with you. I'll go right along with
Okay.
you.
Would you
Jews
agree?
have magic Jew blood? Yes or no?
Have what?
Magic Jew blood, so they're preferred by God.
Well, God isn't picking based on magic Jew blood. God is picking based upon a particular community that is built around a set, on a set of divine instructions, rights, laws, commandments.
Does this
prophets.
particular community have a specific DNA by chance?
Sure.
Got it. So, and we could trace that through their blood, right? So you would basically just say that people who have this particular blood are favored by God.
Yeah.
Well, no more. I mean, you could make the same argument about Christians.
Right.
I'm weak, but all right, guys, I got to go ahead and head out on that one. We can pretty much tell that the Nets is pretty much conceding the argument, but he's just refusing to. It's like, bro, you're damn near like making his points for him. Honestly, Andrew could just shut up and just let you explain, and you'll just make all of his points. It's kind of funny. But all right, guys, make sure you guys double tap that screen on the way out. Make sure to subscribe to the channel as well, guys, and hit that bell for the next time I go live and I drop a video, because I will be dropping clips from this live, guys. All right, man, this is S.E.T with S.E.T Media. I will catch you guys on the next one. Peace. But you know what? First, I guess let me give you guys a little bit of
The man of knowledge must be able not only to love his enemies, but also to hate his friends. It sounds almost blasphemous in a world where we're taught that friendship is sacred and hatred is poison. And yet there's a profound truth hiding in these words that most of us are too uncomfortable to acknowledge. To love your enemies requires seeing beyond the surface, recognizing the humanity in those who oppose you, finding understanding where instinct demands rejection. But to hate your friends, that's the more difficult task. It means being willing to stand in opposition to those you care for when they are wrong. It means refusing to let affection blind you to falsehood. The person who seeks knowledge cannot afford the luxury of unconditional agreement. They must be willing to challenge even those ideas that come from beloved sources. They must recognize when loyalty becomes complicity, when friendship becomes an echo chamber. The pursuit of knowledge demands that we see the world and the people in it as they truly are. And sometimes that means loving what hurts us and questioning what comforts us. It's not easy, but then again,
everything in the world is a manifestation of the light of being. The world is a mirror, and the light of being is the image reflected within it. Do not be deceived by the multiplicity of the mirrors, for the light that shines in them is but one. If 1,000 mirrors are placed before the sun, you will see 1,000 suns, yet in truth, there is only the original. The essences of things, their names, shapes, and boundaries, are merely the frames of these mirrors. They do not add anything to the light. They only limit it and give it a shape. He who sees only the mirrors is a veiled man. He who sees only the light is a mystic. But he who sees the light within the mirrors is the truly wise, for he recognizes the unity in the heart of diversity.